Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the Total Tavern Season 12 Grand Championship? Yeah, man, I don't know what year it is even. All right, we're here with the championship. Today we're going to be finding out who the number one player in the world is. Who is the big dog? Who is the best? That is what we're here for. So here are your top four champions. We have Maximillionaire versus Enticity. Then we have Charx versus Chosen. Chosen has, I believe, made top 16 pretty consistently. He did very well last season as well. Charx, of course, won a championship in early December. He won one of the Creative Assembly official events. Enticity won the most recent championship level event, and that was a Creative Assembly official at the end of December. And then Maximillionaire, this would be his first championship level win. So very, very hyped stuff, man. I'm super excited for today. So what we're going to be doing is having two best of fives followed by a best of five grand final. So we're going to be alternating between Maximillionaire versus Enticity and then Chosen versus Charx. And we're going to be going from there. So that is the tale of the tape, guys. Let's get it. Let's have some fun. And yeah, man, it's going to be a good day. So let me check here. Perfect. Thank you, Enticity, for the lobby code. So we'll be going that way. And yeah, it's great, man. Lot on the table here today. We got some decent prizes put together, and also, of course, you do get the title of a world champion, which is pretty fun. And let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool. So the prize pool for today is going to be $450 for first place, $250 for second, and third and fourth. We usually actually put all the prize pool into first and second, but I figured today we would kind of divvy it up a little bit and put some of the prizes just to making top four. So if you made top four here, just showing up and making top four, you're going to be getting $100 as well, which is cool. So that is the prize pool here for today, and the brackets are as follows. Yes. Hey, Cadians, thank you for resubscribing, man. I do appreciate that. Wookie is there to congratulate the winner. That's right. Wookie Nurgling is there. And yeah, Ent is the current defending champ, correct. He won the most recent championship level event, so technically he's the top dog at the moment. Yes. Yeah, this is going to be great, though. You know, all fun players to root for sure. All right, so our first matchup, is it going to be High Elves versus Bretonia? Let me check here. So this is going to be this one, Chosen versus Charx. Should be appearing on screen in a second. Sometimes it could be a little bit funky with these games. There it goes. So we got Chosen versus Charx as our first match. And like I said, we're going to be alternating between the two series. So we're going to cast a game here, then we're going to go to the other side. So there's going to be less downtime in between games is the idea. High Elves versus Bretonia. That's a matchup as old as time. I remember in the days of Warhammer 2, the dreaded boxes with halberds versus trebuchets trying to bombard them out. Always a good time. But now we are here, and it is on. So what's new with you guys, man? How's life treating you guys? All's good? You guys ready for a little bit of a Total War sweat action today? This is sweaty. You know, sometimes in SFTs, you don't always see the sweatiest action, but today, man, it is incredibly sweaty. Hey, T-Rex, at 6 a.m. I'm drunk as hell and sleep is for other people. Let's go. Hell yeah, dog. Dude, have you been up all night, T-Rex? That's insane, man. Thank you for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. Really, thank you so much, man. That helps a lot. Yo, what's up, San? Welcome. Legit Warrior, what's cracking? Welcome to the stream. Yes. And let me see if these are the factions are actually playing. So, I believe it is. Yeah, High Elves Bretonia in game one. Charx is probably the best elf player in the world, I would say. Like, he's incredibly good at High Elves and Wood Elves. I don't know about his Dark Elf prowess. I don't think he plays them too often. Maybe we'll see them today. I'm not sure. But regardless, yeah, we're going to see what the big dog is capable of. Sweat for the Sweat Lord. Yeah, this is just pure sweatiness, by the way. T-Rex, man, thank you again for that donation, boss. Very generous of you. All right. I'm going to double check this real quick. Do we have a blocker here I can use for a moment? Yes, just give me 1 second. I want to see if they're building armies right now. And it does look like one army is built out, but we're waiting for Chosen to build out his army. So maybe he's not fully selected yet at the moment. Yeah, so we gotta wait and see. All right, no problemo. So we are back. T-Rex, thanks for being a member for 44 months. All right. Oh, yeah. I wanted to watch the, yeah, it's always, yeah, like some of the Olympic stuff I've been wanting to watch. Like, I really want to watch the, we have USA versus hockey in the men's gold medal game for going on tomorrow, I believe, but it starts at like 4:30 a.m. my time or 5 a.m. I'm just like, oh, but I really want to watch it. Own goal in chat saying Charx is the best elf player for sure. No one is close. Yeah, I would say so. Charx actually won a faction war not too long ago. And, well, it was about a year ago. And we sent him, Anna painted him a custom Waywatcher miniature from Warhammer Fantasy. And we sent it out to him. So he has that little trophy, which is pretty cool. Who's this person streaming Silver out? I know, Ardanian, it is I. Well, we got the World Championship today. A lot of the players are European, so we had to start a little bit earlier. Yeah, Hippo. No, I changed up the maps. There's a couple of your maps on the tournament. I think there's like 2 or 3 of them. Let me check this real quick. So somebody was asking how the picks and bans work for this event. So while we have a little bit of time, let us go ahead and check here. And we're going to go over to ye old website. All right. So what we use is we use a 3x3 pick and ban matrix. So basically, as the match starts, you and your opponent are going to be each picking 3 factions that you would like to play for that respective game, not the entire match, just that game. So then what you do with your opponent is you create a grid. You put your 3 factions on top and theirs on the side, and then you alternate with your opponent on basically banning out a specific part of the grid. So you're going to ban, let's say, the top left quadrant here. You're going to ban that out. So then Wood Elves and Beastmen is banned, and you both go until there's only one matchup left, basically. And then that is the matchup you're going to be playing. So it's a very good pick and ban system. It does take a little bit of time, as you can see. You start checking out the boxes until you get to only one being left, and that's what you're going to be playing. Now, it's a little bit different in the Grand Championship today because players get to have a global ban before it starts. So basically, you can karate chop one faction from the series overall. Each player is going to have the opportunity to be like, hey, you can't play this. So you can use that as a targeted ban of your opponent if they're just a one-trick player. It kind of encourages players to be more diverse and better at more factions. Or you can go after the meta factions as well. So from what I've seen is, people against Enticity, for example, pretty much ban Slaanesh and or Warriors of Chaos pretty consistently. Whereas against a player like Maximillionaire, you're probably going to see them banning his vampire counts. Granted, that did not stop him at all from making top 4. Maximillionaire was on an absolute tear. He went 2-0 in pretty much every early round matchup in the top 16, and he did very, very well. So we're going to see what's cooking with him. Okay, never mind. We have the first matchup. Is it Wood Elves versus Bretonnia? I think this might be. Let me check this real quick. And yes, first matchup, guys, is going to be a classic competitive matchup. We see this one pretty much every World Champs. It is going to be Wood Elves versus Bretonnia. And they are going to be on the Oasis of Zedri, which is a map that is really bad for shooting, I would say. There's a lot of trees in the middle. You can, of course, get close, but shooting is very obfuscated here. So usually going to be more melee-centric. So that is what's cooking. Oh, this is going to be a fun one, man. I'm pumped. On the top side, we have, I believe, Enticity versus Charx, or excuse me, Enticity versus Maximillionaire. So I'm just going to update this nameplate. So when we switch over there, it's all good to go. There we are. Great. Very powerful stuff there. And let me make sure his name fits in there. That's what she said. There we go. All right. So Enticity versus Maximillionaire is going to be on the top side. That's going to be fun too. I'm curious to see what their picks and bans are going to be. William says, why has YouTube not been giving me notifications about your stream the last month? Dude, I don't know, man. YouTube is so haggard with that. It's like, I mean, YouTube does, some things right, but certainly stream notifications, video notifications, they're not consistent at all. It's like if you subscribe to a channel, they should probably send you notifications, but then they're like, well, you got to subscribe and you got to click this little bell. It's like, there's so many weird things with YouTube. Yeah. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm rooting for Max, Beastman. He might play Beastman for sure. Max is very good at Nurgle too. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a sneaky Nurgle pick today. He's been grinding them in tournaments quite a bit, so that would be fun. Yeah, and William, if you're in our Discord, we of course, as you are, I know you are, we announce all the events there and whatnot, so that is a place to catch that. Imagine if the Warhammer had the Oh, I know, the Olympic curling drama, yeah, with the cheating. Of all the sports, you're like, dude, somebody's going to cheat in Olympic curling. I mean, oh my God, that's crazy. I saw the video of that. Hey, PowerX. Hey, Turin, I'm glad stream started earlier as an EU viewer. Yeah. The big events, we're always going to put it in a time zone where everybody can watch. For sure. Like, major events will always be a little bit earlier in the day, so you guys won't miss out on them. They brought shame to your country. Oh man, that's funny. Hey, Bearded Zombie, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Yeah, welcome to the World Championships. Today we're going to find out who the best player in the world is in Total War Warhammer Competitive. Let's get it, dude. What are the nationalities of the players? I got you. So, I guess in the spirit of the Olympics, Charx is Polish. Chosen, I believe, is Russian. We have Enticity is Canadian. And then Maximillionaire is American. So we have a pretty good spread of cultures here. Yeah, we got a lot covered, which is great. Which is great indeed. Yeah, so those are where all the players are from. As you know, I always refer to Charx as the pride of Poland. So where do you live, B6? That it's 4 a.m. What region are you in? I think I've seen it before. Yeah, Chosen is Russian. Got it. Yeah, Chosen is Russian, I believe. Yes. Where are the Scandinavian champions? They got to get to representing. Okay, so let me think, Frost. What players have we had from Scandinavia that have been really, really powerful? I believe Hjalle Nale in Warhammer 2, I believe, was Scandinavian. He was a pretty high-level player. But as of late, I think Big B's, he might be Scandinavian. Let me check. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to check this and see where he's from. Do we have any top 16 players, Scandinavian players? Let me check. So if we go through top 16 and see where they're from, we have America. Let's see. We have America right now. Oh, that's from this season. Let me go to last season and see. You study in Malaysia. Nice. Got it. Okay. Got it. B6. Big B's is Swedish, yeah. So we do have some Scandinavian high-level player. Big B's was in this tournament. He was eliminated in round 1, but he was in this tournament. So, yeah. So last season, for example, we had... I'm just going to read where the top 16 players are from. We have Ukraine, Canada, Poland, Finland, America, Germany, Canada, Georgia, Switzerland, Sweden. A couple of these guys don't have banners, so they didn't set where they're from, so I can't check. And then we have Australia, I believe. Yeah, so a couple different countries here, and then a few other places as well. Yeah, Martinius is also Scandinavian. Martinius is a very high-level player, and he is indeed Scandinavian as well. So plenty of representation there, I would say. Okay. So let's do it to it. Who's the Finn representative? Let me look again. I believe Navigator. Unless I'm reading this wrong, but yeah, I'm fairly certain he is from there. Hey, Grisant, thank you for resubscribing, dog. Appreciate it. Yeah, boy. Yeah, there's a lot of strong German players. There's always been a pretty good core of German players. Like in Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 1, one of the most dominant players in the world was German. Talaxlan Soothsayer, he retired basically at the end of Warhammer 2, but he was very, very dominant in his day. Absolutely. Yeah, we have some good Australian players. Absolutely. There's a couple very strong ones that are contenders. So, as a true Canadian, I'm watching curling, the final on your second screen. Nice, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Wood Elves on Charx, Chosen on Bretonnia. How is this going to go? What is cooking? And here we go into game 1. Hopefully no lag issues today. We'll see. I mean, my internet's been pretty good. I only had to file 2 FCC complaints to get them to fix it, but it's been good ever since I did that. So, Solasora was Chinese. Yeah, Solasora was Chinese. Although he lived in Europe, but he was originally from China, if I'm not mistaken. Dutch. Do we have any Dutch players? I'm not sure. I'm sure there are some. Oh, Navigator is Greek? Okay, maybe I had that wrong. Yeah. The banner on the website's really small, so I couldn't quite see the flag. But yeah, I think he could be Greek. I'll have to see. If you remember Blast in the Past on Yage was German? Yes. Yeah, that's a really old school, Mark. That's really old school. He was a beast, especially in Warhammer 1. That was his prime time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Top 4 World Championship. Spawning in on the south side of the map. It is going to be the pride of Poland. It is going to be Charx. Charx coming in with the Zote Goat build, so he has 2 Zotes, both of which are excellent anti-large beaters. These guys trade pretty well into Bretonnian Cav. They have Flesh to Stone, which they can use to win fights with 3 charges and 2 charges of Earthblood as well. Honestly, a pretty good quality anti-Cav unit. Aside from that, we got Race of the Frozen Heart, couple Eternal Guard as well, and Glade Guard in the back. None of which are going to be Hagbanes, actually, or excuse me, the Starfire Chefs. Just going to be the anti-light, just looking to maybe poke down Yeomen or Peasants. I don't know, that's my guess. Charx also going to be rocking Dryka. Melkoth's is an auto-take against Bretonnia. It really punishes their heavy cav, and then Pendulum is useful against like chunky infantry formations and things like that, so... that is going to be that, ladies and gentlemen. Now, looking at the other side, we do have Chosen. Chosen here representing the VM clan. Going to be coming in strong with the Chosen of the Lady. He does have his Battle Pilgrims. So Battle Pilgrims in the wings. A couple Peasant Archers in the back. And backed up by Men-at-Arms. And Alberic is going to be on horseback. So we have Horse Barrack. And yeah, he's just kind of a cheap force multiplier character. You can mix him in against Zodes. He's going to provide a nice bonus for his large with his Braids of Borderlow against those big old Zoe people, and that is pretty much it. Knights of the Realm as well, a classic anti-large cav that is very good against Wood Elves, can run down infantry, and very good against cav as well. Alright guys, and on the outside we do see Mounted Yeoman going to be flanking in. This is the Oasis of Zedri. This is one of our Total Tavern competitive maps that was designed by Hitman Hippo. A very lovely map, so Creative Assembly, if you are listening, let's get some more of our maps added to the actual pool, huh? That'd be pretty damn cool. Alright guys, so moving on up are the Wood Elves. The Bretonians going to be seizing the initiative on the objectives. The Wood Elves did not go for a ton of mobility. We don't see them coming in with too much outside of the Zotes, but Zotes are very good in this matchup. In the last couple World Championships, we've seen people do very well with the Zote Goats. I think I vividly remember some really close games with Enticity using them, playing against them. And they've really become a meta staple in this matchup. They're just so stalwart, man. And the fact that they bring healing to the table and some good bound magic, like even if you got rid of those abilities on the Zotes, they would probably still be considered for use. Although it'd be a much harder case to sell for sure. But in this case, yeah. Hey, Creative Assembly, take this free stuff that makes your game better. I know. Come on, man. What's going on with that? Nice tree symmetry in this map. Yeah, both sides obviously. Oh, the tree looks a little bit like a dong, actually, now that I look at it here. But regardless, it is a great map. Looks like there's going to be like a Tomb King pyre right there, which is kind of cool to see. And objective number 3 going to be taken by the Hardwood, and now the Wood Elves going to be navigating over towards objective number 2 to try and contest that. And Charx going to be using his Glade Guard right here, going to be poking into the Mounted Yeoman, and then his Eternal Guard as well as his Dryads, maybe going to be moving up towards the objective. The Bretonians are no slouches here in melee. They do, of course, have their Battle Pilgrims at the ready. Battle Pilgrims can definitely trade okay into Wood Elf Infantry. They have high melee attack, high weapon strength, and pretty good leadership as well, so they will hold and do their best. Now look at this. On the outside, Pegasus Knights coming in for a very wide flank, and I did not notice that Dryad Vanguard. Really nice play, by the way, by Chosen. That was brilliant. Charx tried to Vanguard some Dryads out here, and then, you know, Bretonians have the mobility advantage. They have Yeomen, they have Pegasus Knights, and they were able to land and just butcher these Dryads. So the Dryads get a little bit of damage on the way out, but for the most part, going to be obliterated and fully surrounded. So I think Charx going to rethink his game plan as it pertains to how he's going to call in his reinforcements. That was a really good intercept there by Chosen, though. That was brilliant. All right, guys, on this side here, we do see Ye Old Knights of the Realm gathering, as well as Alberic. So they're going to be charging in, and the Spearmen, though, do get Flesh to Stone from Charx, and that's going to be giving him a little bit of his res. But that was another really play. Man, that was a high-level play by Chosen. So let me explain what he did. He attacked the Peasant unit, or excuse me, the Eternal Guard unit with Alberic. So that broke their charge defense. And then when they were busy fighting Alberic and they were no longer braced for the charge, he came in with a Knight of the Realm charge, which is incredibly brilliant. I mean, little things like that, little high-level mechanics, man, they can put in a ton of heavy lifting. So now we do see the Pegasus Knights coming around the outside. The Zote's going to be following them. Some of the archers putting a little bit of peppering into them. Trebuchet called in the back here for Chosen. And it does look like Chosen is going to be looking for some picks. He's looking for those goodies. He is looking for those goodies. So, talking about the lore choices, Dryka is pretty good just for long-term grinds, and she does bring a really good lore of magic. Alberic is extremely meta because of the fact that everything that's close to him gets bonus versus large. So even like a crappy peasant mob near him is getting a bonus versus large of 12, which is incredibly cost-effective. On top of that, Mounted Yeomen get bonus versus large. It is just really good. All right, guys, on the other side, the Bretonians going after the Dryads again. So those Dryads didn't hear no bell. They decided to come over and try and get that objective again, but the Yeomen and the Pegasus Knights easily going to be running them down, and they're going to be running back to the woods this time. Most likely, not going to be coming back to that particular unit. Moving up here, we do see the Eternal Guard holding the point, so that's going to be taking away the cap weight from Chosen. Chosen trying to shoot into the Dryads there. On the outside, Chosen doing some Enticity tactics, actually. This is very Enticity style, where you get behind your opponent, like cutting off their reinforcements from their mainline army. Charx, though, does have good quality cav as a Wood Elf player. He probably has Wild Hunters of Kurnus and or Glade Riders in reserve, so I assume he's going to be able to kind of handle that. But it is kind of a bigger map than you would think. You can see a lot of the Wood Elf army here is kind of isolated. The Eternal Guard are getting hammered by the Trebuchet. That is just a standard field Trebuchet, but they are shooting in and getting some nice value in there. Not bad at all. Wood Elf Archers going to be parking in the tree line and shooting through the trees, and they should counter-shoot into the Yeoman pretty effectively, although some of the shots will be shooting into those trees, unfortunately for them. But regardless, the Yeoman Archers here taking big casualties, and that is a bit of a win. But now the Bretonnian's going to be surging forth. We do see the Damsel of Heavens is on her way with Windblast and Curse of the Midnight Wind. Windblast incredibly good against Wood Elves. Most of their infantry have like 30, 40 armor, and yeah, not super great for them. But is Charx going to be relinquishing Objective 2 to the Bretonnians? Dryka thinking about advancing up, maybe going to be getting a pendulum of some sort. We're going to have to see. Nice pendulum right there. So Charx does drop his first pendulum, and Karate chops one of the archer units, so it's going to be sending them packing. And it does look like a Wind Blast went down from Bretonnia as well, and there's Glade Guard right there, so not bad at all. But there's nothing really in this army for Chosen that can kill Dryka. Alberic is more of an anti-large duelist, and Dryka is going to be pretty stalwart there. So on the backside, a couple mounted yeomen get run down by the Glade Riders. Pegasus Knights thought about charging in here, but it looks like they retreat, and they're going to be kind of circling up and around and maybe try and contest this point. Dryka engaged in the front, while Chosen does have a bit of a surround here, but Charx does have a good spear position, so the 2 Eternal Guard units going to be anchoring in there rather well. So Knights of the Realm and Knights of the Realm preparing, looking for engagements, but most of the fighting is going to be going down over here as Charx is going to be sounding the clarion call of the woods, not a Bretonnia, and he is going to be advancing up with the Zote, so we do have the Zote Goats right here and the Glade Riders, all of whom are going to be fighting, but Pegasus Knights looking for that rear charge on the Zotes. They really, really want it. And are they going to go for it? Dryka engaging, Eternal Guard moving in, and we do see the Glade Riders move in here. Now, that's a little bit risky because what Charx can do is simply turn around with the Zotes and really start to take those Pegasus Knights to Pound Town. Look at that. Flesh to Stone and Earthblood from the Zotes there. Pretty freaking huge. And now the Pegasus Knights, a lot of them are going to be trapped in the cat fight, which is not going to be good as these evil, evil turtles are going to be boinking them with some nice anti-large attacks. Fighting is on pretty heavily here, though, guys. We do see the Zotes being committed, Glade Riders being committed, Eternal Guard holding pretty well in the front line. They do have Dryka's support, and another unit of Zotes is going to be on its way in. On the backside, it does look like the Bretonnians are going to push a little bit, but overall the Dryad should be okay here. And we do see pretty much everything being rotated over here. But the Death Star is really, really... I mean, it's certainly not bad for Bretonnia with Alberic and Grail Reliques, but this Wood Elf Death Star is pretty nasty. And it does look like Charx's Zote Corps is going to be taking a lot of the Bretonnian cav to just absolute hammer town. And they are just doing a ton of work. Yeah, welcome to the Zote Zone. Ooh, nice pendulum there. Going to be tearing through that entire formation, getting the Battle Pilgrims as well as the Peasant Mobs over here, and some of the Men-at-Arms, so that was a very, very clean fight. Now Charx going to be calling out the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, and they are going to be rushing out to intercept these Knights of the Realm, and they will win that fight. Granted, the Knights, if they get the charge, it'll be a decent fight for them, but they will end up losing that. So this is a rough one here for Chosen. Having this unit isolated out here is certainly ready to be picked off. Now, how are the Zotes hanging in the front? Seem to be doing okay. Alberic getting some really nice anti-large attacks, and what's really good about Alberic here, guys, is all these Haggard Men-at-Arms, which are a sword unit, by the way, now have anti-large. So when they hit these Zotes, they're actually going to be doing some respectable work, which is pretty damn cool to see. On the back objective, we do see the Eternal Guard and the Dryads holding that relatively well. Chosen trying to get his clutches on that one, while the Wild Hunters of Kurnus going to be rerouting. It looks like they gave up on chasing that Knight of the Realm right there, which I think they could have caught them right there. But regardless, they're going to be peeling off into the front line, charging in the Defenders of Fleur de Lis. That is what the unit is. And their anti-large attacks and armor piercing going to be really, really good. Christmas coming a little bit early to these Bretonnian Knights. Now, value trading is dead even, but that probably favors Charx because Charx has a lot of healing in his build via the Zotes. Dryka getting a fair amount of damage on the Damsel right here, which isn't bad. And the pit fight does continue. But guys, Alberic, the Duke of Bretonnia, is a little bit trapped up right here. The Zotes are going to be taking him to Hammertown, and that is a lot of anti-large beatings. And even though Alberic is a good anti-large duelist, he does not want to be standing alone in that particular position. But value trading, maintaining, staying very even. Wild Hunters of Kurnus able to defeat these Knights of the Realm. Zotes pushing up here, and Great Stag Knights coming in from the Vanguard flank. And the Great Stag Knights are able to run over those tattered Bretonnian Knights. And now they're going to be setting their sights on the Yeomen here, getting in, and these Yeomen archers. Oh, damn, that guy got... That was a cool animation. The stag had his antlers lowered, and that freaking yeoman just went flying off his horse. That was a really, really cool shot. That's what Total War is all about, man. And Zote's moving in. Great Stag Knight's going to be piling in as well. And Dryka is one of the scarier Death Star fighters in the game because of her fanatical resolve ability. So every single unit near Dryka right now is going to be getting +8 melee attack. And also is going to be getting a little bit of damage as well. So you can see the +20% armor piercing damage. And it does look like the Bretonnians are getting routed. The healing in tandem with the durability of the Zotes and Dryka's force multiplying effects have done so much, and it does look like Charx is going to be reclaiming this objective, and the Bretonnians just don't seem to have the gas to be able to fight against this. Granted, we're going to see what Chosen can do. He's been an absolute raid boss in this tournament, has been playing super, super well in the earlier rounds, and yeah, he defeated Berserk, I believe, 2-0 or 2-1 in the round previous to this, which is a huge accomplishment. Berserk is an absolute contender. He is very, very good. All right. So big catfight going to be coming in here. Are the Bretonnians going to be able to swing the value back? They do have the Grail Relique, a lot of Knights of the Realm, Knights Errant, and Knights of the Lionhearted as well. And the Wood Elves are going to be committing to the fight. Dryka going to be moving in as well. So she's going to be giving that melee attack buff to all these guys. But the Bretonnians do have Spearmen at Arms in this fight, which is quite good. Zote's getting flushed to stone, 60% Fizz Res on them, quite nice. And a big engagement here is we probably do see the Spearmen at Arms break, and that is going to be giving the Wood Elves a lot of agency here in this fight. Now on the back objective, any shenanigans, it doesn't look like it. It looks like the Race of the Frozen Heart basically tore up any of the backfield pressure. And on this side, the Dryad's going to be moving in towards Objective 1 right there. All right, guys, it does look like Wood Elves are solidifying their lead. I know it does say they're behind in value, but between the friggin' 6 or 8 Earthbloods they've had on the battlefield, they're probably cooking pretty damn well here. Dryka, of course, buffing up the troops as they continue pushing back the Bretonnians. But still a close enough game that, you know, maybe Old Chosen is going to be able to pull this one back. Knights of the Knights Errant get a downhill charge on Dryads, but the Dryads are fighting in the trees, which is going to be a nicer situation for them. Currently, the debuff or the buff from Dryka is going to be 8 melee attack and 20% damage. Pretty good. Dryads here are going to be creeping while we do see Charx coming over here and ninjaing his opponent's home objective. This is a game-winning play right here. Little things can make a big difference, but these Dryads getting this objective, when it's kind of one of those games where you're approaching 1,000 points, man, that last 500 points goes so incredibly quick. So back here, Dryka and her Eternal Guard fighting in the trees. A couple Battle Pilgrims of Bretonnia. The big boys, the Holy Wardens of La Montesala are going to be coming in. Those guys are really a good counter against Dryads and Eternal Guard. But again, don't want to be getting charged by good quality cav. So Charx going to be cycle charging a little bit. Blade Riders and Eternal Guard moving in. Dryka, though, a really good anti-infantry character. Even though she's not like quote-unquote anti-infantry, she's kind of a generalist character, but she hits really hard and actually gets an absolute slap on Alberic. And Alberic is going to be forced back here, going to be running for the hills. As Dryka pops in, another hit on Alberic right there is going to be forcing that man to retreat. While it does look like Charx is going to maybe be claiming victory in game 1, as he does close in on 1,100 points right here. And yeah, I think all is good in the realm here. Knights of the Realm charging in, getting a charge. We do see the Wild Hunters of Karnus tattered, but still very much fighting. Chosen fighting to the bitter end, certainly not hearing any bell whatsoever. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis going to be coming across and looking to engage, but those Eternal Guard positions are brutal. Silver shields against the Peasant Archer fire, incredibly high leadership, and spears against the cav units. Even though they weren't braced there, they took that charge like champs, and will be able to return the favor most likely. It does look like there is another Flesh to Stone activated from one of the supporting Zotes. 1,100 points. Are the Bretonnians going to be able to come in here and get Objective 1 back? It does look like some of the Dryads are going to be making their way over there. Granted, I do think Charx should probably just leave these Dryads here to make that point harder to recapture. Can Chosen break through these lines? Break the Wood Elf Spirit quick enough? Dryka's almost down. Alberic dueling Dryka, and Dryka at 300 HP. Alberic at like 300 HP as well. Both these characters very low. Now Dryka does get away, or breaks, but now Dryka's aura is like one of the most cracked things in the game. If Dryka can stay alive at 300 HP, all nearby Wood Elf units are going to get 20 melee attack. Plus 20 melee attack. Absolutely insane. So we're going to see if Charx is going to be able to rally that. But Chosen wants to get the kill on Dryka if he can. You got to take that tree out, if at all possible. At this point, obviously, Charx wins comfortably on just one objective. He could really probably just reinforce his back point. We do see Chosen getting some Yeomen, but the Yeomen probably won't even be able to defeat these Dryads. Yeomen don't have a lot of killing power, and the Dryads still have a couple thousand HP right there. And Draika running, Alberic running. That's a pretty fun situation. Draika does rally, so she's going to be back with 0 leadership and can move back to the front line. Alberic sitting at 122 leadership, HP, and the Wood Elf Hunter's going to be moving through the trees to try and take down the Duke of Bretonnia. Very cool, isn't that? Look at the pursuit. And Alberic gets picked off by the Wood Elf Hunters. Down goes the Duke of Bretonnia, hunted by the Glade Guard. That was a really cool shot. They're like moving through the trees like all Spec Ops. And game 1 is going to be going to Charx, the Pride of Poland, getting it done, but Chosen is far from done. I'm sure he'll be back strong in the next games in the series. And ladies and gentlemen, what an excellent match there in game 1. Draika, 3,000 value on Draika. Damn. The Zotes obviously did great. 1,300, 1,600 on this Zote. This Zote back here got 800 as well. Yeah, epic fight indeed. Good cinematics. So it's going to be game uno going to Charx. And now, ladies and gentlemen, so you don't have any downtime here, we're going to be switching to the other side, which is going to be good. We're going to go cast Enticity versus Maximillionaire and have some fun there. So thank you guys so much for joining today. It's been a very good start to the World Championship. And now let us see what the other side looks like. So we're going to go find it. Let's go ahead and load that up right now. Well played to those gentlemen there. Always a great match watching those two. And let's go ahead and get Enticity here. So we're going to do Enticity versus Maximillionaire, man. That is going to be good. I'm very pumped for this one. And a lot of the players have very different styles today, which is cool. I'm excited to see some of the, maybe some underdog factions pulled out. We'll see. Ooh, an Elvish Civil War here as well. We have Wood Elves versus Dark Elves, which makes sense. Wood Elves are one of the best factions in the entire game. So in a competitive tournament, you're likely going to be seeing a lot of that. All right, guys. So here we go. We have the Kraken King versus Maximillionaire. Sons of the Mountain versus Enticity and ODM. All right. Water Faucet. Hey, man. Well, welcome. Welcome. Prime some sustenance. You need some milk. I got you covered, man. I got you covered. All right. Scourge Runner Chariots, Canade Assassins, you know, classic Dark Elf stuff. And Enticity, he just can't help himself. Going for like an incredibly mobile build. Yep. Is there a ban on Slanesh? There are no restrictions in this tournament other than a couple bugged units. So like the Warshrine Mammoth is banned on Norska and Norska because if you have 2 of them, you can stack them and it bugs out. Amulet of Blood and Darkness, mainly just bugged items and bugged units. Every faction is up for play. However, players have the ability to ban certain factions in a series. So if your opponent is the best Cathay player in the world, you can ban out Cathay for a series. It encourages players, because we don't want our world champions to be one-trick players who are only good at one faction. So we have a pretty good pick and ban system, which encourages players to have diverse range of factions. Typically, if you want to be a high-level player, like one of the best, like a world champion level player, you need to be really good at least 5 factions, I would say. 5 is like the minimum. Obviously, the more the merrier, but the $12 tournament, missing the title in the stream. Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, quick update. Here's the prize pool. So $450 for first, $250 for second, and then third and fourth are both going to be getting $100 US as well. So in total, the prize pool is going to be, about $900. Pretty good little prize pool we got. Not bad at all for our small little community, but that is the tale of the tape. The Discord link should work on the website. If you go to TotalTavern.com, I updated it today. It should be working. If it's not, we'll have some mods in chat drop you a Discord link. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World Championship. This is round 1 here, game 1 between Enticity and Maximillionaire. Spawning in on the northwest side of the map, it is going to be Maximillionaire. And of course, he is going to be there with the Dark Elves, Scourge Runner Chariots. Really good against Wood Elves. They can shoot the cav, they can run over the infantry. I like them quite a bit. Dark Riders, a bunch of Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, and we do have a Canade Assassin as well. I like this. I like the cheeky little Canade Assassin to go contest the home point. Because obviously Enticity, he loves to triple cap you. That is like Enticity's playstyle in a nutshell. He triple caps you, he value trades, and stalls if he needs to win on points. Because by initially triple capping your opponent, it gives you huge agency with how you want to win the game, right? You get a big points lead, and then you can choose to value trade, you can choose to play points. I mean, it gives you so many directions. Pork chops, some of it is from about 450 of the prize pool is from my own pocket. The rest is from community sponsors who have been very, very generous. So, all right. Dryads for Enticity, amazing units in this matchup because they dominate a lot of the Dark Elf infantry except Corsairs. Wow, that overcasted Doombolt. Damn, that Canade Assassin got dunked on. So the Spellweaver able to just nuke that Canade Assassin. My goodness. And we do also have Wild Hunters of Kurnus, Masked Glade Riders, and dude, Anticity's playstyle is such an anxiety-inducing playstyle. The way he pressures you like this, like not only does he have you triple capped, but he's also got you spawn camped a little bit, right? It's just so much micro. I was actually watching him before the stream started because he's been streaming his perspective in the earlier rounds, and I was watching him, and I was like, dude, watching the way he plays from outer space and just the pressure he puts on people is so freaking good. Now, to be fair, the Canade Assassin is a pretty low HP character, but yeah, Doombolt does do a lot of damage against those type of characters. And that was overcasted, so I think that was like 15, 16, 17 wins of magic. I'm not sure. All right, so fight is on here, with the Dread Spear is going to be engaging versus the Wild Hunters, who do get Low X Blessing, and now the Dryad's going to be surging forth, and Max really needs to find a way to get this point back. Up at the front, Enticity charging on every single front. Look at this, Glade Rider's charging here, so he just did like a huge map-wide charge. Like every front, he's charging units and microing. Now, Enticity does have a background which is very, very RTS heavy. He's a very good StarCraft player, so that is an advantage he has over a lot of, I would say, pure Total War players certainly can have good micro, but having that competitive RTS background that a lot of players at the higher levels do have is a huge, huge boon there. All right, guys, and we do see the Glade Riders poking in. Some of them do get picked off, though, and Maximillionaire is able to get a little bit of value pushing, as we do see a Pit of Shades going down here, and a Doombolt going down on that Canade Assassin there. But that freaking Pit of Shades, man, oh man, was a nice one by Maximillionaire. And now we get the Giga Chad Doomfire Warlocks moving in. That was a really good play by Max. So Doomfire Warlocks are great against Dryads because of their magic damage, and the Pit of Shade's able to crush there. So Max is going to be securing his back objective. And the Doombolt, let's see. So Doombolt basic is 9. I think it's like 14 wins of magic, right, to do an overcasted one, if not 15. So basically, Enticity has spent about 26, 28 wins of magic to bring the Canade Assassin down low. Now, is that going to be worth it? Yes, it is a lot of damage, but the Canade Assassin is only like 600-700 gold, right? Hard to say. All right, so mainline fighting in the middle. We do see the Bleak Swords moving up, supported by some Dark Riders. And now what we're going to be seeing most likely from Maximillionaire is going to be Velociraptor Cav spam. We're going to be seeing Cold One Knights come out. He needs the Cold One Knights to fight against those units, but oh no, he's actually going mass Doomfire Warlocks. Look at this. All right, Doomfire Warlock's not bad here either. I mean, they'll trade well enough into the Wood Elf Cav, especially with some of the magic, and you know, obviously Soul Blight is okay for lowering damage, and the Lesser Doombolt can tickle some pickles as well. So Max able to get his back objective. Enticity, though, still hanging on to the middle well, but Maximillionaire doing pretty good on value right now. The Canade Assassin is going to be lurking here, while the Doomfire Warlocks are actually able to do some okay damage against the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, and we are going to be seeing a big charge coming in from the Doomfire Warlocks, one of which is going to be hunting the Glade Riders here, and the other one's going to be piling in to help out against the Dryads. Look at that. Soul Blight activated, lowering the damage of the Wild Hunters down to 24, which is pretty damn low in tandem with the poison. And here comes some sort of Witchcraft. The Lesser Doombolt activated from the Doomfire Warlocks. Looks like it's going to be going in on the Spellweaver. Does make contact there, but the damage is not going to be terribly substantial. So the Supreme Sorceress of Max hiding in the trees, by the way, and just using Power of Darkness, which is really, really funny. I don't hate that at all. Big pit fight here in the middle. Bleak Swords, unfortunately for them, getting run down by some Wild Riders, but we do see Doomfire Warlocks coming into the rear charge. However, Enticity does have the Eternal Guard chilling here, which are going to be very good in sustained combat against those type of units. Big cow fight back here. Maximillionaire's Doomfire Warlocks attacking, but getting absolutely zerged by Anticity's trash units. The Glade Riders just outnumbering them super heavily, and looks like they are able to break one unit of Doomfires, or at least get them kind of low. Yeah, didn't break them, but got them low. On the backside, the Scourge Hunter Chariots, very much going to be needed here in the middle, having to be used to stop some split pushing from Enticity, but now Max is going to be able to commit all of his elements to the middle, but right there, man, that Bleak Sword unit getting hammered. Enticity does have some God tier Cav micro. It is very, very impressive stuff indeed. So Doomfire Warlocks fighting to the bitter end here, the other one's fighting here as well. Now remember, all of these Glade Riders with Hagbane tips do magic damage, by the way, with their bow. So they're able to put some okay damage on the Phys-Res units. Pit of Shades going down there, not bad at all. Certainly, if you're going to be going out on your shield, might as well do it here. So Max uses a Pit of Shades right there to punish Enticity for surrounding him a little bit. On the backside, more Doomfire Warlocks and Dark Riders coming in, and we do see Max pulling a bit of a value lead, as now his Chariots are going to be coming in to help out. And the Scourge Hunter Chariot's certainly not bad against infantry, but this is very much going to become a cav fight here. I'm really surprised we're not seeing Cold One Knights, mainly Doomfire Warlocks and Dark Riders, both of which have been doing okay so far. But yeah, I'm just a little bit off meta, or at least a new meta that I haven't seen too much. All right, Doomfires, Bleak Swords fighting a hard fight here, but the Wild Riders probably not going to have the best of time against infantry saturation as well as Doomfire Warlocks. But with another Wild Rider there, they should win that fight. We do see Dark Riders kind of concaving in there to get that little fight, while the Doomfire Warlocks able to win over here on this flank. So remember that big pit fight? That Pit of Shades kind of broke it open. And now we do see some Wild Riders coming in for reinforcements. Both players committing to what elves love best, which is mostly mobility and shooting. As we do see a Doom Bolt going down right there. The Wild Riders having a huge pit fight. Those Bleak Swords holding incredibly well. Surprise, man. Those guys going to the bitter end. And Dark Rider going to be engaging versus Wild Riders here. Wild Riders, of course, do win that fight. But with Melkoth's support, could be a bit of a different story. And Maximillionaire able to get a nice flank, pulling his units from the victorious western flank around right here and getting a big envelopment. I think we see Maximillionaire running away with this game a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. As Anticity's forces are being broken here in the middle, the Doomfire Warlock build is upon us. Dark Rider's getting it done here. Bleak Swords are up. Enticity seems to be out of gas a little bit, guys. He seems to be kind of cooked up. Max, in the past minute, has won a lot of engagements and is going to be sitting at about... Ooh, that's like almost a 3,000 value lead. Yes, there might be some healing, but I don't think the Wood Elves actually have much healing. Dude, Enticity is mostly tabled, ladies and gentlemen. He has his Lord, he has a Wild Rider here, but those Doomfire Warlocks, in tandem with the Shadow Magic, have cracked this game open. Maximillionaire are going to be surging towards that back objective for the triple cap, and I think our Kraken King here is cooked in game one. Now remember, this is the best of 5 series, so Enticity will have plenty of time to claw his way back, but I don't see how one Glade Rider is going to get him here. Yeah, Maximillionaire with the Forbidden Dark Rider Doomfire Warlock build. Pretty damn cool stuff. All right, guys, so they are going to be gathering. Yes, as it currently stands, Enticity would win on just one objective, but he's not going to be able to hold this one objective. Maximillionaire has a pretty colossal value lead over him, and I think it is fairly accurate despite Magic not tracking correctly all the time. That's going to be a Doom Bolt, but like, it's not going to do... It'll bring this character down to maybe, half health, give or take, if it's overcasted, but still, then that mage can just hide in the trees, and it's not going to matter too much, so... Doom Bolt going back on the Sorcerers right there. Both players trading Doom Bolts right here. And the Dark Riders, as well as the other Dark Rider unit, going to be chasing down these Haggard units. Enticity, he has a points lead, so he probably figures he has a little bit of agency in this game, like he has cushion for the push-in, to maybe try and get back in it. And what he's going to be doing is using his points lead as an opportunity to value trade from his spawn, which is what he's going to be doing here. So homie does have the Glade Riders. They're going to be poking in right there. Spellweaver heading down that way. Dryad's coming in. He might be able to get his home point back, but Max is going to be able to hold this long enough where he can win on just 2, which I suppose is going to happen in just about a second. So as long as Max holds this for another couple seconds, and boom. Right there, Maximillionaire will now win this game by just holding 2 objectives. He no longer needs the triple cap Enticity. He can just pull back and play the middle, which is what he wants to be doing right now. So in the woods, we do see Doomfire Warlocks coming out. Another Doomfire Warlock here. Yeah, that's actually pretty heavy metal. So think about this. Doomfire Warlock, it poisons you, lowers your base damage by 15%. Then you stack that with the Soul Blight, and that's going to be lowering their damage by 25%. So in total, that's going to be a 40% damage reduction on the Wild Riders when they're fighting. So if you stack Soul Blight plus Poison, those Wild Riders are only hitting for, like, what, 24 damage or something? I mean, that is so incredibly low. Or 25 weapon strength, 24, very, very low. Enticity on the retreat. We do see the Dark Elves coming in once again as Soul Blight's going to be used on Dryads, lowering down their armor. They're currently getting hammered by a couple Dark Rider units, and the objective is in the process of flipping once again. Maximillionaire going to be going full court press, not going to be taking his foot off the pedal, figuring that he needs to beat Enticity here, keep him pinned in, and not give him an opportunity to, get more points on the board. That's going to be a lot of capture weight coming in. Glade Rider's going to be trying to move this way. We do have a Sorceress of Shadows lurking nearby. I don't know if he has enough for Pit of Shades again. He probably has enough for some Melkoths. And he does recapture Anticity's home objective right there. Yeah, and this is a very, very off-meta build by Max in some ways. I don't, Doomfire Warlocks is probably something he's prepped in the shadows. Because, man, oh man, I haven't seen Doomfire Warlocks used in this capacity in a long time. Usually it's Cold One Knight spam in this matchup. They're slower, though. Doomfire Warlocks are really quick. They have speed, I think it's like in the 90s when they're at full health and not tired and whatnot. so they can kind of keep pace a little bit better, whereas Cold Knights can be outmaneuvered by Wood Elves pretty well. So yeah, I really like that, man. I think it's very interesting. The lesser Doom Bolts, by the way, have been slowly killing his lord here. Max going to be approaching 700 points, as we do see a Pit of Shades activated right there. Doom Bolt here on the Sorceress, and Pit of Shades does rip and tear. Certainly drags down a ton of those units, and I think the last of Anticity's forces are going to be broken here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him tap out soon. Granted, he does get a Wild Rider, maybe going to be giving him a sense of confidence here, but alas, Maximillionaire with the Forbidden Doomfire tech. Anticity, though, did pull some value back right there. I don't know what he did, but he managed to pull some back. But victory for Maximillionaire in Game 1. Taking it off the big dog. Man, what a match. Hey, Krona, thank you for becoming a subscriber on Twitch. I appreciate you, man. All right. Game 1 in the semifinal of the World Championship, going to Maximillionaire and Sons of the Mountain. Very, very good game. Very well played to both players. And a really cool tech as well. The Shadow Magic was very devastating. Those Pit of Shades were really good. There was several of them that just crushed multiple units and got a lot of value. So GG, well played, guys. And now what we're going to be doing is taking a look at value a little bit. So the Pit of Shades caster, 2,200 value. Scourge Runners did fine. The Doomfire Warlocks, 1,300, 1,000, 1,800, and 800. Pretty good value on those. Anticity Skirmishers didn't do bad at all. Not bad at all. Okay. And then we look around here, and we do see these guys doing pretty good there. All right, guys. GG, well played. So now we're going to go back to our match on the other side. So give us a second to get that going. And, yeah. Anticity is going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit there. And now we have our duel between Charx and Chosen. All right, so let's get in there. Get back into that game. And the Assassin did not do well. Oh, hell yeah. Khorne versus High Elves. Let's go. I love this matchup. Yeah, it's really fun. All right, so we have RTK versus VM here. Two of the very powerful clans in Total War Competitive. Historically, in Warhammer Competitive, Warhammer 2 and 3 primarily, both RTK and VM have produced some of the best players in the world in competitive play. So here we are once again to see who's going to be winning between Charx and Chosen. All right. Yeah, it's going to be a great night to watch. It is. Well, you're watching the best players in the world tonight. These are the big dogs, and they are trying their hardest. They're trying their sweatiest, and let me go ahead and announce to these guys that they can start. All right, so we are going to do Charx and Chosen. Start when ready. All right. So I've let them know. And now is a good time if you guys have any questions in between games. There will be much less downtime in the semifinals, but once we get to the grand finals, there will be downtime in between games. It's going to be more a podcast hangout and then a game, less rapid fire here. So, Anticity was quite confident about Wood Elves versus Dark Elf matchup being Wood Elf favored. See, Tijon, that is the really cool thing about Warhammer Competitive is that the meta is still very, not fully explored. Because when you have, 24 playable factions in a game, there is so much to explore and so many niche things. It's wild, man. Can you give the color they play so we know who is who? I'm not sure what you mean. Not sure what you mean. All right. So here's the prize pool for today. We have $450 for first, $250 for second, and third and fourth place. Well, just the two individuals who don't go to the finals are going to be getting $100 as well. So every player in the tournament right here is guaranteed at least $100. And then the bigger prizes, of course, will be going. Yes. The name color one blue. You're talking about in game? Are you saying for the scoreboards on top? Yeah, the picture. It's from Breaking Bad. It's great, man. It's great. All right, yeah. There we go. I probably could change these names around. 1 second here. So let me do that real quick. Yeah, so they should match this side here. And then we're going to get you over here. And then I'll just need to change the score to match that. Power of graphic design, guys. You saw it here first. Master class of technology. Okay. And the score needs to be changed. All right. Alrighty. There we go. Yeah, Doomfire Warlock tech was pretty badass, man. Pretty awesome. I think the players are still working on their builds, which is surprising considering it's been the entire duration of that other game. But, you know, it is what it is. Insane production value. Well, that's why you guys are here, isn't it? The production value. The prizes are glowing. Yeah. Like, the prizes for these are decent. Not as big as the Creative Assembly events, but kind of close, actually. We have $900 in cash prizes up today, which is pretty damn sweet. And, yeah, the CA events are usually around $2,000, give or take, a little bit bigger. I think we had $2,000, and then I think one of them was $3,500 as well. We had some big prize pools recently, which was very fun. Yeah. Okay. Let me check. See how the players are doing. Close some of these extra softwares here. Make sure everything runs smoothly. And I am going to take a gander at their builds real quick. I'm just going to make sure they're here. All right. Oh, that is a Chadley build. That is for sure. Okay. Yeah. It looks like the Corn player is fine-tuning. Charx is mostly ready. Oh, they're both kind of switching some things around here and there. All right. I can dig it. No problem. This is a high-stakes event, so we're going to be more forgiving with players in terms of like pushing them to ready up quick. Hey, Congenic, thanks so much for holding these tourneys. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right. Naniori says Warhammer 3. Yeah, it really is, because so much of the game is like in the build you bring to the battle. Like, if you have two equally skilled players, both of whom have great micro, a lot of it does come down to the builds. So yeah, it's a big part of this game. The production value and the power stash. Maybe one day Warhammer will get the same support StarCraft did. It never will. No. But when 40K comes out, assuming 40K doesn't suck, I have some big plans to have bigger prize pools, bigger events, all sorts of stuff like that. So, yeah, that is going to be the idea. Oceanids are good in this matchup. Sea Elementals are good. Various monsters. High Elf Dragons can be viable too. Who else is in the tournament? Yeah, let me show you the brackets real quick. So these are the top 4 in the world right now. We have Maximillionaire, Enticity, Chosen, and Charx. Those are the big dogs. And they're currently, we played 2 games. Charx is up 1-0, and Maximillionaire is up 1-0 against Enticity. And those are the tail of the tapes. Best of 5, and best of 5 grand final is how that is going to be going down. All right. Let's hang out. It'd be very nice to have the chats from YouTube and Twitch combined, like being reflected on the stream itself, like in Grubby streams. It's not a bad idea. I could do that. Maybe I'll do that in the future. I wouldn't want to try and set that up right now. I don't know how to do it, but I'll look into it. I will look into it for sure. Yeah, for 40K, we're going to, assuming the multiplayer doesn't suck, we're going to have some big support for it. We're going to have an updated Total Tavern website. Definitely some more, I would say, sponsorships for the grand finals and the big tournaments. I'm going to rethink the structure of the competitive season. I don't know. I'm going to probably poll the players and see what they would prefer to do. So there's a couple options, and I'd be curious to hear what you guys think about this. Now, would you guys rather have a season? So there's a 3-month season, perpetual tournaments, okay? And then at the end of the season, you take the top 16 players in the world and play a championship. That is what we currently do. Or would you rather see shorter seasons where you have a weekly tournament for 8 weeks, you take the top 8 players, the winner of each one of those tournaments, and then they play in a championship. So it's like a shorter... I personally like what we have now better because it gives... I think I like the longer season. I think it builds more of a story, and you have to work a little bit harder to get there. So, I don't know. Oh, Twitch and YouTube has to be separated. Okay, got it, Mobius. Thank you. What if one guy wins multiple weekly tournaments? So, Ethan, how it works is if in that format, if we have the weekly tournament, then if you win one, you can't win another one. Yeah. I think the 3-month format is better. Yeah. Okay, perfect. I'll miss fantasy battles when 40K comes out. We probably still will be doing fantasy battles for a while at least. Because Total War Warhammer 40K multiplayer probably isn't going to be as good as this for a long time. Just saying. Current system is good, gives players a chance to work out strategies. Yeah, I think so. I like it, Wentori. I agree with you. I think what we have now is better, but we'll probably have it be more structured so that like it's a guaranteed 3 months so people can plan a little bit better, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, we'll have like Winter Stays On series. We're going to have a couple different competitive outlets. So we'll probably have the World Championship seasons. We'll have a Winter Stays On series where people can play weekly events for a prize and try and stay on King of the Hill. A few other things like that. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff right there. Man, these guys are taking their sweet time. Jeez Louise. Let me go here and look. Hold on one sec. All right, looks like they're both about ready. I could message them. And let's do it. I'm going to message these guys. Charx. Okay, so I've told them, and it does look like both builds are ready to go. Very interesting tech here by both players, actually. I'm quite excited to see how this build's going to work out. High Elves versus Khorne. I played this matchup a couple times in tournaments recently, myself. Okay, let's go here and go back to this. Okay, there we go. Because, yeah, here's the thing, guys. We're gonna have like, what? Like 4 factions at launch for 40K, and God knows how the balance is going to be. It's probably going to be all over the place. So the multiplayer in this game has been developed for years and is certainly pretty decent. I mean, Creative Assembly has done some balancing for multiplayer here over the past, 3-4 years. And the meta is pretty decent right now, honestly. It's pretty decent. There are a couple outliers here and there, like Slanesh, but it's not the worst. But 40K isn't going to be like that at first. Do we know which factions? Yeah, 40K is already confirmed. They have Eldar, Imperial Guard, and Orcs and Space Marines, I think, for starters, which is a bit of a shame because I personally want Chaos Space Marines. Or Chaos, like some evil faction. Like, none of the starting factions are really like a true bad guy, in my opinion. All right, let me do this. All right. Let's see what's up here. All right. Fantasy walk so 40K can run. Yeah, basically. I mean, orcs aren't like good guys, but like they're just kind of like chaotic, And I don't mean that in like the evil chaos gods way. They're just like a force of nature more than like a sinister force. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's just... orcs are too dumb to be evil. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Welcome, welcome to this next Duel of Fates. From my perspective, the Imperium is evil. Yes, of course. Chosen versus Charx, game 2. Now remember, this is best of 5. This is best of 5. Yeah, you guys excited for these builds? It's going to be good, man. Chaos, like Total War Warhammer, will be the first DLC. I think so, too. I think like 2 months after launch, they're going to launch Chaos. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2 between Charx and Chosen here in the World Championship semifinals. Spawning in on the east side of the map, it is going to be Charx, who also happens to hail from Eastern Realms. It is going to be Lothern Skycutters. Very cool to see them in action. Against Khorne, they're pretty good because they annihilate Furies really badly in combat. And they can also shoot down at some of the demonic units and put some pressure on. The rest of the build, Company of Kalendarian and the Blades of Hoeth as well. Look at that, man. That's going to be very, very fun. We got Oceanids, a Sea Elemental, and Alariel the Radiant with the healing to keep the big beasties fighting. Very, very fun stuff. All right, guys. Now for the build of Chosen. It's going to be a wide objective-focused build. We have Marauders of Khorne, and some Harambe's on the outside. So the Blood Beasts of Khorne are here. All right. Very cool. Couple Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds to grab the objectives. Chosen going to be going for that triple objective cap right out of the gates. And then Skulltaker, who is just a very meta menace. Skulltaker is definitely probably the strongest Khorne Lord, an obscenely powerful duelist, despite being on a chariot with healing, and is also really good at wrecking infantry. So we're going to see what's cooking. Now, Charx, is he going to start trying to snipe Skulltaker with those Lothern Skycutters? Very curious to see how that's going to be going. On the backside, more Silver and Guard being called in, and Charx is going to be getting double capped out of the gates. He will be getting this middle objective back, and then he's going to need to figure out how to partition his forces. So, I don't know if Chosen's experienced this, but if Charx does it correctly and charges both Skycutters into the Furies, he should dominate them in combat. Like, running away here feels like a huge mistake. If Charx just got both Skycutters and charged into that Fury unit, he would be able to annihilate it in combat. But I don't know if he's had experience with that, because right now, by running, you're just letting the Furies get free attacks on you, whereas Charx could have just engaged there. A bit of a mistake. Now, look at this. Chosen really with the Enticity playstyle, man. Going for that back objective here, we do see the Silver Guard forming up. Now they're going to get attacked by a bunch of hounds and a bunch of scary things, and it does look like the other Sky Cutter now is going to be charging into the Furies here and doing some work, while the Sea Elemental and the Blades of Hoth going to be heading down to the low ground. So probably figures he can hold this, but he's going for all 3 objectives at once. That feels really greedy by our boy Charx here. While Chosen continues some really good cycle charging in the back using the dreaded Eastern European micro here. Chaos Warhounds, Fleshhounds, Silverhelms called out to try and counter those, but Skulltaker is on his way in. And it does look like the Sky Cutters are able to get healed and fend off those Furies. But Larry better watch out. Larry's in the middle. A couple Fleshhounds. We're watching that as the Sea Elemental chases off the Marauders, and the Blades of Hoth going to be grabbing the low ground objective, while the Company of Calendarian and the Oceanids fight down here. So very frenetic, very chaotic battle right now, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy stuff. Silverhelm's getting wrecked a little bit. Unfortunately for them, the Skulltaker is hot on their case. Silver and Guard doing pretty damn good, getting Cycle Charge nonstop, but at least poking some value back where they can. Down here on Objective 1, it does look like the Blades of Hoth going to be securing that one, while the Oceanids and the Company of Calendarian are going to be grabbing Objective 3. So Charx, with the reverse triple cap, granted he's got a lot of pressure in his spawn zone right now. He's certainly in the danger zone. We don't see any Tempest here, but we do see Earthblood, which is going to be useful there. And the Giga Chad, Silver and Guard, man, they did not hear any bell whatsoever. They're shaken, but they do get pause protection coming in from Larry, and are doing okay, all things considered. They are not doing badly. So back here on this side, we do see a big cap fight. Silverhelms and Silverhelms called out, but unfortunately for them, Skulltaker is there, and it looks like Chosen is getting a lot of value on these picks. This is a big win for Chosen. I mean, he just took down 2 900 gold cap units, and it gets him chased off the battlefield. However, Charx does have him triple capped right now. I think Charx needs to consolidate and play 2 objectives. And for Chosen, just keep doing what you're doing, man. He's doing a great job. He's pressuring, he's sniping the backfield units. And if somebody plays like a big single entity build like Charx is, where you just have like a Sea Elemental and Larry and Sky Cutters, you want to just punish them for their sins. You want to punish them for going narrow and go wide and try and just capture all the objectives. Yeah, Chosen plays very much like Enticity right now. The way he's playing this backfield pressure is very, very clean. Now, this is kind of a cool tech. Check this out. We have the Skull Reapers. So Skull Reapers do magic damage, so they will be able to get some damage in on the Oceanids, which I kind of think is an interesting tech. I'm curious to see how that's going to be working out. Value trading favoring Chosen right now, able to get some good picks elsewhere. And in the middle, Larry looks like she could be in a little bit of danger. Looks like she's going to be joining up with the Reavers, while the Oceanids get attacked as well. But right now, Charx is going to be trying to form a Death Star of his own, while the Skulltakers, I mean, he's doing his thing, man. He's taking the skulls. One Sky Cutter in the back is potentially going to be finished off by those Furies, and it looks like it does. And the Sea Elemental is now going to be moving in with the Blades of Hoth to try and make sure Larry doesn't get karate chopped, while the Corn mobility play continues to really, really just shine here, looking super good. Sea Elementals are super hard for Corn to deal with. And I like how Chosen is playing in that he's not even trying to kill the Sea Elemental. He's just playing the objectives and having a lot of success with it here. Company of Calendarian, a pretty stalwart unit with very high stats, but not the most armor, getting chewed up by these doggies, but might be able to take down some of the hounds with them as well. Those hounds are getting nibbled on. Earthblood activated in the Company of Calendarian, and the middle objective is currently held by the High Elves. Looks like the Blades of Hoth and the Sea Elemental able to feast pretty damn well, and they do push back those Skull Reapers. Value trading actually being called in and is now getting a little bit more even, as Charx is starting to rally a little bit in this game against the unrelenting pressure here of Chosen. Blades of Hoth on their way back. Sea Elemental are going to be gathering, and it looks like we're going to have a big pit fight here in the middle. Granted, I do suspect that Chosen will disengage from this, although he does have his Harambe's here. Taking this fight here for Chosen would be a mistake. Good instincts by Chosen. He runs away, he disengages knowing that he can't win that fight. And that's a big skill set of high-level players in this game, is knowing which engagements you can win, which ones are a disaster, etc., etc. But looking at the points, Sky Cutters here in the back are shaken, but they do manage to win against those Furies, or at least do okay. 2 Cav units coming in. They are going to be Silverhelms, and it does look like Skulltaker gets his butt kicked a little bit, guys. Does get his butt kicked. Yeah, he takes some damage and is forced back, and now we have Marauder Horsemen. The funny thing about the Sea Elemental is it has missile resistance and fire res. And Fizz res. Oh my god. So right now, this Sea Elemental, by the way, is getting 70% damage reduction against the DPS of those Marauder Horsemen. Okay, Star of Avalorn activated. Larry dropping it like it's hot here. Oceanids are there, Earthbloods are activated, those Silverhelms are surrounded but fighting very, very well, and it does look like Charx is actually going to be pulling a lead right now. This fight, a bit of a disaster for Khorne, honestly. These Furies and these Harambe's are going to get surrounded. That healing is just accruing massive value, and the Sea Elemental is going to be boinking down these Fleshhounds very, very effectively. All right, guys. Illyrio the Radiant going to be running away. So she does manage to outrun the Skull Taker, which makes some sense. Khorne getting mashed up here pretty good. Blades of Hoeth are going to be dominating every fight they get into, but Chosen is going to be retreating here, running away with the Skull Reapers, as the Blades of Hoeth going to be doing some cool anime marches here. Dude, they're such a cool... Swordmasters of Hoeth are such an incredibly cool unit. They really are. I mean, I think I like Harganeth Executioners a little bit more aesthetically, but they're still so freaking cool. All right, so the back objective still raging on, and you know what? Chosen kind of pulled that fight back, using Skull Taker to do some magic damage against the Oceanids is not bad at all. And the Sea Elemental not quite able to take everything there, while a lot of the High Elf Cav do start to break. And remember, during all this fighting, by the way, Chosen does have the objective advantage, so not bad at all. Larry helping to fight against the beasts of... the Blood Beasts of Khorne, while the Skycutter Chariot's going to be unsummoned. Honestly, probably still could have used that Skycutter Chariot to run down some Marauders. I don't know if that unsummon was worth it right there. A little bit hard to say. As another Silverhelm unit does come in, fighting the Fleshhounds here, and the Sea Elemental able to do some very effective work this game. Value is probably not insane, but I think it's been pretty okay. So probably what Charx is going to do at this point is he's going to make his way down towards Objective 3, try and grab that, and get some momentum on that side. It looks like it's kind of unprotected by Khorne, and most of Khorne's strength is kind of focalized over here on this point. So maybe he's going to have some success with it. Now the Blades, in a bit of a dire situation, being attacked by the Harambe's. Faw's protection going to be keeping them going, and of course they will cut up these Skull Reapers pretty good. Skull Reapers are a nasty anti-infantry unit, but they're not going to have a good time versus the dreaded Blades of Hoeth. Yeah, they just don't have a lot of AP either, and the Blades of Hoeth do have high armor. So in the middle, Khorne might be able to capture weight this. Charx might not have the numbers on the field, and Chosen has been doing an excellent job of keeping this value trading close. That is for damn sure. Now, on the backside, Charx is going to be calling in what? Looks like more Oceanids going to be coming in, trying to reinforce the middle, but man, oh man, getting these points back is going to be tight. And we do see Larry getting a little bit trapped up here, guys. Skull Reapers fighting, Marauder Horsemen fighting as well, Blood Beasts of Khorne doing it, and here comes the Sea Elemental. The Master of the Seas is there, and he is going to be a chasing. So Sea Elemental definitely has been the big carry so far. Khorne has not really had an excellent answer in dealing with him. Oceanid's going to be heading down to the low ground objective, and Reaver's also trying to contest this point. But they will lose to the Fleshhounds of Khorne. Charx calling in some Silverhelms to try and fight this fight, but he needs to retreat this. A bit of a lapse in micro by Charx, giving his opponent a free unit right there. But understandably, he's very caught up in the middle. Sea Elemental battling versus Skull Taker and a bunch of Harambe's, and also some throwing axes, taking quite some damage. I don't know what kind of healing Larry has left, as this Oceanid unit is on the brink of crumbling. She does have some healing, so there's going to be a Star of Avalorn going down over there. Writhing Mists activated as well to give a little bit of missile block, which is not terrible. And here comes the Silverhelms, trying their best to win this fight on the low ground. Will they be able to do it against two Fleshhounds and some Furies and several infantry units? That is an incredibly tall order, and I don't know if the big dog is going to be able to put this game on his back. It's going to be hard to say. I'm certainly taking notes, though, because I've lost this matchup several times recently. However, I don't think I have the micro Chosen has. I think his micro is just so freaking good. Very, very strong. All right, guys, Oceanids bumping and grinding here. That is for sure. And we do see the Sea Elemental getting dragged down at 2,000 value. It started to disintegrate, but it looks like it did stabilize. I believe it drops an Oceanid when it gets low. Yeah, it has to be at a certain threshold below 25%. So I think I might have already done it. I'm not sure. Maybe I did miss that. But regardless, the Silverhelms here are getting crushed. Charx definitely on the back foot in a very losing position at the moment. His healing has been good, of course, which kind of gives him a little bit of an inflation with value trading. But Chosen had so many good picks in the early game. Like Chosen came back here, picked off multiple cav units. Kind of while Charx was awkwardly trying to roll between the objectives and figure it out. But it looks like we have a contested series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, as Chosen of VM is able to get a very, very solid victory, most likely. But it's still not over yet. But if I had to say, it's looking real tough for the High Elves here. Looking really tough. Oceanid's arriving in the middle. Larry is still there, and the big Sea Elemental finally does go down, but not before it gets 2,700 value. Did this Sea Elemental do enough to get the High Elves back in the game? That is the question. Charx may have an opportunity to get the low ground objective, but the Reaver Archer is going to be harried back by these Furies. Skull Taker going for the kill on Larry. There are some Silverhelms nearby. The Harambe's are a bit of a hard counter as well against the Silverhelms. So a lot of things that are very good against Silverhelms here. Forsaken camped on the low ground objective. Meanwhile, the Illyrian Reaver Archer is kiting these guys. 900 points in the books. Are we going to be seeing anything big and scary like Fireborn? Maybe if he could get a pick on the Skull Taker. We're going to have to see how this goes. Yeah, not a single Khorngor in sight, which is very, very different, right? Khorngors, for me, have always been a go-to in this matchup because of how good they are against the High Elf Cav monsters. But seems like, yeah, advanced meta coming out today, guys. We had the Doomfire Warlocks with Maximillionaire, and yeah, all sorts of crazy stuff. GG, well played. Chosen tying up the series. This best of 5, 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. What a freaking match that was. Yes, yes. Skulltaker, pretty good. Honestly, Force Multiplier, plus 16 melee attack in all of his fights. That is how Chosen was winning all those backfield fights against the Silverhelms. He was giving plus 16 melee attack to his Furies and Fleshhounds and just overwhelming the unsupported Silverhelms. So, honestly, really, really good play. I loved that play. It was very high level. And yeah, Charx's build was good. I think just cutting the Sky Cutters. I think you get rid of the Sky Cutters and then replace it with more ground presence, like another 2 Oceanids, for example, and then I think his build is exponentially stronger. So that would just be my 2 cents. But again, I'm a potato, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. 1-1 of the series, guys. And let's go ahead and get the next one set up and head over to Enticity versus Maximillionaire. Now, will the Kraken King be able to tie up his series here? By the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please do drop a like on the stream. It helps out quite a bit. It helps keep the old engine going. And let's get in here, and we're going to do this. Yeah, the Sky Cutters were probably the weak link in the build. Oh, another High Elf game. All right, all right. So here we are. We got Maximillionaire, High Elves versus Wood Elves. Wood Elves, High Elves looking to be very meta these days. We're getting a lot of people playing them. That is for sure. We're getting a lot of people playing them out. All right. So we got a little bit of time. Scalandir's Cave is a huge skirmish map. It's just like fast. It's furious. Gonna be curious to see what these guys play when they get into the depths of their factions. But yeah, classic Wood Elf anti-Cav build. Double Melkoth spam. Incredibly brutal against Cav. And then the High Elves are going to be going for what appears to be a Shadow Warrior, you know, kind of Waywatcher-ish kite with a bunch of heavy Cav of their own. Yeah. Well, you're a Dwarf player. Dwarf players, playing Dwarves as a main is definitely choosing Suffering, because in competitive, Dwarves are a good counterpick faction. That's their best role. Like, Dwarves are good at counterpicking a couple factions really hard, but aside from that, they have a lot of, you know, tricky matchups at the higher levels, I would say. I have no idea, Garganeth. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Not sure. Yeah, a lot of Elves today, which I'm not surprised. Elves are a really high skill expression faction. They're really quick and micro-intensive, so the best players will often gravitate towards them, for sure. But, I mean, we just saw Khorne. Khorne is a classic Chaos faction. So yeah, we're seeing a lot. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to game 2. We have Maximillionaire currently up 1-0 in the series, and he is going to be playing the Wood Elves. He is going to be going for Mass Wild Riders. We have a Spellweaver of the Dark. So basically what Max is going to do is hide his mage in the bushes, using the power of darkness on himself to get extra Winds of Magic. And then he's going to be spending that Winds of Magic on the Branch Wraiths and just Melkoth spam, which is like, I remember in the early days when I was... Not even early days, but like 2 years ago, I was playing Empire very heavily in tournaments, and I constantly remember running into Serkia and just having him Melkoths all my Cav into the Shadow Realm, you know? So, yeah, tricky stuff. Aside from that, for the Elves of the highest type, it is going to be the classic. This is like the most ODM playstyle ever. Zyphos, Enticity. I don't know if Alfredino really played like this. I think he was a little bit different, but yeah, 4 Shadow Warriors for battlefield control. Silverhelms to fight the Cav fight, Larry with Tempest to control the skies, just in case of any flying dragons or anything like that. And then we do also have Earthblood and Star of Avalorn as well. It's going to be a lot of damage here when these Shadow Warriors open up. I don't know if Max notices them, but the Shadow Warriors are lurking very, very close. And the first volley is going to be going out. Max has very sweaty micro, for sure. But, ooh, a big volley on those Wild Riders. They definitely get chewed up pretty good. So now what we're going to be seeing is we're going to be seeing Enticity come over here. Control objective number 2. And then we're going to see him slow push out. He's basically going to be slow pushing his opponent with the Shadow Warriors and protecting his archers with his own heavy Cav and trying to just accrue steady value there, which is going to be all fun in the neighborhood. Wild Riders versus Silverhelms. Interesting fight. Let's go look. So the Silverhelms are 36-36, 34-31, 44 weapon strength versus 32. But the armor difference is pretty big. I actually am not sure. I think a Wild Rider would just barely edge out a long-term fight because of the combat stat advantage. But Wild Riders, yeah, these are it depends if it's a shielded Silverhelm, but I'm fairly certain the Wild Rider barely wins it, barely. All right, guys, and moving in is Larry the Radiant. So Larry going to be attacking into the Branch Wraith, and she's going to be trying to peck this Branch Wraith down with her Great Eagle, and honestly not a terrible trade here for the Kraken King. The Wood Elves don't have any really heavy range pressure. They're mainly indexed into Mass Cav. A couple Dryads, obviously, for objective holding, and moving up are the Silverhelms. So the Silverhelms coming in, one of the Branch Wraiths is going to be paying the Troll Toll, but we're about to see a couple Melkoths activated, maybe. Although Larry's got to watch out, guys. Larry has got to watch out. Getting hammered down by 2 Branch Wraiths right there. So she's going to need to flee the scene there. Archer's firing away for Enticity. Now, a big skill set of Maximillionaire is going to be needing to avoid that Archer fire and bait it out. Like, move in, get Enticity to shoot, and then dodge the shots if you can. That would be a big form of skill expression here. And yeah, it does kind of look like old Larry is getting whooped on. Branch Wraiths are not slouches of fighters. They have 45 melee attack. I think it's actually a little bit higher than that. I think, yeah, is it 45? It should be lowered by something. Yeah, active, so yeah, it's 47 base. But they eat a lot of damage there. Really, really nice Shadow Warrior play. So Enticity actually getting a bit of a pick on Maximillionaire's Branch Face, and now Homie's going to be trying to juke those guys back. And yeah, now comes the infantry. So a lot of times high-level players do open up with Cav, and then we'll go mostly infantry for a lot of the game. So the Branch Wraiths are going to be on their way out, and those bad boys are going to be, not Branch Wraiths, Dryads, heading over towards Objective 1. And this is such a weird situation. Seeing Enticity being the one who is, Ensign Silverhelms might actually win that. Yeah, I'm not sure who actually wins between Silverhelms and Wild Riders. It's an interesting one. The armor is big, though. But Enticity being the one being, like, pressured here and potentially triple capped is certainly very, very different than what you'd usually expect. But, I mean, look, if Ents can take down these Branch Wraiths early on in the game, that's going to be pretty massive. Getting rid of the Melkoths and then being able to use his heavy Cav to move in could be pretty heavy metal. But right now, Larry getting brought down very, very low. Melkoth's activated on the Silverhelms. And now the hard wood coming in with what appears to be the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, which are a hard counter against these Cav. I mean, the other Cav trade back well, so I don't know if I would call them a hard counter, but a counter for sure. Armor piercing, anti-large, they're going to have no problems punching through these Silverhelms. So we will see how that goes. Maybe a sniping attempt on the Branch Wraiths. The Dryad's going to be coming up. Did Enticity bring any infantry of his own? Wow, mass archers coming out for him. Jeez Louise. But Shadow Warrior's getting an excellent volley right there, while Dryad's going to be collapsing in from the middle objective, but going to be getting intercepted here by some of the Silverhelms. So the Silverhelms come in, punish the infantry. But Max with the frickin' triple cap. Man, he's playing like a man possessed today, playing a very, very nice game. While on the other side, we do see the Shadow Warrior shooting in and getting a decent little melt right there. So those guys getting hammered down. Silverhelms getting Melkoth, which is going to be changing the outcome of the fight. The Wild Riders get a good charge. Dryads, of course, decent in sustained combat as well. But Enticity looks to be on the back foot, but calling out a massive wave of archers. What a dynamic, array of play we're seeing today. Very interesting builds. Like a mass archer timing call in is very, very curious. But it should counter a lot of the Dryads and even do well against the Wild Riders despite their silver shields. They do have lowish armor, but the archers of the High Elves are in. But all 3 objectives are in the clutches of Maximillionaire here. So it's going to be one of those games where if Enticity can bring it back, he's going to need to really, really, find a way to get those objectives back sooner than later. He's already, has his opponent up to 600 points here. Okay, Melkoth spam doing very good. Wild Hunters of Kurnus maybe overextending a little bit, diving into the backfield. Larry and 2 Silverhelms going to be fighting them. Meanwhile, the High Elf Archers are getting ready to get pushed. And is Enticity going to be able to protect this? Ooh, that's 3 Wild Riders coming in. We could see a bowling alley right now, guys. We could see a bowling alley. All right. Wild Riders on their way. Silverhelm's getting ready to charge them, and 1 archer unit is going to be paying the troll toll as they get punted by the Christmas Cavalry. But the Silverhelm's are going to be coming downhill, getting a very epic charge into the Wild Riders, and that downhill charge should be pretty good. Because if the Wild Riders don't get their charge bonus, they will for sure probably lose a fight against the Silverhelm, which did get its charge bonus. That is much I can say confidently. So in the backfield, the Wild Hunters of Kurnus getting chewed up. Enticity pulling a bit of a value lead. The classic ODM dragging you through the mud and getting you in the late game in terms of the objectives. It could be coming into play here, guys. And his archers, mostly stable. He was able to push back these Wild Riders. These Wild Riders going to be losing their fight. And honestly, I do see an avenue for a comeback here for the Kraken King. You have to remember, too, Shadow Warriors are decent fighters in melee, so you can use them to capture the objectives later on. That's something that's kind of cool about them, as well as some of the other kind of hybrid archer-type units. Big pit fight here, guys. Some of the archers trapped up in melee, but the Silverhelm's doing very, very well on the downhill charge. Maximillionaire, though, he's getting close to 1,000 points, guys. Time is not on the Kraken King's side, as Max really, really putting the pressure on Ent here. And Max does have a fair amount of light cab as well. Colin is going to be more Wild Riders to try and contest the battlefield. Enticity, though, breaking open the fight pretty freaking hard here in the middle, getting a big Earthblood down from Larry. And Ent is massively ahead in value right now. I mean, he's at 7.4 against 5.1 with healing as well. Yeah, he did kind of use those archers as a trap lord. I agree with you. Yeah, the archers were like a really tempting fruit to force Max to dive him. And then he was able to counterpunch him, and the archers lived pretty well. All right. Cav on their way up. Max able to secure objective number 1. And in the meantime, do we see any pressure out here? We do not. Objective 3 is currently uncontested here, as Enticity is going to be trying to get his clutches on objective 2 here. The archers are moving up. Pretty good ammunition on the basic archers. They are putting a lot of hurt down. And I would imagine these 2 silver helms now going to be heading over towards objective 1 to try and get that one. And Max does win on 1 point pretty comfortably, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Max try a Helm's Deep play, but does he have any Eternal Guard? That's what you would need for a Helm's Deep, is like 3 or 4 Eternal Guard units on objective 3, and Enticity might just lose the game. But I don't know if he has that in the pool. The archers are getting into position, and man, oh man, are they doing good work. Basic high elf archers are so damn cost effective. 180 range really, really makes a big difference in those archer duels, and they can put some good volume fire down. On the side, Shadow Warriors being called in, Silver Helms at the ready, General, and the Wild Riders being pushed back. As it does look like Enticity is on his way to a comeback here, ladies and gentlemen, but is it too little too late? We're going to find out. No reinforcing coming in from Max. Max currently still pushing the outside here, so going to be calling in some Wild Riders to try and play objective number 1. But will he get there in time? Enticity has multiple Shadow Warriors here. Max is going to have to retreat to his outside point. It does look like the Wood Elves are on the brink of losing this objective here, as the High Elf Core able to push them back pretty effectively. And the archers of the Donut running a little bit low in ammo. Some of the Shadow Warriors are, but the basic archers have very good ammo. Branch Race still being very troll. I think Max needs to use the Branch Race to play the objectives, because that is 6 capture weight right there. As 1 unit of Wild Riders going to be trying to stuff here. Max, guys, almost at 1,300 points. It is going to be a very, very close game. Enticity for sure is on the has the momentum right now. He's pushing back. Max is running out of steam a little bit. But is Max going to be able to reinforce his outside objective? I like this. I like the Dryad Colin. I think he knows he needs to Helm's Deep here, and he's going to be trying his best to do it, as he has lost every objective in the middle. The contested points here, objective 1 and 2, are going to be going to the High Elves. And now is Max going to be able to defend this outside objective here? Dryads are coming through the woods. Got to get the Spellweaver over there. You need all hands on deck right now. Spellweaver is actually 3 capture weight. So why is he not going into the Dryads there? He's waiting. What is he waiting for? Is he waiting for another unit? Strange. I figured he would want to get there, but yeah, he is getting the points. He's almost at 1,400, guys. It's really, really close. Yeah, the Wood Elf Helm's Deep in the woods. Double Dryads is a lot. He needs to get them out right now. What is he doing? He's letting Enticity get capture weight here. Like every little sliver this bar fills up, it gives Enticity more and more hope. And Ent has Spearmen coming in here as well. So Ent does actually bring some infantry. And the Dryads are coming across. Ent might have it, dude. This is closer than you'd think. I mean, the Wood Elves could absolutely Helm's Deep this. Max should have brought his Spellweaver to this objective a long time ago, but the Dryads are going to be arriving at the point, and they are going to mitigate that capture weight. He only needs to hold for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Just under 2 minutes, guys, and he gets the win. Archers are coming across. Another Dryad's going to be here, and Max is going to be able to spam out units nonstop here on this point. This is going to be very, very close. Archers coming here, guys. Couple archers lurking on the far side. Every one of these units needs to spam click over here right now and get that capture weight on that objective. Another Dryad is called out. Currently a lot of pressure there. A couple Spearmen going to be getting up here. So the Spearmen are now contesting the objective. Larry doing a good job routing what she can, but those Dryads are an incredibly stalwart unit. Very, very stalwart unit. Incredibly hard to push down. Spearmen coming in, guys. 60 seconds, 1 minute until the Wood Elves get victory here in this semifinal Duel of Fates. So the Dryads fighting tooth and nail here, going to be getting rear charged. Enticity, I can just see him on his stream right now, just sweating bullets. I love it. But the archers, no! And you got to keep moving him. Don't shoot. Capture weight is everything right now. Okay, guys, about 40 seconds left. That is a lot of high elf pressure, man. And now the Spellweaver is coming as well. It's all hands on deck. The Dryads get broken here, ladies and gentlemen. The Dryads do get broken. We got 2 of them still fighting, but the high elf capture weight has arrived. 30 seconds left till victory. Max is going to be doing a split push, though. The Dirty Dog with the creepy schemes on the outside. I don't hate it. Enticity gets it with 20 seconds to spare. 20 seconds to spare. 19 seconds. So now what we see here is we see a Wild Rider unit coming in here, and he's probably going to be spamming out any sort of light cav he has. Shadow Warriors are chilling out on this point, ladies and gentlemen. And we do see Maximillionaire, man, just barely losing that objective. Enticity does get it back. Shadow Warriors getting folded up here by the Wild Riders. That is really big. Enticity has nothing over here, guys. There is going to be a unit of Silver Helms coming in, and I think that should be enough to win him the game, because Shadow Warriors are not slouches in combat. They will not fold up like regular archers, so they're going to hold it a little bit longer. 19 seconds, man. It was 19 seconds till victory for Max. Spellweaver moving up. And what do we got here? The Wild Riders trying their best, but probably going to be losing the fight against the Silver Helms, and that will be the end of the road, as Max will most likely be tapping out. Enticity now has time to defend his objectives here, and yeah, we're going to see what's cooking. Yep, they get folded up by the Silver Helms. Remember, Shadow Warriors do have 32 weapon strength, so when the Shadow Warriors get on you, those guys are going to hurt, and they are going to do some big chopping, some big ripping and tearing. Damn, what a game, dude! World Championships bringing out the big plays and the big schemes. And both of our series now in the semifinals are tied up. We have a 1-1 series between Charx and Chosen, and a 1-1 series here between Maximillionaire and Enticity, it looks like. All right, guys. So on the other side, Wild Riders are going to be getting pushed back. And I don't know what Max is going to be able to do. If Max can recapture an objective for even 1 second, he wins the game. Like, if he just gets an objective, it's over. But I don't think it's going to happen. Ent has him pretty tabled off the board and has a big enough army everywhere that I think he is chilling. Man, what a freaking game, huh, guys? That was great. Enticity pulling it back from the clutches of defeat with 19 seconds left to spare. Max is just trying to desperately figure out a way he can get back in this right now, but it's going to be impossible. Ent is too good of a player, and yeah, it's not going to happen. 3 victory tickets per second. Max is going to be getting his Wild Riders back, and yeah, I understand where Max is coming from, like why he hasn't left yet, because it's such a tight situation. What he's doing is he's saving up for the Wild Hunters of Kernet. So Max is going to loop around this way, try and lure Ent's forces that way, and then he's going to call in the Wild Hunters of Kernet here and try and alpha strike objective 1. That has got to be his play. That's got to be his play. A couple Dryads in the bushes here. Spellweaver of Shadows is there. Just kind of hanging out. And you're going to see 1,500 points called in, and he's going to go for one last hurrah over here, which Ent better respect. He better be ready to move there. He does have 1,300 points in the pool as well. So Ent is just saving his resources to see where his opponent calls stuff in, and then he's going to counter or call him in. Wherever Max calls something in, Ent is going to be spending his supplies to counter him, which is going to be the idea. Yeah, I mean, if Max had brought his Spellweaver over to this objective, he might have held for a couple more seconds. I don't think it would have been that much longer. Larry probably would have been able to kill that character. I don't know if it would have made the difference. The branch rates, though, should have been fighting on objectives. They could have made the difference, actually. So Max is saving up. He's got 2,000 supplies. I don't hate this. He's going to go for one last hurrah, which is going to be really fun. We can't fast forward here. We can't. It's a live game. It's a live game. So Dryads getting hunted by Larry in the woods, and the Elven Cav going to be running down those Dryads. This point is pretty much Helms deep. We got 2 Spearman units and an Archer there. We have Silver Helms and a Spearman waiting right here. Ent is basically blockading the entire battlefield against his opponent. Max is at 2,300 supplies, guys. Yeah, he's saving for a one last charge down the hill. This is going to be super fun. This is going to be super fun, man. I'm very excited for this. Yeah, all right. When is he going to do it, though? When is he going to sound the horn of war? And is he going to... is he going to bait Ent? What you could do is you could call out, like, 2 Dryads over here, okay? Force an overreaction from Enticity where he thinks that's where you're going, and then you use the rest of your resources to alpha strike objective 1. That could be interesting. All right, here we go. The last ride of the Wood Harem, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Double Dryad being called out, Wild Riders, and then Ent immediately responds with 2 Silver Helms. Ent knew, obviously was watching from outer space. Enticity playing from his classic space station, as we all know. And the Wild Hunters of Kernet will beat these Silver Helms in a fight. But the Silver Helms will put up a fight as well, but not if he runs. If they get caught from behind and don't get their charge bonus, it could be pretty bad. But Silver Helms are on the way in. The Wood Harem are here. Double Dryads. Ent cannot lose this. He's got to rotate. I would honestly move these archers on and just get capture weight there. Wild Hunters of Kernet going to be trying to rip this game open. Double Dryads coming out. All he needs is to do is get this objective for a couple seconds, guys. Larry coming over on our Eagle. Dryads are on the way down. Do we have another Cav call in as well? We do have another Dryad coming down here. Wild Riders fighting a hard fight here. Wild Hunters of Kernet winning their fight. Dryads are up. Enticity coming in with the Shadow Walkers. They're going, guys. And, oh, man, is there any hope? I don't think so. The Wild Hunters of Kernet did not win that fight hard enough. And the Dryads do not beat Silverhelms. Silverhelms have really high armor and pretty good combat stats, and they're a bit of a soft counter against Dryads, I would say. Yep, that's going to be it for Max. And it does look like the Kraken King is going to be making it a 1-1 series, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last ride of the Wood Harem was shut down. The ambush was strong, and yeah, the Spellweaver is just hiding using Power of Darkness, but with the branch rates gone, it is over. GG, well played. Enticity tying up the series in today's championship. 1-1, guys. Wow, what a game. What a freaking game. So yeah, the Wood Elves did a good job stuffing, though. They really did. They just kind of lost the fights as the mid and late game happened. The Silverhelms traded very well. The Shadow Warriors did good. I mean, value on Shadow Warriors, yeah, 1,500. I mean, very nice. Silverhelms also performing very, very well. Yeah, pretty badass to see that. Larry, a menace as always. You know, she's pretty good. Branch rates, great value. I feel like if the branch rates had been used more conservatively, it could have been a better game for Max. I feel like they just got isolated and should have been kept on an objective, and it could have been better. You can smell the sweat from the screen. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. All right, so those guys are going to do it, and we're going to go back to Charx versus Chosen. Let's do that. And here we are. Now, what will we see? Oh my god, do we have a mirror match? And we're going to be playing an old school domination map, by the way. We haven't had this one in tournaments in a long time. It is going to be the Road to Val's Anvil, a legendary domination map by Waka Waka 3000, one of our first Total Tavern map pack maps, which I think is a great map. Dude, Lizardmen mirror match of the gods. Yeah, Lizardmen mirror match of the gods. That is going to be fun. I'm genuinely curious how this is going to go down. It's a shame it's a mirror match, but, you know, still, as far as mirror matches go, this one's pretty good. I'm sorry, you get a mirror match, guys. You gotta pay the troll toll in life sometimes. The troll toll is here, and it must be paid. That's an old map. I know. I was looking through maps for the tournament. I was like, we haven't had this one in a long time, man. Why have we not had this? You know, it's a great map. We really, really should have it more often. So, yeah, Bok indeed. Lizardmen are here, guys. Yeah. The skinks are ready to go. They are ready to go. It was bound to happen, right? Well, because, like, here's the thing. If you can't get a matchup that you feel is, like, good or favored, then you just take the mirror match a lot of times. That does happen in hyper-competitive events, because at least your opponent doesn't have any advantages on you. No, they're not going to choose the same banners. I would ban them both from the tournament if they did that. If they purposely chose the same banners, just booted. The other side becomes the finals. No, it's just over. They're just out of here. Yeah, none of that. All right, guys. So it begins. Yeah, lizards are great fun to watch. I'm a big Lizardman enjoyer because you can't play the same faction in a best of 5. So when they use their Wood Elves, they use their main factions. They can't play them again. So yeah, can't play them again. Haven't seen too much Norska. Here today. They have. I don't know if they've even received global bans. I think we're going to be seeing. Norska at least on the bottom side. I suspect we'll see either Enticity or Max pull them out. Max most likely got his vampire counts banned. Enticity probably got his Slanesh banned. So I suspect vampire counts and Slanesh were the global bans. Yeah, it does Dustman. It's not for everybody though. I get you though. I get where you're coming from. Sneaky same banners. No, Nightwish, why would you want that? You don't want that. Yeah, why do you want that? Lizardman battling over who gets the Baskin Balls Anvil, yeah. Yeah, Charx and Chosen 1-1 here, guys. Charx had a very, very dominant game 1, but then Chosen had a very dominant game 2. So both these guys clearly got some serious chops here. And we're going to do it. Can the winners play those factions again in the next match? Yes, they can. So you just can't play like the same faction twice in a best of 5. But in the next best of 5 versus a different player, you can play those. It resets everything basically. Yeah. Norska Adler has actually seen some play today. I saw them lose twice earlier. Norska lost really badly to Vampire Coast. Enticity came in and crushed Norska in the earlier rounds with Vampire Coast. And then we saw Norska lose another match too in the earlier rounds as well. Wait, the names of the top are not updated? Yeah, they are. Are they? Oh no, I have the wrong one. Sorry. Thank you. One sec. Appreciate that, Tilt. Yeah, I was just spacing out there. But here we go. What's up, Patty? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. So this is still semifinals. Here's the brackets. We have Maximillionaire versus Enticity, and then we have Chosen versus Charx. And the prizes for today are as follows. We have a $900 prize pool, $450 for first, $250 for second, and then we have third and fourth. So the two players who get eliminated here in the semis are both going to get $100 just for making it this far, basically. So that is the prize pool for today. Pretty decent little stuff. Not bad at all. Okay, so let's do this and go back to the game here. There we are. And it looks like Charx is ready to go. What are the odds of a Dread Saurian? Very low, I would say. Very, very low. The Nurgle dog, you love it, dude. That's my old dog, Wookie. Yes. He's basking in Grandfather Nurgle's gardens with him right now. He was a majestic creature. Yeah, tourney day, man. Tourney day. Hell yeah. It's going to be good. We are going to be good. 2 Dread Saurians. It would be like that scene in, you remember Troy? When Achilles fights Boagrius in the beginning, they both armies send out their champion to settle the fight. I think both of these players should send out a Dread Saurian, and whoever's Dread Saurian wins just wins the game. Just put it in the hand of the gods. Hey, he says, I love a multiplayer. Saw some clips that you posted on YouTube. Great work, man. Was wondering if you were playing any more single player campaigns. Maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, counts mirror next game. No factions are banned outright. But every single series, each player gets to global ban one faction. So if your opponent is a one trick who's only good at one faction, you can ban their one trick faction. But then that leaves the meta factions open, right? So it's a little bit risky to do that. A little bit risky. He gets one shot in the Dread Saurian duel. Yeah. Let me check actually. Make sure these. One sec here. Okay. Well, on the bright side, they have very different builds. Their builds are incredibly different, which is good. Okay, so Charx is ready, and Chosen should be about ready as well. See if I'm getting pinged for something. Let me see there. All right. All good in the neighborhood. Got to ping him. Okay. There we go. Let's just make sure they don't have any admin questions or anything. I think we are all right. And all good. Yeah, Lizardmen do have very diverse rosters. They can play wide infantry, they can play artillery, they can play monster mash, they can play air force. Because their Slan have so many different lore magics as well, so you can really, really they even have high magic. Which is usually something that's a pretty reserved lore magic. They can do a lot. They can play heavy cav if they want to with cold ones and horn ones. It's very, very fun. It's very fun. We see all cav again. Oh, that's more of an elf thing. Yeah, it's more of an elf thing. All right. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, and also it depends on the play style of the players you're watching, right? Every player kind of plays a little bit differently. Some of the players here, Enticity is a classic kiting player. He likes to play that way. Charx also, I would say, is a kiting player. He likes to defensively counterpunch you. Chosen seems to be more of an aggressive swarmy type player, going wide and really just wide pressure, wide objective pressure. Maximillionaire is pretty varied. I would say Max plays a pretty dynamic playstyle. He's not known for one. Known for his vampire counts, obviously. But yeah, he can play a couple different ways. All right. Okay. Giving them this. This is top 4, correct? Yeah. So we're currently on the bottom side of the bracket. Chosen versus Charx. Maximillionaire and Enter are doing their top side here. And let's do it. Full Skinks army. That could be all right, but Skinks do get bullied really badly by Saurus warriors too. So you got to watch out with that. You got to watch out for that. But what's cool about a skink heavy army is it allows you to go more expensive with your big dinos. So you can bring big support pieces and do all that sort of goodness. Yeah. All right. I don't know what's going on here. Let me check this. It looks like his build is ready. I don't know why he's not readying up. He's been sitting on the same build for like 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe he's taken a little bit of a water break or something. I'll have to check in with the homie and see what's up here. Charx has been ready for a while. Yeah, he's been ready for a hot minute. Okay, so let me make sure he's not AFK. Okay, he's actually here, and we are good. Game is starting. Let's load it in. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Val's Anvil semifinal match 1-1 series. Charx is going to be using a skirmish build. So he's got 2 solar engines, Saurus warriors, backed up by salamanders as well. Not ancient ones, but regular salamander hunting packs. And on the other side, his opponent, Chosen, is going to be going very, very wide with Croxagores, Skinks, a little bit more of a frontal heavy build. So curious to see how they're going to be playing it. This map does have a high ground, which is kind of fun. So one objective is up in the high ground here. So basically what you can do is, I always am a big advocate of winning the high ground on this map. You win the high ground, you get your artillery and you're ranged, and then you slow push out on the other objectives, which is fun. It's crazy that we still get mirrors with that many factions. It is, yeah. Nurgle versus Nurgle, best mirror match? No, it's awful. All right, so breaking down the build of Charx, the Pride of Poland here, going to be coming in with Saurus spears, backed up by Salamander hunting packs, and he does have double solar engine. All right, solar engines, yeah, pretty badass little unit. We're going to see if they're going to get their value and be able to shoot. Some line of sight shenanigans on this map, but certainly if they can shoot, they can do quite well. It's going to be a metal slant in the back, so you do have Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, both of which are really good spells here. Plague of Rust you can use on any of the big armor. And Searing Doom, of course, is good against almost everything except single entities and monster stuff. So, yeah, I don't hate it. Solar Engine build for Charx. Now, on the other side for Chosen, he is going to be coming in with a Skink Skirmisher core, which is very meta. And Nakai the Wanderer. Oh, Chad Nakai, dude. Hell to the yeah. Look at this interior crocodile alligator, dude. He's got his big hammer, and he is ready to lay it down, guys. All right, Nakai is going to be rolling up. Aside from that, a very aggressive army. We do have Saurus Warriors, Red Crested Skinks, a Rev Crystal, and a Heavens Caster with Comet of Cassandora. So what took out the dinosaurs? A comet, right? What took out the dinos? A big old comet. Chosen one just going full aggression. Full aggression here. Versus Charx is going to be much more defensive. Now, I do think that Charx is going to have some issues with line of sight here because of this this little decorative piece. We're going to see how his solar engines do. We are going to see. Now, these spears, the Saurus spears, are going to hold very well. Salamanders, of course, will put some good hurt down, but this is a really, really cool map. I really like this one. I wonder if Charx is going to relocate to the other objectives. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea, because I don't know if he's going to be able to stop this onslaught. This is a very aggressive army, because, Saurus with clubs will be able to defeat Saurus with spears. Red Crested Skinks will swarm pretty well. And the big old Nakai man, he's going to be a good fighter as well. Although he is eating a little bit of damage right now. Oh no! Did you guys see that? The solar engine shot and it hit the tree right in front of him. Oh, that's so haggard. Yeah, you got to watch out for terrain, man. Just like tabletop, terrain matters a lot. It does matter a lot. Now, this objective did go to Charx out of the gates. Now, who's going to be playing the other points? Charx is going to be calling it a cohort right there. Salamander is getting a nice salvo right there, able to cook that Skink Priest, and we do see the solar engine shot hitting that Bastillodon as well, and he is going to be hiding behind the pillar right there. And moving on up, Skink cohorts coming to fight. Charx does have his grips on the point, and yeah, the line of sight blocking from this terrain feature helping out quite a bit. Granted, this is all Charx's choice to fight here. Obviously, there's tons of open field if you want to. Arguably, Charx probably would have been better off, obviously, if we could know the future, in deploying down here. You usually want to win the high ground here, but yeah, if he had open field down here, it might be a little bit easier for him. But even still, the damage is going very well. The Skink Skirmishers are getting hammered. The Red Crested Skinks are getting laser beamed. Freaking laser beams on their back. Yes, all right. So let's see them throwing their little javelins here. I don't know if he's going to hit this banner here. That'd be really funny, but we're going to go ahead and watch this thing here. And nope, he's able to shoot just fine. He does miss. And the salvo fire continues. Now there is going to be a Comet of Cassandora. Oh man, Charx is not going to dodge this, is he? Oh no, here comes the Comet, hammering the dinos, Searing Doom down as well. And it looks like Nakai is going to be moving in to help out. And you shielded the old ones activated right here, coming in from Charx. Chosen One sending in the big dog Nakai, while Charx is going to be repositioning his salamanders and is going to be getting some good volley fire here. That Bastillodon Rev Crystal in trouble, but look at this, guys. Chosen One getting very sneaky, or Chosen, sorry, not Chosen One. Chosen One, wee-oo. He's going to be coming in the back with the Colossadon Hunters, and that is a lot of scary pressure, and I don't know if Charx noticed. He did notice it the last second. So the Salamander Hunting Pack going to be shooting into him. Nakai the Wanderer, backfield diving, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't know if Charx really has anything to stop this, except some Cold Wind Knights, which are on their way up. So in the meantime, this objective is slowly going to Chosen. Chosen grinding through his opponent's front line, having the superior melee core. Granted, Charx did manage to secure the low ground objective, so it's not as important now. Searing Doom activated there by Charx, while Chosen continues getting really good backfield penetration. Chad Kai the Wanderer punching that Salamander in the face, and yeah, routing those bad boys back. Coldland Spear Rider's going to be coming in to try and help, but they're going to get wrecked a little bit, because Chosen has a beautiful army back here. He's got the Red Crested Skinks, and he's got the Ripperdactyls as well, all of which are going to be pretty disruptive. So big Air Force on the way in. We do see the Chameleon Skinks trying to poke them down, but big diving Umbral Tide's going to be on the run. Spear Riders are being pulled back right now. Solar Engines maybe need to turn around and start shooting some of these big pressure dinos to the back. The other objectives do go to Charx, but the high ground very comfortably won here by Chosen. Salamanders are kiting back. Coldland Spear Riders on the hunt, and more Coldland Spear Riders are going to be getting called in right there, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. Rev Crystal activated. Charge coming in from the Coldland Spear Riders. Forces back the Colossadon Hunters. Very, very good micro from Chosen, though. Solar Engines still shooting into the infantry, doing what they can. One of them has turned around and is ripping some shots into the Colossadon Hunters, who are getting a little bit low. So Charx having to be forced into a kiting situation, but still, despite all the pressures, getting some decent trades. Plague of Rust activated on the Rev Crystal here. Negative 69 armor, that's what she said. And yeah, it's not doing bad damage, but they are going to get compromised. Nakai going to be surging in, and so too is the Rev Crystal himself. Now back in the epicenter of combat here, the objective in flux. We do actually see Charx getting a little bit of weight on this point. The two Solar Engines getting some decent progressive value, while Coldland Spear Riders and Skin Cohorts continue fighting well. We do also see more of these coming in. On the backside, Chosen needs to get those Ripperdactyls back, and it looks like he does. So the Ripperdactyls going to be heading up to the high ground, while we do see the Salamanders turning about face and getting covered by the Skinks. Now are going to be able to shoot once again. So they are ripping shots in there. Value trading in this game, though, guys, pretty much dead even. I mean, this is a really, really close knockdown, drag-out game. We have the Duel of Fates here, guys. The biggest fight. It is the Skink of Heavens versus the Toad. And, yeah, we're going to see who gets this one. The Comet coming down here, though. Let's get a cinematic shot of that, shall we? It's going to be glorious. So the heavens open up, and a huge comet, kaboom, does nail those guys. And those Saurus Warriors do get Shadow Realms pretty freaking bad by that comet. So the Skink is, like, showing the slant. You want to see true power. I'm going to show you right now. On the backside, though, Rev Crystal's folding. The Salamander Hunting Pack doing a good job here. Coldland Spear Riders getting 2v1 by the Ripperdactyls and Colossadons. Going to be very hard for them. Charx, though, does have a very dominant position on the objectives. Objective 3 is his. Objective 2 is his. And the high ground objective, of course, still owned by Chosen. But, yeah, there's more than just one objective here, guys. The new Jurassic Park movie looks great. I know. It's looking pretty good here. Coldland Spear Riders, very, very nice surround here by Chosen. This is what wins games. Getting a big Spear Rider surround, dragging down the Battletoad, and if he manages to get Spear Riders, man, he really needs to lock down these Solar Engines. I don't know why these Coldland Spear Riders haven't done that already, but looks like they're going to be coming in. Battletoad does drop a Banishment on top of himself, which is going to be obviously dragging down a lot of these units, but Nakai is going to be punching that Toad in the face, as he loves doing. Cold-Blooded and Primal Roar activated. The Slan Mage having a really, really bad time right now, guys. And I don't know if he has any milk nearby to help him out. Yeah, it does not look like it. Chosen getting that good stuff, and obviously taking down the Slan is going to be a huge win. Slans are really tough to kill. They have like 6,000 HP. They're raid bosses. But Nakai is an absolute world beater of a character. He hits very, very hard, and with the Primal Roar ability, he shatters Charx's Lord, guys. He does it. He does it. All right, so Charx has like nothing on the low ground objectives anymore. It looks like he rotated up to the high ground, and Chosen is 100% just pulled ahead. He's winning this high ground fight very decisively. His pressure with Ripperdactyls and just mass infantry with not infantry really, but just everything. Cav, infantry, Air Force has been very effective. And now we see Sacred Croxagores called in by Charx, but it's probably a little bit too late. I think that Chosen is going to be able to run away with this game. Because now, I mean, Charx is just so behind on value. He's leaderless, Nakai is going to get another kill on the Bastillodon Solar Engine, and he has just been hard carrying this game, man. He's been doing very well. 1,500 value on Nakai. He's going to be roaring. He's going to be ripping and tearing, and we do see the Solar Engine being afflicted by the Miasma of Despair, which lowers his leadership and gets him very, very close to breaking. Florida Golf Course Dwellers? Yes, of course. The Lord of Florida, Nakai the Wanderer. Yes, he's done it. All right, so coming in now, Chosen is going to start playing the objectives. He focused very heavily on value trading, and now is going to be going for the objectives. Looking at Charx, he's got a little bit of gas left, a little bit here. He does have the big old Sacred Croc scores, but they're probably going to be defeated by the Sphere Riders with some Ripperdactyls and some Sara Spears. The Legion of Chaqua is on its way in, so these bad boys going to be surging forth, getting their spear pressure on. And ladies and gentlemen, it is looking pretty good here for Chosen. Not bad at all. Now back towards objective number 2. The Cold One Knights, the Skink Priest, and the Cold One Spear Riders going to be collapsing with some Skink Cohort Javelins. So those bad boys going to be setting up shop right there. And yeah, at this point, it's Chosen can just win on 2 objectives. It's not even that big of a points lead. Charx is 100% done for. It's a 4,000 value difference. Nakai is on the table. Cold One Spear Riders being called in. A massive Air Force advantage for Chosen as well. Having the Ripperdactyls just kind of be able to pounce on everything. Solar Engines were a cool tech. I think if Charx had taken the fight in open field, it would have been a little bit better for him. Granted, I don't think the outcome would have been different. Oh, that was a cool shot right there. Oh, the Bastillodon was like surrounded, like being dragged down, but in his final act of defiance, he shot down one of the Ripperdactyls. That was actually really cool. I don't break the plan, I am the plan. Yeah, basically. Nakai, exacting the great plan here on his fellow dinosaurs. And victory for Chosen, going up 2-1 in this series, guys. Very well played. Nakai showing the wizard who is boss. And yeah, the build worked great. The Comets were really good. Nakai got 2,300 value. But really, the big breadwinners were these Ripperdactyls. They didn't get a ton of value, but they did force Charx back and really allowed the rest of the army to pressure. Solar Engines were okay. They didn't do terribly, but there was not really an effective answer to deal with the Ripperdactyls and or the big man himself. All right, guys. So let's get that score updated here. That is going to be 2-1 for Chosen. If Chosen wins the next game, he's going to be going to the grand finals. Certainly doing his boys over at VM proud. And now we are going to be going to the next battle. All right, give me 1 second. Let's get this all fired up. There we go, and let's refresh this. Put the slant, yeah, you gave this slant a swirly for sure. Okay, so let's go to Enticity's lobby, and this is a 1-1 series. We have Enticity and Maximillionaire, currently 1-1, and let's go ahead and do this. Oh my god, is it a Nurgle game? Oh baby! Nurgle versus Greenskins in the World Championship? Oh, it doesn't get better than this. Max has been playing Nurgle, and he's very good at them. Yep, looks pretty meta. We have Festus with his healing blob. We have the Soul Grinder to punish the ranged and drain the ammo off the Ruggled's Armored Orcs, and that is that. Oh, God, yes. Come on. Now, this is a map we don't use often. It's called the Pit of Treasures. It's a really, really cool map. I tried to mix up the map diversity a little bit for this championship. And we have all 3 objectives are like right next to each other. So it's very, very good. Pone, the mirror match is over. Pone, you tuned in just in time for the GOAT match. Greenskins versus Nurgle. All right, so you can see the objectives are very close on this map. So it's very much a brawler map. This is a map that's like, if you're an old land battle player who's like, oh, do I want to play domination? What map should I play? This one's for you. You basically just get a land battle formation and fight over these 3 objectives with reinforcements. That's basically it. All right, guys. So taking a look at the Nurgle build, which is something I can actually feel like I can comment on. He does have an armored front line, which is good. They'll be able to mitigate missile fire with silver shields and armor, and they'll beat most greenskin infantry. Going to be very weak against squigs and boar boys and chariots, but they will hold well, especially when they have your boy Festus. So Festus is going to be using his healing elixirs. Rancid Visitations is incredibly good in this matchup. You use it to snipe greenskin lords. And yeah, Kazak is also an excellent hunter. Kazak can counter Grom the Paunch, while the Noxbringer just needs to drain the ammo off those archers. All right, guys. Now, taking a look at the armies of the Kraken King and Enticity. Mass skirmishers. So Forest Goblins, dude, just mass skirmishers. Morgrubs, Forest Riders, Goblin Rider, Archers, all of that goodness. And aside from that, we do have Savage Orcs, Error Boys to the back with Ruggled's Armored Orcs. and Grom the Paunch to counter infantry. Now, out of the gates, Anticity's army isn't super strong at dealing with armored infantry, but he's going to be calling in things like trolls and, of course, maybe pump wagons to try and fight those type of units, right? So the Noxbringer isn't going to rip shots into these skirmishers. Probably you want to save ammo for the Savage Orc Airboys and use your ammunition drain on that. So yes, Ent is going to get a triple cap very quickly, but it's going to be hard. Nurgle is going to move up, and we'll get those objectives back very, very quickly. Now, Grom the Paunch move again. A bit of a misplay here. Max should have charged with the Noxbringer, but Grom does get a good charge here. So the enormous one, he does get in and runs over a couple Chaos Warriors. 2 of them do get taken out in the process, but the Noxbringer annihilating the Morgub's Magi Marauders. Holy shit. So 1 Noxbringer shot basically ending the career of the Morgub's Magi Marauders. That is quite powerful indeed. Now, the DACA is going to be in full effect. We do see objective number 2 is going to be taken by Nurgle, and objective 3 is going to be taken by Nurgle soon as well. And this is basically how you counter Grom. You attack him with Kha'Zix the Befouled. Kha'Zix is a great duelist assassin character. Even though it says anti-infantry on him, his stats are so high, he can beat down enemy lords. Man, another good Noxbringer shot, by the way. Really, really good. All right, so we do see the Chaos Warriors setting up on the point, and here comes the pump wagons. This is where the Greenskins start to get a little bit of value against Nurgle. Nurgle doesn't have the best anti-large options. Festus is going to try, and he spills some juice on the floor, some crunk juice. Those Chaos Warriors just got run the hell over. Jeez Louise, they got run over. A lot of HP losses on them. Now, Nurgle is trying its best to get this objective. Kha'Zix the Befouled going to be charging into Grom the Paunch once again, so Grom going to be taking some damage here. While the Noxbringer is continuing to shoot into the skirmishers. On this side, it's a little bit messy. Enticity gets a big envelop right here, guys. He's got all these Savage Orcs coming in. The pump wagons are getting a lot of damage in as well. Granted, finally starting to get brought low because they're kind of stuck in combat a little bit, not being microed away. So the Forsaken and the other infantry are doing their thing. Now, Stream of Corruption on the Rusty Airs. What a nice one. Rusty Airs are very squishy, obviously. And that's going to break them. Is it? Wavering? Man, they just barely stabilize right there. But Rusty Airs are a great choice. But the Nurgle Healing Blob of Maximillionaire doing very, very good. I love... This is like such a positive sign for the meta that in the most competitive and, you know, essentially high-stakes event, we're seeing Nurgle being picked and actually putting up a good fight and doing well. This is very, very cool. All right, so the Forsaken bumping and grinding here. Chaos Warriors fighting it out here. Chaos Warriors fighting against Savage Orcs, which they normally win, but with the Fist of Gork could be a bit of a different situation. Grom the Paunch is perpetually running from Kha'Zix. You know, if any of you guys ever played American football, you know, it was sometimes a thing back in the day. You would have, or I'm sure it still is in the NFL, where you have like one of your linebackers get assigned to mirror one of their very high skill running backs or like, you know, slot receivers or something like that. And yeah, that's basically what's happening here. Kha'Zix is like the middle linebacker hunting down the running back that is Grom the Paunch. So the Nurgle army fighting hard in the pits. Kha'Zix is bullying Grom pretty well, but the pump wagons are pumping through these infantry and getting good work done. But the Baroque Nurgle infantry certainly going to be winning those long-term grinds, especially with Festus healing. Although the Archer Fire is really saturating in and wearing through those battle lines very well. And oh shit, a giant coming in from Enticity. Forsaken, of course, winning the flank fights, and it looks like Max is going to be using Furies to rip apart the Savage Orcs, which is great because they do magic damage, and Savage Orcs are a Phys-Res unit. So that is a very, very clean play right there. We do see a Stream of Corruption activated right there, as Festus the Leech Lord and Kha'Zix the Befouled do have Grom a little bit trapped up here. So what we could see is an Overcast Advanced Visitations, Grom getting broken and maybe chased off, but it looks like he's going to get away. But oh, Big Pimpin is in with his hammer now, guys. And Festus could be in danger. Yeah, getting boinked on by a giant is certainly not on Nurgle's bingo card today, guys. That is for sure. The Archer backfield still shooting well. Ruglad's Armored Orcs have a lot of ammo left. And Festus the Leech Lord not getting taken out by the giant. Him and Kha'Zix look to be on the run, although he is getting escorted away by the giant. Classic Festus plays. Right now, I think that Max is going to need some horsemen or something. Otherwise, Festus might just get bullied and chased off. Yeah, the giant's like not hitting him, but he's pushing him away. Noxbringer there doing some excellent work while a couple of Nurglings going to be coming in. Festus does get stomped on by the giant. Looks like he just kind of stands his ground and tries to fight it. Oh, it's not going to go well for you. Giants are super scary duelists, ladies and gentlemen. As the Furies come in, Marauder Horseman on this side going to be pushing in to support Kha'Zix the Befouled, getting big man kind of low, but the Orc Shaman and Grom with Fist of Gork putting up a good fight. Kha'Zix is on the brink of breaking, ladies and gentlemen. And who would have thought a freaking giant would be the thing that would break this game open? It was a very even game until Big Daddy arrived and took Festus off to the Shadow Realm, guys. Yeah, that was huge, because honestly, super close until then. Chaos Warriors arriving. We do see Enticity pulling a bit of a value lead there with Festus being bullied. Noxbringer shooting what it can, but now the Giant is like, all right, I've dealt with one of your big threats. Now I'm going to be going after your other one, as the Giant's going to be coming across. And the Noxbringer is not going to win this fight. The Noxbringer is going to get its butt kicked pretty bad by a Giant. Giants have 12,000 HP compared to about 7.5. All right, so Festus does come back. He returns. I feel like we need Rotting Riders, like, right now. Where are they for Nurgle? Nurgle does not have the Rotting Riders out. And Rotting Riders are so good against greenskins. They're good against the pump wagons, good against the big targets. They don't really care about archers that much because of their armor and healing. And, yeah, dude, the Giant laying in there. He's doing it. Getting taken to the club pretty good, though. As Anticity's Giant does have him cornered. The dreaded Warhammer 1 textures fighting against the Warhammer 3 ones here. 5,600 HP, and did Kha'Zix the Befouled rally as well? If Kha'Zix rallies, maybe there's a little bit of hope for Nurgle. We're going to have to see how that goes. Now on the side, the Pump Wagons running over the Chaos Warriors and doing an excellent job. Pump Wagons are so freaking good against Nurgle, man. One of the hardest things to deal with, honestly. Noxbringer getting routed, and it does look like maybe a snipe could be on the cards. Festus is about to get hunted again. Stream of Corruption activated there, able to get a nice little catch. A couple Marauder Horsemen doing where they can, and uh-oh. It's Jurassic Park time. It's Jurassic Park. Oh, the Giant's hunting after the Chungus. Here he goes, the jiggling belly and all. It's the battle of the jiggles. We have the jiggling tummy versus the jiggling triple chin. The jiggle mechanic's very, very strong here. Noxbringer battling against Grom the Punch. Honestly, not super great for Grom, probably, although he is going to be getting a Fist of Gork here, which will help. Oh, Rancid on Grom! Could this lead to a break? I just think that Nurgle has lost a little bit too much agency on the battlefield. They need to save up for Rotting Riders. It's their only way to come back. But Grom getting sniped is huge. Currently, as it stands, Rancid is it going to get him? Oh, Greenskin leadership would suffer. Oh, and Grom the Paunch is down. Okay. That gives like a sliver of hope to Nurgle because now terror routes are going to be very much on the table. That was a big snipe right there. The Chadbringer getting it done and Festus living. And now we're going to be seeing the Rotting Riders being called out, which will be able to take down a Giant if they can surround it, and also the Pump Wagons as well. All right, guys, Noxbringer here, trapped up. Max needs to get the Noxbringer back with Festus and form a Death Star and try and re-push out. If the Noxbringer gets isolated, he's going to have a bad time. But honestly, guys, this game just became close. With Big Man going down, it's going to be really tricky for the Greenskins with Terror. But they do have a lot of Boar Boys out. Rotting Riders are now on the table. So let's see if they can carry this. It's going to be incredibly hard. Greenskins do have 2 Boar Boy Biggin units here and a Giant. That's a lot of stopping power. Festus needs to move in and support them, and here they go. So the Rotting Riders have moved in. They have engaged. Anti-large attack is going to be very brutal, but the Giant will also take them to the club a little bit as well. Harbinger of Pestilence probably going to be activated from Festus. He's probably going to try and Mortis Engine all these guys down. Terror is on the cards as well. Is it going to be Harbinger of Pestilence or Healing Elixirs? Does he have one turned on right now? I believe he does. Yes, Harbinger of Pestilence. So Rotting Riders break one Boar Boy unit. Now they're going to be moving into the other one. Nurgle fighting hard here, guys. Fighting very, very hard. But Rotting Riders, will they hold up against that Giant, man? Will they hold up? Harbinger of Pestilence, Mortis Engine doing some great work. Terror Route's going to be on the cards here very, very soon. We're going to see the Greenskins start to fold up in some areas. Yes, Nurgle is down in value, but they have a lot of healing, and Nurgling's now going to be heading over to the side point right there. Rotting Riders fold up another Boar Boy unit, and the Chadbringer Noxbringer needs some heals right now. Max cannot afford to lose the Noxbringer. He has to keep that thing online. So probably going back to Healing Elixirs would be the correct play to try and get that bad boy healed up. The Giant's going to be coming to try and intercept that. Rotting Riders do fold up multiple units of Greenskin Cab, as Nurgling's going to be coming across onto the Rugloods. And the Rotting Riders now surging forth onto the Pump Wagons. He has a little bit of time left to get these objectives back. We do see some Marauder Horsemen being called in as the Nurglings, get annihilated by the Pump Wagons, guys. Absolutely annihilated. Pump Wagons just putting in most of the carrying this game. Grom the Paunch has been resummoned, so using his lucky banner, he has respawn. But yeah, I mean, look at this. Nurgle getting a big second wind here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Ents has a little bit too much of a lead, and oh, dude, he's about to get sandwiched. The Giant catching his prey once again. Festus is a bit vulnerable to this type of stuff. He does pay the price. He's at 1,200, getting chased out. Grom is a hard counter against Festus, by the way. Like, anti-infantry hits super hard, and the big man is going to get it as Grom is giving him a nice spanking as he runs away. They look like they could be brothers almost, these two characters, right? Just like looking at the skin color and, yeah, the aesthetic, the fatness. Nurgle able to wrestle objective 3 back most likely. Yeah, with the Rotting Riders. Man, I think if Rotting Riders had just come out a little bit earlier. Like, I feel like the moment Max lost the game was when he called in 2 Forsaken instead of Rotting Riders. Like, if those Riders had come out, it would have been big. Dude, this giant is 100% been a 3,000 value giant, by the way. Super Chad, as he's going to be boinking it up. Rotting Riders doing what they can. Nurgle trying their best to get this objective back, using Furies and Nurglings to fight it out here. So he is trying to get that objective there. Rotting Riders still going, but Festus getting killed is a pretty big disaster. Rotting Riders will fight here and do well, but with a giant and just all these supporting pieces that the Greenskins have here, probably going to be a little bit too much. All right, so this one's on the process of flipping back. Pump Wagons are on their way over to try and run them over once again. Fury's taking down the Savage Orc Era Boys. And it does look like Enticity is going to be clutching this game. This was an amazing game, by the way. Really, really. I always feel like Nurgle Greenskins is pretty even. The matchup, I feel like it can go either way. Just little decision-making plays, I think, cost Max the game in terms of his call-ins. His micro was good, but he just didn't have an answer for the Giant. Straight up. Yeah, he did not have an answer for the Giant. This thing just ran all over the battlefield. Probably going to be closing about 3,000 value here. As Max does get his home objective back. Forsaken coming out. The Rotting Chads, though, man, doing good. 1,800 value on them with a little bit more to give as well. And fighting things that are very stalwart, too. GG, well played. Enticity going to be going up 2-1, looking to defend his strap. Now, if Enticity wins this championship today, that will be his 4th major event win, putting him only 1 spot behind Houseplant. He'll be very close to essentially taking the title of the top player of all time in Warhammer 3. All right, guys, GG, well played. That was a great game. I love the builds from both players. The Giant pick, dude, like everybody is saying like, oh, Enticity only plays mass mobility builds. And then he rolls in with like a Savage Orc battle line and then brings in a freaking Giant with Biggins too and Pump Wagons. Like really showing his range as a player that he can play multiple playstyles. Yeah. All right, so that's a 2-1 for Ents. All right, guys. So, for anybody just joining, here are the brackets. Enticity and Maximillionaire playing, and Chosen and Charx on the bottom side. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the values real quick. I know you guys want that. Kazik, yeah, losing Kazik early was really rough, too. Kazik is a really good carry in that matchup, and him getting taken out early was a pretty big disaster. Noxbringer did good. Rotting Riders did good. Forsaken kind of got wrecked. I think that was the big momentum shift that cost him. Probably... I would recommend like mixing it a Plague Ogre too. Like get rid of the Demon Spew and 1 Forsaken and get like a Plague Ogre or maybe a second Rot Knight, honestly. Yeah, that would probably be the way. 2,200 on Grom. Ruggled's only 600. Kept the Archers in check pretty well. The Giga Chad Giant at 2,900 value as well. Very, very nice. Pump Wagons, amazing value as well. 1,200 on those. All right. Yeah, that was like a Skyrim Giant. Yeah, there you go. All right, so let's go to this side, and we are about ready for this. Festus isn't a bad pick, but you really need to support him. You really do. Ooh, another new map, by the way. Not new map, but one we don't use often. It's called the Vanishing Steppe is going to be the map here. And we have Charx on Bretonia versus Chosen on Lizardmen, or are they still doing their picks and bans? Let me check here. All right. They have, no, because Chosen played Lizardmen last game. Do your... All right. Let's do this. And we are going to do that. All right, what's cooking here? Interesting, interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. Okay, there we go. So chatting with the players, coordinating everything here, and yeah, these guys really taking a long time with their picks and bans. Yeah, getting extra sneaky there. So hopefully they'll be able to get that soon. Hopefully they will. Okay, cool. So just a little bit of admin stuff there, and yes. Takes a while to go through the RTK and VM build order archives. Yeah, it probably does. All right, cool. Yes. And all set. So yeah, we don't know the matchup is yet. They're working through it at the moment. Let me double check and make sure they're going through it now. One sec. Okay, perfect. So yeah, we don't know what the matchup is. We do know the map. I believe it's going to be Vanishing Step. And this one has a couple hills. I know that. So there are some line of sight shenanigans. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, they're doing flowcharts, yes. Yeah. I mean, they are two very powerful multiplayer clans. We have VM and RTK, so they could be going through the reservoirs. Okay, let's see here. And there we are, cool. Outstanding. I wonder if they do group. Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously, yeah, that is something. I mean, most of these major clans do have reservoirs of builds within their discords and you know, mini forums and things like that. So that is one of the big advantages, right? It's like you know, any professional sport or training system. It's if you have a pool of high quality talent, you know, let's say you're a mixed martial artist or a boxer and you have really, you know, great people to spar with and practice with, you're going to be better than individuals who usually go at it on their own. And it's the same in this game. A lot of people who train like that are going to be very strong. Does Vanishing Step have points that are uncapping after a while? That would be really funny, but no. Okay. Can we see the drafts? Oh, I could ask them. They're using it on in a private chat between them, but in the future, I'll try and do that as well. I'll try and find a way where I can show their drafts as they do that. I think that'd be a very cool thing to do. We have done that in the past. A little bit tricky, but yeah, absolutely. If mobility is key in 40k, you will see Eldar and Eldar. It depends. Yeah, hopefully Creative Assembly does a good job balancing it. I do know, like, I was able to play Total War Warhammer 40k. As you guys know, I did play it. I gave a lot of feedback, and I was able to, so when we played it, we were actually at their offices out in Horsham. And I did get to have some, you know, kind of one-on-one meetings with some developers and folks who are passionate, you know, about multiplayer, and was able to give some feedback on like the basic stuff we would like and hope for. This is the map where you lose points if you don't hold them. Oh, really? Is it? Is that actually true? Is it really, Martin? No, it's not. Oh, shit. No way. The Vanishing Step? Yeah. Well, are you sure about that, Martin, or are you just trolling? Because I haven't had that experience. Granted, I usually leave something to guard one of the points, but yeah, they better make mobility Eldar fragile. Yeah, absolutely. It's a tricky thing to balance, right? It's a tricky thing to balance, but yeah, I mean, you know, the thing about multiplayer though too is for Creative Assembly is like, even though if there are some folks who are passionate or into it, you know, campaign is their primary focus. Yeah, as it should be. That's the backbone of the Total War franchise. So you just gotta hope for the scraps, man. You gotta hope for the scraps. Yeah, you gotta hope for them. Okay, let's do this. And we're gonna do it. Let me know when you two decide on matchup. All right, so we have Warriors of Chaos for Chosen. And we don't know what Charx is going to be picking yet. We don't know what it is. So it's Bretonnia Warriors of Chaos. Okay, let's do this. Okay, you both have Okay. I'm giving him a pretty long time to build armies. I'm giving him 15 minutes. You know, I think that's a good time. 15 minutes is plenty of time. Like if you're a top level player and you can't put together a build in 15 minutes, come on, dog. You know, that's a long time. Usually people take 5 to 7 minutes in my experience when it's a competitive situation, but we're being very chill today. Dude, Avatar Conquest from Shogun 2 would be so fun. I have been having so much fun with the progression system of Trench Crusade. Let me show you guys what's up. So my favorite army in Trench Crusade, I've played a couple now, and I think I've solidified that my favorite army is the Red Brigade. They are so freaking fun. Let me show you guys this here. Okay. Yeah, here we are. It's like something like this would be really fun in Total War Warhammer 40k multiplayer. Now, this is a bit of a pipe dream, obviously. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it could be This is a semifinal match. Semifinal match. Yeah. Boomer tangent time, right. But yeah, like I love the progression. So like having that progression in multiplayer ladder would be so damn sick. No, Red Brigade is actually one of the weakest factions, Akarax, in my opinion. I'll show you guys in a second. One sec. Let me get this squared away here. Okay. And there we go. So let's do that. Okay. So yeah, like as you play in a campaign, like for example, here's my lieutenant character. He doesn't look like that. This is just the placeholder, but this is my army list. You know, every time you play a mission, you go to campaign play, you level up experience points. And when you get, you know, experience points, you add like upgrades to them. So you can get all this like custom upgrades for your characters that you roll on a chart for. And then the next battle, they're going to carry those over, right? And the same thing goes for injuries. Like if you get injured in a battle or taken out of the battle, afterwards you have to roll on a chart. And if you roll, you know, high enough, your character is fine. But if you roll low, like for example, in the last mission I played, my Crimson Communicant, who's like my big Chungus tanky guy, he got messed up. He got taken out of action. And then I rolled pretty badly on the chart, and he got permanent muscle damage, which is right here, which means he can't carry a heavy weapon again. He has to carry like a light weapon. So yeah, there's like all sorts of nuance there. You can, you know, promote characters and like unlock cool items. You can hire mercenaries. Like, I know it's like a very far cry from 40k, but like I would love to see frickin' you know, an Avatar Conquest like that. Now, not necessarily injury tables or whatever, but being able to see like warband progression that isn't OP and like would be so cool. I don't know how you would do it, but like as you play multiplayer battles, you unlock experience. But they would need to make it so that when you queue, you only play people with similar experience levels. Yeah. He did become Wimp Low, Daniel Tar. Yeah, he did. He did. A lot of skirmish games have similar systems. Every GW Path to Glory had. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I personally, I have played GW skirmish games. I personally like Trench Crusade a bit more. I think it's a really good, fast system and really simple to learn and very fun. I like 40k for, you know, I like Warhammer for playing 40k and larger scale battles myself. Yeah. Necromunda, your whole campaign squad was haggard by the end. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's basically Mordheim. Yeah, Mordheim is the one I haven't played. I haven't played Mordheim yet. Have not played that. Yeah, I gave them time to build their armies. I'm not trying to rush the players today. Plus, hey, you know, it could be worse. We're all hanging out, right? We're all hanging out. Yeah, one thing that I like about Trench Crusade is the cost of entry. The barrier to entry in that game is super low compared to Games Workshop games. Now, I love Games Workshop stuff, for sure. You know, obviously, I love Warhammer Fantasy and 40k, but the barrier to entry is really brutal in most of their game systems. Yeah, it's really, really brutal. Oh, Daniel, man, you just finished airbrushing your World Bears test models. I've been working with a red paint scheme that is so freaking good, Daniel. If you're curious, hit me up. I could give you some good red paint schemes if you're interested. Yeah. Yeah, it's always fun. Yeah, Shetland Apache to do that. Yeah, the Avatar kind of the progression thing. I thought about reaching out to mod makers and doing like a warband progression. Like if we could get some mod makers to do like add some items that get unlocked at a certain point. Like, so wouldn't that be fun? Like, it's a progression game system. We have mods, some mod makers help us develop it. And you start with a small warband, and then we add like custom items and upgrades for the characters that you can like pay for to like have like a skill tree sort of. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Something like that. Something like that. It's something I've fantasized about, and I think that'd be really cool to have like a campaign progression, something like that. Big Hippo, you're doing Bretonnians for Old World. Bretonnia is really good in the Old World, man. The Bretonnian Dukes are some of the best characters in the entire game. They're so freaking powerful. And Pegasus Knights are insane. Knights of the Realm are pretty good too. Hey, Kimsey, take care. Yeah. Both games are 2-1 right now. Chosen is up 2-1, and Enticity and Max are at 2-1 too. So, yes. Good, Anakin. Good. Okay. So yeah, they got some time left. Let me go peek at their builds real quick. I'm going to take a gander here. Looks like Charx is about ready, and the Warriors of Chaos are about ready as well. Yeah, looks pretty standard fare for this. Looks pretty standard fare. If Chosen wins this, he's going to be going on to the Grand Finals. If Charx wins, we're going to Game 5, which the more games, the merrier, man. I'm happy for this. We're going to be here late at night. And, you know, the only person... Yeah, Max is US based. I believe he's East Coast. So for him and Enticity, they're in the same time zone. But these two are two European players. So for them, for Charx right now, it's 11 p.m., which is pretty late. But, you know, again, he's a young, and I'm sure he'll be fine. I used to game till 4 a.m., so I assume he can do the same thing. All right, Warriors of Chaos look to be about ready. Yep, looking at them as they build their armies. Some interesting choices, for sure. Certainly some off-meta play, I do dare say. You guys are in for it. There's some badass units coming to this battle right now. All right, so let's do this. And we are going to go to that. All right. I love playing the Old World. I know it's not balanced, but we all have a great... Yeah. Old World is not a game I enjoy that much for competitive anymore. I tried in the beginning, but it just comes down to Hero Hammer, you know? Unless tournament hosts put custom rules on, then it can be changed, obviously. But yeah, here it's just really a Hero Hammer game. Having 1,000 points of your 2,000 point army being spent on characters is really, really haggard in my opinion. I just dislike that so much. Yeah. The Hero Hammer is like, I like strong heroes and everything, but like playing like a chaos list that has like a 600 point chaos dragon, well, not even more, they changed it now, but like a 500 point chaos dragon plus like just another big powerhouse character, it's just like, oh, it's just so not fun. You put all your firepower into it, and then if your opponent rolls a couple 5-up saves, you just lose the game. It's just so dumb. It's like there's very little like nuance or, you know, decision making there, you know? I know they updated the rules for the Old World. I've been following it, but yeah, it's still just cheesy in that way. Yeah, Bretonnian armies are pure characters. Chaos armies are pure characters. High Elf armies are pure characters. Chaos Dwarves are the same way. There are some armies that are not Hero Hammer as much, but Tomb Kings often run double Bone Dragon. Like 2 characters on Bone Dragons, and they just shit on you with those. It's like, yeah. I think it makes easier barrier to entry for the game. It's easy to paint a dragon instead of 200 goblins, says Felix. You're not wrong about that. You're not wrong. It certainly is easier that way. Yeah. You would have hated 7th 40k. Some Space Marine Death Stars were... Yeah. I started playing 40k in 8th edition. So, yeah, I never played 7th. Never played 7th. I would say the best Games Workshop rule system that feels the most fun and immersive is the Lord of the Rings miniature game. The rules for the Lord of the Rings tabletop game are actually quite good. They're quite good. Yeah. I think like even the small dudes in the Lord of the Rings game can still make big differences and can even fight up into scarier characters, which I like a lot. It's like that in Trench Crusade too. Like you can have your big fancy character and, you know, he can get popped by a random bolt action shot and go down. It's like having the little guys be able to make an impact on the battlefield feels way better. But Middle-earth strategy battle game, I think, has the best rule system. It feels the best from Games Workshop games. And I played a lot of them. Yeah. Well, the problem is, Zorosk, is that, sure, the infantry, but infantry are so, like a dragon can usually just fly past infantry easily and go for the juicier targets with Swift Stride and Fly, and then the infantry are just wasting their turns reforming and trying to intercept them, but it's tricky. It's tricky. In most of the boards in the tournaments I played in for Old World are very terrain heavy, so like trying to like cannon them down is hard. Shooting in Old World also sucks pretty bad, especially after the poison nerf. So like they can literally just move their dragon in front of like 30 handgunners, and you might get like 2 wounds on it if you're lucky, maybe 1. Like it's pretty ridiculous. Yeah. Necromunda is complicated. It is, from what I've heard. Yeah, I've watched a couple games, but I haven't played it myself. 7th edition was a dark time in tabletops. Yeah. Middle Earth strategy battle games definitely the best, but I only play. Yeah, so Middle Earth is cool. I like the combat system. It's really fun. How you just like have like if you charge somebody in Middle Earth, unless you're a cav unit, but if an infantry charges at infantry, you basically have a roll off. Both players roll a dice, and then whoever wins that roll off is the one that gets to make the hit. And if they tie, it's based on the attack value of the characters. So like typically an elf versus like an orc, the orc will lose most of the time, but he can still punch up into an elf if you get the right situation going. You can also overwhelm them. Like an orc is going to be like 5 points, an elf will be like 15, so you can get like 3 orcs for every 1 elf. It's a really good system. Yeah, it's a really good system. I love playing my Haggard Isengard army. It's always a good time. All right, let's see here. So they've been building for 12 minutes, so 3-minute warning. 3-minute warning. Okay. 3-minute warning. Must be readied up by then. Okay. Okay. And there we go. No, Orange Best, nothing. How about you, man? No, they have 3 minutes left. I know, out of region. Some people take a long time. I think it's I think Chosen taking a long time here, but yeah, like there's 2 sides of this coin, right? Like nothing for me either, Pest. I understand it because it's a high stakes event. There's a decent prize pool on the line, and there's a lot of pressure, people watching you. It's like you want to make sure you got it right, So on one side of the coin, I understand it, but yeah, I'm going to be more strict in the grand finals. In the grand finals, I'm going to give them like a solid 10-15 minutes to get it all done. Yeah. We agreed to play. Dude, it's like Treebeard. Yeah, it's like the Entmoot. Yeah, it's the Entmoot, man. All right, let's do this. We're starting. All right. Well, holy shit, that is a cool ass build. Okay, he completely changed his build, by the way. This is worth the wait. So Chosen did not have a triple Rot Knight build when I looked, and then he changed it up. Homie coming in with 3 Rot Knights. Damn, dude. Imagine they PM turn about. I did not know this map had a gimmick on it. I did not know, so I'm a little bit nervous. I would not normally pick a map with gimmicks like that for the World Championship, but so yeah. So I'm going to tell them both, just. Okay. So let's do that. Telling both players. Okay. I've told both players about the map, so they both know now. Yeah. I will definitely probably not include that. Oh my god. We're just getting in right now. Well, the objectives advance. They disappear. So if you don't leave something on it, which is fine. I mean, you could leave a Marauder or something, but yeah, as long as they both know about the gimmick, it's fine. It is all good to the neighborhood. I told them both. Hey, Matt, even though the smallest person can change the course of the future. That's right. Not in 40K, though. Yeah, not 40K. Not as much. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Charx coming in strong with 4 Yale men to try and grab the points. And aside from that, he is going to be rocking a backfield of men-at-arms, questing knights, and we do have some men-at-arms here as well. Okay. Up in the sky, it's going to be Big Dog Alberic. Alberic with the Trident. Trident is going to be quite disruptive. And for the armies of Chosen rocking a very Chadley Nurgle army. He's basically playing Nurgle here. He's got triple Rot Knight to fight Bretonnian Cav. Very much feels like a land battle type build, to be completely honest with you. And we do have a Chaos Sword of Nurgle and a couple Marauders on the outside as well. So yeah, basically just all indexed into Rot Knights. I'm just trying to push that. So this objective is going to be taken by Charx. And the Trebuchets are going to be opening up, most likely just trying to pick off Rot Knight models. Shooting the giant boulders at Rot Knights is actually quite cost effective. Alberic is on his big beastie, by the way. So he is going to be there. And how quickly do they decap? Is it actually a thing? That's so funny. It looks like he's able to hold it, though. So I don't even know if it's going to come into play too much, but we'll see. So Rot Knights are chasing the Yeoman Archers, taking a little bit of DPS right there, while Alberic is going to be flying overhead, probably looking to see what he can do. And all anti-large coming out. All anti-large here. Yeah, we got Hellstriders and Rot Knights. So certainly not going to be the best against infantry, but Rot Knights can still run over a baseline infantry unit. That is for sure. All right, guys, Peasant Mobs are here, and the Rot Knights are going to be surging forth. Peasant Mobs trying to get in the way, and Alberic is going to be trying to dive in as well. He will be giving anti-large to the peasants, and we do see the first unit of infantry getting run over here. The peasant mobs getting hammered, men-at-arms getting hammered, and so begins the battles of our time. Now on this side, Charx leaving a peasant mob here, so that doesn't even come into play. And up at the high ground, Yeomen contesting against the Marauders. Men-at-arms, there's Rot Knights and Hellstriders. Knights Errant able to retreat back in the middle. Alberic is going to be taking a pit fight, giving his men-at-arms anti-large. And anti-large peasant mobs on the way in as well. Pretty Chadley indeed, as the Yeomen going to be circling about and are going to be trying to backcap this objective. But really, this pit fight is a lot of the bread and butter here. So, Companions of Quinel's, a dedicated anti-large unit going to be charging in. We do see an overcasted regrowth going down, I believe, or Flesh to Stone on Companions, which is actually pretty good against basic Rot Knights, because basic Rot Knights don't do magic damage. So, Charx able to ninja this objective, so this objective here does go to him. And the fight does keep going. Companions of Quinel's able to chew down one Rot Knight unit. Now Alberic going to be charging into the other one. Alberic a little bit more of an impactful fighter than the Chaos Sword of Nurgle, but even still, these Questing Knights probably, I would say, need to come down here and help out in this fight. But we're going to see how this all unfolds. Rot Knights over here for Chosen, able to win this respective fight, flatlining those Knights Errant, and now going to be collapsing over here to try and help out in this Duel of Fates. Companions of Quinel's getting low, but honestly, up-trading into those Rot Knights super freaking well. Charx has objective 3, 2, and has gotten the high ground objective against these Marauders as well. So, triple capping his opponent here out of the gates. Very, very nice. And the fight continues to rage on. It's Bretonnia trying their best to prove that they are the kings of mobility, guys. We'll see if they are. Chaos Caster is in. The Sorcerer going to be popping the Forbidden Rod right here, while the Questing Knight's going to be retreating about face. Hellstriders trying to collapse and try and help out against Alberic. Certainly not going to be terrible, but Knights of the Lionhearted are here as well. A very strong anti-large fighter, and Alberic will probably trade well into that Chaos Sword of Nurgle. Men-at-Arms up at the point, and the Yeoman Archers circling. It looks like the nature of the map is not mattering at all. Not going to be a variable from what I can tell. As the Rot Knights move across, they're going to be charging, looking for more fights, and the Knights of the Lionhearted getting that bonus versus 12, bonus versus large of plus 12, insanely good. And the Companions, though, I think are really doing a lot of the lifting. They only have about 500 value so far, so maybe it was Alberic who was doing the lion's share of the lifting. Melkoth's very, very nice here. Rotting Riders and Hellstriders of Slaanesh being pretty menacing. Questing Knight's going to be charging in here. Knights of the Realm coming in. Really beautiful pendulum there by Chosen. Chosen being triple cap, though, very dicey. Very, very dicey indeed. Alberic continues his pump and grind. Knights of the Lionhearted are getting brought low, but the Men-at-Arms basically become Walmart Spearmen when they're near Alberic, because they do get that bonus versus large. One Rot Knight is down. The other Rot Knights are getting very beat up, and the Rotting Riders, I think, are the last bastion of Rot Knight strength here. But yeah, it does look like Charx is very, very dominant here in this game, and is going to be tying up the series. Most likely, although I don't know. A little bit early to call that, I would say. So Alberic getting chewed up. This is a great way to come back here for Chosen. If Chosen is able to get those nice armor-piercing attacks, punch Alberic down, that's quite big. But the Questing Knights do have the Chaos Sorcerer surrounded. Alberic is going to be able to cycle charge, and regrowths are going to be on the table. But losing all 3 Rot Knights is devastating. These ones are down. The Rotting Riders are down for the count. Alberic is still very much healthy. Bretonnia has a lot of agency on the battlefield. They're looking very, very good. Peasant mobs valiantly guarding the outside objective. And here comes Alberic with another anti-large attack, going to be punching that Chaos Sorcerer in the face, while his peasants, become spearmen. Yeah, plus 12 bonus versus large is really, really good. But that would be the one way maybe Chosen can weasel it back, is if he does get a pick on Alberic. We're going to have to see. Trident and Manon activated there on the Forsaken. Negative 16 leadership. Yeoman archers are poking where they can. Forsaken to the high ground is a nice play by Chosen. I do like that a lot. Those bad boys going to be heading up there and will annihilate those peasants very, very quickly. So that is a brilliant play there. Alberic is going to continue cycle charging, trying to get rid of that Chaos Sorcerer, I would wager. The Damsel of Life getting caught. Huge play by Chosen. Really nice. If he can get rid of the healing, that's going to make Alberic very, very flimsy as the later stages of the game come in. But Giga Chad Alberic bullying the Virgin Chaos Sorcerer here, sending him packing. Negative 24, and Earthblood activated as well. And here comes the Knights of the Realm. Lance's couch for the lady, going to be moving in. High ground objective does get taken pretty decisively by Chosen, so nice play right there. And yeah, Chosen's army is just looking very sparse. Like, his ability to pressure objectives with 3 Rot Knights going in the trash can is going to be very, very tough. All right, Knights of the Realm going to be retreating. And at the backside, Peasant Mobs and Knights of the Realm coming up. A couple Rot Knights have rallied in the back. They're causing some disruption, but Knights of the Realm should be able to dispatch them. There's only a couple of those bad boys. And we do see the fleeing of Alberic. But yeah, again, if Alberic is to get caught, could be a big play. But the Knights of the Realm going to finish off those Rot Knights. Rot or Die activated, and they're going to be choosing the Die option. Now, some interesting points I've seen in chat about not bringing healing with Rot Knights. Rot Knights have passive healing. So they're one of those kind of units that you usually... I mean, healing is still good on them, but they'll often do a lot of that healing themselves if they're engaged properly over the course of the battle, which then allows you to use damage spells, which Melkoth's and Shadow Magic against Bretonnia is pretty god tier, actually. It's very, very good. So what's probably going to happen against Chosen is these Yeomen, if used correctly, Charx should just run them to Objective 1 and steal that. And you guys said this objective decaps over time, and it looks like it does. Oh, interesting. So that did actually decap there, but... not that it's really going to matter, because Charx is just going to get that one back right now. He's just going to grab that, and really, I don't think it matters. So the battle continues to rage on here, and the Yeomen, I don't know why they're fighting this fight against all these Forsaken units. The Marauder Horsemen doing what they can, throwing some of these javelins into these bad boys, and here comes the Peasant Mobs moving up to the high ground. Knights Errant going to be heading up there, and yeah, so I mean, he would have had this objective for a couple seconds, but Charx should be able to get that one back pretty quickly. Value trading somewhat even here, as we do see the Marauder Horsemen fighting where they can. Forsaken moving up to the point. They are going to be ripping and tearing through these guys. Damsel being taken down as well, while the Hellstriders move to the high ground here. And we do see these guys moving up. So here comes the Knights Errant. Hellstriders should win that with Poison Hounds, like 2v1. I think they're going to be able to bump and grind in that fight. We'll have to see how that goes. Whereas in the middle, Alberic's going to be jumping again. Foe Seeker activated, as well as Heroic Killing Blow. So is he going to get it? Heroic Killing Blow is activated there. Alberic getting a little bit smashed up, but the Bretonnians have a lot of Knights of the Realm on the board, as well as some Knights of the Realm over here. And Hellstriders and Poison Hounds doing what they can, with some Marauder Horsemen being called in by Chosen as well. So there they are. And the Knights Errant, they have armor at least. Melee defense is only 28 though, so I suspect that Chosen will be able to get that objective back. We're going to have to see how this all goes. All right, Marauder Horseman throwing axes and company, going to be getting that one. A couple Horsemen coming up here. Knights Errant getting a decent charge there. Charx does have the high ground objective. It does look like Chosen is able to get objective number 2 as well. So he is going to be fighting for that one, while the Marauder Horseman encircle. Charx is at about 1,000 points. Alberic playing a very dangerous game fighting this Chaos Lord. Well, the Knights of the Lionhearted coming in, going to be pretty big, and we could see a comeback option here for Chosen. We could absolutely see it. Although that Chaos Lord getting surrounded by a very good anti-large unit is pretty nasty indeed. So a couple Peasant Mobs being left over there. And now, let's see, hopefully you read my message, but regardless, the Hellstriders fighting on this point. Homeboy's going to be able to hold on to that, and he just needs to leave like a 1 HP unit on that objective, and then he's going to be totally chilling. But I still think the Bretonnians have a very, very big advantage right now, not only on points, but also Alberic cycle charging here is very nice. I would assume there's going to be some regrowths, but the Chaos Lord does eat a big cycle charge. Marauder Horseman coming in here, and the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows is making his way back, while the Marauder Horseman set on that point. A couple of Hellstriders going to be chilling there, and now they're going to be heading down here. Well, do we see any reinforcements coming in? Marauder Horseman at the ready. These guys going to be chilling out on this objective, and Charx is going to be wrestling the middle one. Chaos Sorcerer definitely needs to be finished off, and Chosen a lot of pressure here, but honestly, big enough points lead for Charx that I don't think he needs to stress this one too much. On the side, we do see the Knights of the Lionhearted moving in there, yes, and a Pendulum going to be activated on the Peasants. Interesting choice. A very cheap unit. I think saving it for the Companions of Quinels would have been a little bit better, but this is going to be a big, decisive moment. If the Companions can get in and help finish off the Chaos Lord, that's probably a victory for Charx. If Chosen can somehow figure this out, he left the point again, so it's probably not going to matter, honestly. If Charx just wins the mainline fighting here, then the decapping point isn't going to be a variable at all. But yeah, so it decapped again there. That's pretty funny. But again, I don't think it's actually going to be too much of an outcome. We'll have to see how it all plays out here. So moving across, the Companions of Quinel's are chasing right there. And Chaos getting a little bit of a resurgence here in the middle. Forsaken coming on this side. Companions of Quinel's are currently chasing down Marauder Horsemen, which is a big old mistake right there. And Knights of the Realm moving over this way. And Chaos does manage to get their clutches in the middle objective. Couple peasant mobs holding here, while Forsaken are going to be charging over there. Chaos Lord attacking into these bad boys. That they are. While the Knights of the Realm going to be charging forth into the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. All right. Looking very, very low is Alberic. Chosen is going to have to recapture that outside point, but Charx is actually losing a lot of ground right now. His companion's not having a good time, being kited very effectively, while Charx is going to be sending some yeomen to go recapture that outside point right there. A couple peasant mobs are fighting. Companions of Quinel's getting a decent fight versus those Forsaken. Middle objective does go to the Chaos Gods, and that Chaos Sorcerer in the back, very, very low. Yeah, Alberic is beat up. Currently, we do see one objective being held here by the peasant mobs. Now, remember, this goes both ways as well. Either player doesn't defend their objective. Yeah, it's called the vanishing step. Absolutely. All right. Companions moving up. On the backside, mounted yeomen are going to be cruising in. And Companions kind of being harried and charged down by some of the Forsaken right there. The yeomen are going, and finally, Chosen is going to be sending something to that outside point to prevent the theft, as the points are getting close, about 1,200 here. I do think that Chosen has pulled the momentum, though. He's starting to break open his opponent here a little bit as the Forsaken do move up. Forsaken coming here as well. And we got 1, a 2, and a 3. So Knights of the Lionhearted getting broken. Poison Hounds and Marauder Horsemen are here. Charx does manage to steal the objective, but he's not going to be able to hold it. If Charx leaves the objective with these guys, then he is going to be cooked up. Marauder Horsemen chasing there. Poison Hounds coming. Marauder should be able to get that one. Forsaken, as well as more Forsaken. Probably going to find a way to wrestle this high ground point. Chosen's got a lot of time to work with. He's got a hell of a lot of time. Alberic does get chased off the objective, and right now those Marauders are going to be able to hold on to those bad boys. So Forsaken rolling. Charx actually falling behind, though. I think that Chosen has been microing like an absolute maniac this game. His Forsaken pushing the peasants off the objectives has been very effective as well. And that objective of the high ground is going to be going to Chosen. Chosen with a triple cap here. So now he just needs to kind of play the mobility game and see what he can do. But Bretonnia, this is where Bretonnia is potentially going to be punished for the nature of the map, because though they have this big mobility Death Star, they have to leave something to hold the points, right? That's the tricky part about this. So the Haggard Forsaken are going to be left on this, while we do see old Alberic being hunted down. Melkos on him, a couple Bretonian Cav going to be up on the middle point. And what is Chosen going to be calling in? Another Rot Knight, maybe? So Forsaken parked right here. This point still belongs to the Dark Gods. Poison Hounds being sent into Questing Knights, certainly not a good thing for them. But this Chaos Lord, man, he's putting in a lot of heavy lifting. Rod or Die activated. Mostly Marauder Horsemen, so Forsaken being left here. And once again, Chosen leaves that objective, which I guess it doesn't matter too much. It's basically just about knocking Charx off the board at this point. But he should have really just stayed up there. There's no reason to leave that. All right, so Marauder Horsemen hanging right here. Marauder Horsemen hanging there as well. Chaos Army pushing through. And we do see Charx sending in some mounted yeoman archers to try and grab that objective. In the meantime, the Forsaken are going to be moving up here, heading over towards objective number Dose. While the Chaos Sword of Nurgle and company are going to be able to wrestle that one. Hellstriders being called down to the far side. Forsaken here as well. Need to get their charge. They need to charge into those guys right there. And it looks like he is going to be getting that charge right there and doing it to it. All right, so Hellstriders will be able to counter a lot of the mobility play. Granted, the Questing Knights and Alberic are doing an excellent job on that one. And the Chaos Lord going to be moving over this way. Here comes the Hellstriders and the Houndos. So the Houndos are there. Double Companions coming up, but man, oh man, are they tattered. And I would imagine Chosen's going to spam out Hellstriders, more Marauders coming here as well. Dude, Chosen needs to play the map, though. It's really just like simple things. He could just leave like one raggedy unit right there and be totally fine. Forsaken able to rip and tear up here on the high ground, get that one done there. Meanwhile, the Chaos Forces are coming. Hellstriders are going to be committing to the fight right now, as is the Chaos Lord and company. Middle objective does get decapped, and it's going to be a hard game to close out for both players, I think, honestly. With the nature of this map, it's going to be very, very difficult here. All right, so Chaos Lord moving, Forsaken moving there as well. Marauders and Hellstriders are cruising up there. And the Chaos Lord, how is he doing? Yeah, he's doing it. A couple of Hounds lurking in the bushes. Horsemen hanging out right there. Forsaken are doing quite excellent, although Knights Errant will be able to run them down. We're going to have to see. This objective belongs to Bretonnia, but Bretonnia only has 1 point right now, and he is going to be bleeding out some of these units, that is for sure, while Charx is now going to be rotating over with his mobility, trying to get all those objectives, but Alberic looking to be on death's bed, 700 HP. If he breaks, probably gonna be all she wrote. Yeah, that's for sure. The map isn't bugged, actually. It was designed this way. I did warn them both before the game. So this map is purposefully called the Vanishing Step because the objectives vanish if you don't stay on them. So, but regardless, moving across, Chosen's army is going to be creeping. We do see them moving and trying to chase down the Yeoman units. Hellstriders here are going to be attacking into these bad boys while we do see the Chaos Lord moving. Alberic does get broken. And now it's just going to be whack-a-mole situation. So is he just going to continue chasing Charx's army off? We do see the Marauder Horseman up on the high ground holding it down. Chosen coming across with these guys. Alberic does get a heal, but is being chased heavily by these Marauder Horsemen throwing axes. So there he goes right there. And old Alberic is going to be fleeing the scene while the Marauder Horsemasters, if they can get him off the battlefield, that's going to be a disaster for Bretonnia, that's for sure. Chaos going to be getting their clutches in the middle, while Bretonnia does get some peasant mobs up to the high ground. Chosen's going to need to call in something big up here. And Rot Knights certainly can handle everything on this point, but the question is, are they going to be able to do it quick enough? Subjective belongs to Chaos, but looks like it's going to be getting double capped right now. And the Marauder Horsemaster is kiting Alberic. He's at about 900. That is for sure. And Hellstrider's coming across this way. Chaos Lord coming as well. Massive horde of Yeoman archers going to be heading to try and wrestle that point, while a couple Marauders going to be heading back up there to grab that. Middle objective is going to be flipping, although, yeah, it would have automatically decapped there. But the Rot Knights might be able to get this, and here comes the Knights Errant there. All right, so what do we got? We got Alberic coming this way. And yes, here comes the big dogs. The Rot Knights coming across under the Peasant mobs while Hellstriders fight these guys out. I don't know if it's going to be decapped quick enough, and it looks like that's going to be a closeout for Bretonnia there in that particular game. All right, GG, well played. And one moment, guys. I am going to be right back here. Okay. So one sec, guys. I'm going to refill my water, and we will return. But looking at the value, the Rot Knights here, 1,100, 900, and we do have this as well. And yeah, I'm considering a replay option. I'm going to talk to the players. It might not have mattered because Charx just won enough on points that I think Chaos wouldn't have held the objectives long enough. I'm pretty sure Charx would have won that regardless, but I am considering it. So just give me 1 second, guys, and I will be right back. All right, guys, the official review is on. I have reviewed it, and it wouldn't have really mattered. Basically, Charx was so far ahead on points. Every time Chosen moved off the objective, Charx basically flank captured with the yeoman and was able to get the points perpetually. Even if you had given Chosen an extra several minutes worth of holding one or two objectives, he still would have been mathematically behind Charx in points so considerably, and it really, really probably wouldn't have mattered in the end. So, yep. So pretty straightforward call there. Both players were pretty agreeable to it, and we are going to be going to Game 5 between those two. Because Charx just won so far ahead on points. A little bit haggard, but, you know, it is what it is. You got to make those audible plays. Hey, Salty Scarab, thank you for the raid. All right, so we're going to go to the other side, and that is going to be a 2-2 series here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's do this, and let us do it. So let's set up that. We're going to go BRB here. And we're doing it. Getting my water from an old-timey well, dude. Where do you even get that from? Jeez Louise. Well, we needed an officials review, you know, because I didn't know that map did that either. It's a little bit haggard, and certainly not something I would want in this situation. But even if, with the situation being what it was, Charx would have just won on points regardless. You could have given Chosen another 800 points on the board, and he still would have lost the game. And he didn't hold the objective nearly long enough to even get 800 points. Yeah, I'm going to remove that map from the rotation for sure. But it wouldn't have mattered in that case. Charx would have won the game. So, yeah. Cool. Both players were agreeable to that, too. There was no, like, disputes or anybody arguing. They were both, yeah. So, not that it matters. It should be on the admin to make those decisions. It's something I've learned over my years of adminning both real-life sports. You don't want to put the decision in the hands of players. You always got to do it yourself. But it is nice when the players are agreeable afterwards. That is for sure. All right. So, let's get in. And let's have some fun on a normal map here. The good old-fashioned hot dog eating contest. Yes, that's right. Oh, because even though the objectives did decap for Chaos, like, he would move off the objectives, and Charx recapped them almost instantly with his yeoman. And then from there, you know, you could add 500, 600, 700 points to Chosen that game. He still wouldn't have won. Charx would have just gotten to the points, and there was some decapping for Charx too, so he was being punished by it as well. Yeah. All right, guys. The call has been made, and let's go ahead and get back at it. Enticity, guys, currently up 2-1 in this series against Maximillionaire in the semifinals. 2-1. If Enticity wins this, the Kraken King is going to be advancing to defend his crown. All right. So let's go ahead and break down his armies. Enticity going to be rocking the Norskins versus Maximillionaire and the Dinosaurs. Marauder Horseman Corps, Marauder Icewolf Chariots, Skin Wolves to battle enemy large, a Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Buna to counter Cold One Knights. And, dude, Enticity just can't help himself. He played one infantry build, and homie just got, he probably felt sick to his stomach. He's like, oh God, I can't use any infantry. I feel ill. And homie rolls back to a mass mobility build. So we got a great Shaman of Death, Dreadmaw as well. Really nice utility in a mobility build to just have a Dreadmaw that can pop up and cause havoc. I do like that. And on the backside here, guys, we do have Maximillionaire. Going to be rocking a couple units of Chameleon Skinks, which I think is great. For Vanguard pressure, really good against Norskins. A Solar Engine to counter Enticity's mobility and range. Lord Mazdamundi with Nets, which is really good against Ent. And then a Battle Line of Saurus. So we're seeing the old-fashioned kind of, this is like a tried and true kind of old school stalwart front line with range support and a little bit of skirmish versus what's very much a skew build. Yeah, Enticity probably saw that he had 8 infantry units last game and felt sick. So he had to roll back and do this to us. He had to bring out the big dogs. All right, guys, welcome. Maximillionaire, all hands on deck here. He has to win this. And this, if Enticity goes to the finals, would be one of his many appearances in the finals. Maximillionaire, this would be his first time ever making it to the grand finals of a world championship. And he's been playing incredibly well. That is for sure. All right, so moving on up, we do see the Solar Engine. It's going to be ripping shots into the Marauder Horseman. Enticity going to have to sacrifice some of them. I really like the Chameleon Skinks here. These guys are going to be such trash goblins. You basically move them up and get like a Feral Cold One to fend off the Beast of Tashnar, and then you're going to be cooking. But those Saurus are going to be tough to remove, man. That's a lot of meaty capture weight. Solar Engine shooting into the Riders of the Mighty Serpent right there. So there they go. What's up, Upsaya? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. All right, so these bad boys on their way up. We got Saurus Warriors heading towards Objective Dose. Chameleon Chads up on the high ground, going to be grabbing this while Enticity continues his Gremlin skirmish. Beasts of Tashnar are going to be eating some blow darts to the face, which they're not going to be enjoying. Bad dogs right there. And they do get forced back, while 15 capture weight from the Chameleon Skirmishers is going to be getting it done. Now, Ent is going to be trying to bounce between objectives and just make it incredibly difficult for Max to hold. So what Max needs to do is leave like 2 or 3 Saurus units here. Maybe 2 is adequate with like Mazda Mundi, and then take everything else to the high ground. Because Ent is just going to ping pong between the 2 objectives and try and force the Lizardmen to make mistakes. Now, the Hound units charging in, kind of getting punched pretty bad here by the Chameleon Skinks, which are hands down one of the most annoying units in the game, by the way. I made a video back in Warhammer 2 where I talked about the most annoying units in the game, and I still to this day think that Chameleon Skinks and Chameleon Skirmishers are hands down one of the most obnoxious units to play against, and they're doing really, really good. And what's fun about them is they're not OP though, but the Beasts of Tashnar do actually manage to get on one of the Chameleon Skink units and potentially wipe them out. We're going to see how this goes. But one of the Marauder Horsemasters does get owned. They got absolutely blasted by those blow darts. And the other side, the Beasts of Tashnar here are wavering, but the Chameleon's going to be moving in to combat versus the Beasts of Tashnar with their numbers and trying to keep them at bay. In the meantime, Max being enveloped by Enticity. Cold Ones, ooh, are we going to see a net from Mazda Chungus? That could be really good. Netting down the Marauder Ice Wolf Chariots and then counterattacking them with Cold One Spear Riders is a god tier play. That means that Chariot, if Max clicks on them, it should be 100% dead. That is a really, really clean engagement there. In the meantime, the Skirmisher is doing quite well here, but the Marauder Horsemen are all up on them. I don't know why Max hasn't called in something to help them yet, like some sort of a like a cab unit. These Chameleon Skinks have really been on their own. Granted, they're doing an excellent job, but I think they're going to be pushed to the end of the road here as the Beasts of Tashnar are coming back and the Skink Skirmishers are being harried pretty freaking heavily. All right, guys, on this side, Cold On Spear Riders did well, but the Chariots were rescued by some Skin Wolves. Skin Wolves are anti-large, and oh, Tremors is here, dude. The Trouser Snake has arrived. All right, so the Dreadmaw is up. It pops up, getting some nice damage right there. Solar Engine going to be shooting back here into the Skin Wolves, and ladies and gentlemen, Anticity's Overwhelm has worked on this side. Using his mobility, he overwhelmed a weak position and was able to take down 3 Chameleon Skinks, although it did cost him quite a bit. But Max is going to have to find a way to play the objectives, that is for sure. Solar Engine still shooting, doing fire damage against Skin Wolves. Max now calling in Cold and Spear Riders, but he needs to make sure they don't get isolated out on their own. They need infantry support. Max probably should have played here, moved up this way, gotten this objective, and slow push towards the center, I think would have been the correct play. Granted, I didn't hate the Skinks in the high ground, but they really, really needed some support. Those Skinks were very heavily unsupported, and I think it cost them quite a bit. Granted, value trading is close enough. It's about 1,000 difference, not the point of no return. The Chariot's lurking here with a couple models, and Anticity thinking about charging here, but the Saurus Warriors should be able to hang in there. All right, Spear Riders fleeing. Ent is just, dude, Ent is like one of the predators, man. He just sees a unit on its own, like weak and isolated, and he just goes after it, man. He's got the Skin Wolves, he's got the Kurgan Horsemen, which is one of his favorite things, as well as a Bunicaster, which is such a hard counter against Cold on Spear Riders. Saurus going to be moving in, trying to fight. Solar Engine getting good value. Mazda Mundi does net down some Norskin Ice Wolves, and then they're going to get attacked by Saurus, I guess, but I don't think it's going to be too much damage. Chariot here getting countercharged, going to be losing some models, and Tremors is here, guys. So the Tremor Snake has arrived. Oh, Big Daddy emerges from the pits. And yeah, we got to get the cinematic shots of the Dreadmaw, which just recently was nerfed, by the way. Still very good. You can only bring one, though, so it's not like something you can spam out. The John Madden Erratic Mark. Oh, dude, Dreadnought, just wait for those. And now we see the Chimera coming out from Anticity. A very strong unit. Does not seem like the dinosaurs have a good answer for it on the battlefield. No sort of like salamanders, and their Skinks got killed early on. Skinks normally would be a very good counter against those. Saurus Warriors fighting the good fight, but Kurgan Horsemen are dual weapons, so these are the dual-wielding Kurgans, and they are going to be able to rip and tear in there, so those bad boys are chopping. And Anna in chat with a goated comment, my wife, saying, Anticity is like our dog when she sees kids or old people walking slow. That's so true. That's so true. I love it. That's the best analogy ever. Oh, my God. We have like a Chihuahua Terrier who's just like super vicious to everybody except us. So, yeah, it's classic. All right, so now Anticity trying to get up on Objective 2 right there. In the meantime, Saurus Warriors are fighting the Trouser Snake. Not an ideal fight for the Saurus, but could be worse. Fade Abuna activated on the Cold on Spear Riders. Going to be surrounding the Dreadmaw here, also attacking the Chimera. While Mazda Mundi does get a big net and a Ruination of Cities combo, which is nice. Maybe going to do some okay damage or banishment. So the Kurgan Horsemen here are going to get folded. All right. So moving on up are the Saurus Warriors and the Cold and Spear Riders. Could Maximillionaire be on the path to a comeback? This is do or die for him. You know, Max has to win this game or else he is eliminated from the Grand Championships. Spear Rider's going to be chasing back these bad boys. Saurus Warrior's going to be heading towards Objective 3, while we do see some Spear Riders heading over on this side as well. And this is where the Saurus get to shine. If the Saurus can plant their feet on the objective and just bump and grind with you, that's good. And oh, look at this. The Great Shaman Sorcerer is surrounded. He's going to get Arcane Unforged here. He might actually go down here. They're incredibly squishy, Shaman Sorcerers. We do see a Breath Attack activated. The Shaman Sorcerer losing a lot of HP. Enticity going to be calling in all the dogs here, the Skin Wolves, to try and make sure that he survives. But that was a nice spell usage right there, and certainly will make him think twice. High ground is won by the Saurus and by the Cold One Spear Riders. And now we're starting to see the value trading come back a little bit. Still probably Enticity favored, considering he has a Chimera and a Dreadmaw. But even still, this game could go either way. Spear Riders versus Skin Wolves. Another Spear Riders going to be on the way in, charging those Skin Wolves there. Max calling in more Cold One Riders. Big, nasty pit fight here. Mazdamundi is a tanky boy. You see the Kurgan Horsemen in numbers are certainly causing quite a bit of havoc. Leaving the Saurus Warrior on the high ground to hold it is a good call, considering the opportunity for a split push right there. So I do think that the Saurus Warriors leaving them there is good. Now, will Max's reserves be able to hold against the Kurgan onslaught? So Enticity really leaning into the Kurgan pressure here. Now, Devamatalk activated by Mazda Chungus, while Cold One Spear Riders trying to hold it down. Value trading kind of close now. As long as Mazdamundi doesn't get punched right in the dongus here, maybe a comeback option. Cold One Riders are very cost-effective against these type of units, like these Chariots and these Kurgan Horsemen and things like that. Although some of the Kurgans are great weapons, but Mazdamundi is surrounded. And is there going to be some witchcraft going down? Is he going to have Ruination of Cities? The Manscore can definitely take down Mazdamundi. Feral Cold One's coming out. Nope, more Cold One Riders as they do engage in. But man, the Kurgan Horsemen, great weapons with Skin Wolves, taking these Velociraptor Cab to absolute pound town here. This could be the turning of the tide. And we do also see the Dreadmaw pop up and get a little bit of burst damage as well. Now, any split pushing on the outside objectives doesn't look like it. Looks like it's going to be rather a big pit fight here on this objective, as Lord Mazdamundi does come across. Cold One Rider is going to be bumping and grinding here, while the Bastiladon with the Solar Engine is going to be doing it to it. Skin Wolves coming back and across. Meanwhile, Saurus on the high ground are hanging in there. But yeah, Max is very much in desperation mode, just trying to spam in Cav to keep up with Inticity's momentum. On the backside, we do get a Cav flank coming in from the Cold One Spear Riders who got the high ground. They're fighting a lot of units, though, and probably are just going to be overwhelmed. Enticity has pulled the value lead again. His Trouser Snake smacking his opponent in the face over here, doing some nice damage. And I do think that Max is going to be eliminated here, and that Enticity most likely is going to be advancing on to the grand finals of the World Championship here, which is certainly quite powerful indeed. Saurus hanging in there. The Saurus Spears would have been pretty big here against Inticity's build, but mainly having ground-based Saurus certainly made them struggle against some of the Cav. They didn't have the anti-large tools. Bastiladon Solar Engine is surrounded, being smacked up by these Skin Wolves here. Cold One Riders fighting tooth and nail. Mazdamundi getting very low, and the Shaman Sorcerer didn't hear no bell. He's coming for revenge on Mazdamundi. Mazdamundi at about 900 HP right here. Chimera is going to get him, and it does look like that is most likely going to be all she wrote. And the Kraken King is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. I don't think there's any comeback options for the dinosaurs now. I do have a bit of a habit sometimes of calling games early, something I should not do. But regardless, I do think it is safe to say that this game is over. GG, well played. And the Kraken King with a 3-1 victory over Max. But man, oh man, did Max give him a huge run for his money. That last game could have gone either way too, man. Could have gone either way. But yeah, the build wasn't bad for Max. I think losing his Chameleon Skinks was really rough. They were one of his best answers against all these light horsemen, as well as the big flying monsters. And he just got all three of his Skinks run down early on, and he paid the troll toll. All right, GG, guys. Well played. So that is going to be a 3-1 for the Kraken King. GG. We're going to see the big dog in the grand finals, and now we can make it official with some advanced bracket. You guys ready for Graphic Design 101? Oh, see that? The text just moved on the screen, dude. Yeah, so Enticity going to be going on to the grand finals. Great games for Max, absolute hero. I expect to see him in the championships in the future. So now we have Chosen versus Charx. We're going to be wrapping up that series, ladies and gentlemen. And that has gone to Game 5 as well. So let's go ahead and do this. We're going to do that. Okay, let's do that. Perfect, perfect. And yes, they are working on it. So they're doing their picks and bans here. And let me check this. All right. And bans going. Okay. And let's get back to this other match. Charx versus Chosen. 2-2 in this series, guys. 2-2 in this series. What is it going to be? Checking in on the picks and bans. And Edge of the Darkwood is going to be the map, one of our most standard maps here. Yes. Yeah, Enticity did lose another game this tournament as well. He's had a couple nail biters. In the early rounds of the tournament, he played the artist formerly known as Tim, own goal, and it was a 2-1 series. It was contested. And let me check who else he played. So I can show you guys the earlier rounds of the tournament. Granted, I will be casting a lot of those replays on the channel over the next couple weeks. But let me go ahead and update this. So Enticity here, I believe, was able to do this. And then that's a 2-1 there. All right. Yeah, so I'm looking at it now. Enticity defeated Maximillionaire 2-1. He defeated Serkia 2-0. And he defeated Own Goal 2-1. Yeah, so two contested matches. Or Maximillionaire 3-1, excuse me. Yeah. All right, guys. So that looks about right. Good stuff indeed. So we got our matchup. And here we go. Out freaking standing. The fire rises, my friends. And we have Warriors of Chaos versus Norska. So this is going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see what they're going to be whipping out here. Charx probably going to be using a lot of Hellstriders, a Hell Cannon, Marauder Horseman. Could be Festus too, although I think Charx usually prefers mobility. So maybe a Chaos Sorcerer with Tormentor Sword. And for Chosen, I have no idea what he's going to play. Probably Manscores or Chimeras, excuse me, would be my guess. Can you share the red paint scheme while you mentioned it? Yeah, so Daniel, what I'm doing for my Red Brigade, which looks really good, is you get... So you prime all the armor, or not prime, but you paint all the armor panels like a dark silver. Blood Belcher is probably fine too. And then once you've done that, you use like a dry brush or a makeup brush, and you do an 85 to 90% coverage stippling of a half and half mix of Mephiston red and any sort of a coal charcoal black. So just like Abaddon black is probably fine. Depending if you're using Games Workshop paints. So half Abaddon black, half Mephiston red. You mix them together to get a really grungy dark red, which I think looks a little bit better than corn red. And then you stipple that on to the silver armor. So you're going to cover like 90% of the armor with this, but you're going to leave some of the corners and edges with a little bit of silver showing, so it looks like battle wear and tear on your armor. Okay, so once you've done that, you're going to wash the entire armor with Agrax Earthshade, like a pretty hefty wash. Okay? And when that is done, you go back to Mephiston Red and you do you build a layer in the center area of the armor. So you leave the edges a darker color in the center areas. Like I would say 80% of the armor will be like this brighter red. It gives you really good depth. It looks really good. I can post a couple of the models for you, Daniel. If you remind me in the next couple days, I can do that. Yeah. So that it's a really good scheme. But there's more you can do. You can do a brighter red. You can do orange. There's all sorts of stuff. Yeah. But I'm just starting this warband. I've only painted 2 minis so far in it, and it looks really good. I love the scheme. Yeah, I'll post pictures. All right, guys. Let's get it cooking. Let's have some freaking fun. It all comes down to this. Chosen versus Charx. The battle is on. The Warshine Mammoth is limited to 1. It's not banned. The bug of the Warshine Mammoth is that if you have 2 of them, their buffs stack in a way they're not supposed to. So Warshine Mammoths are limited to 1. You want to see the brackets, Orange Pest? You use your hashtag in Twitch, and I will pull up the bracket for you on YouTube. So there's the bracket right now. Enticity winning 3-1 against Max, and now we have Chosen versus Charx here. So yeah, your Twitch commands can actually control the visual feed of the stream, dude. Look at that. OP, I do dare say. Thanks. That's a lot like what I paint. I use Army Painters, and it's silver based too. Yeah. Daniel, that's going to be great. That's going to look good, man. All right. So prize pool for today, by the way, we got $450 for first, $250 for second, And then we have third and fourth each getting $100 each. So Maximillionaire will be receiving $100, which is cool. You know, a nice little Saturday afternoon of playing games for about 4 hours and you get $100. Could be worse, right? And then we got first and second getting a little bit more of a prize pool as well, which is going to be the tail of the tape. Yes, yes. Legal Chef, you have giant earth digging hands. You could do it too, Legal Chef. If I were to sit down with you for like an hour, I could show you the basics of miniature painting and you would be thoroughly shocked at how well you could make a mini look. Yeah. Oh, Iron Sultanate is really badass. Yeah, they have really good shooting and some cool monsters too. They're very fun. Yeah, Max, you get $100. Today, and this one I added, I was going to originally have 550 and 350 for first and second, but I was like, the homies deserve a prize for getting to top 4, you know? Yeah, Max, you were great, man. You were the people's champion. You brought Nurgle, bro. You're everyone's favorite now. You're everyone's favorite. Yeah. All right, so let's go to the tournament here, and we have this one. Wow, yeah, this takes me back. This takes me back to like 2.5 years ago, like Mass Marauder Horseman skirmish. But Norska actually has a well-balanced army. Chosen has infantry. He's got light cav. He's got some heavy pressure. All in all, pretty good. All in all, pretty good. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun. And see how this match is going to go. Whoever wins this goes on to the grand finals of the championship. Congrats, James, on winning an RTT today. Hell yeah, brother. Congrats. And we're going to do it to it. We are going to do it to it. Yeah, Diagnosis, no. It's just sensationalism. I mean, of course, there are some issues. But yeah, overall, the game is great, man. It's really good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break it down. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be Charx, the pride of Poland, rocking a shit ton of Marauder Horsemen in Vanguard. So going to be, you know, even when he's not playing elves, he's playing elves. And we have a Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, by the way. Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption. Stream to kill infantry, and Fleshy to heal up big targets. I assume Charx is going to call in a big monster. I assume he is. And look at this, Doom Knights on the other side. In case you guys don't know, Charx was a Tzeentch main. He loves Tzeentch, so he's going to be using his Doom Knights, which are actually really good here. Magic damage anti-large is a great counter against Skinwolves and other big Norskin threats. And then another Doom Knight on the outside. The forbidden double Doom Knight play from Charx. All right. Now for Chosen, he has got a more well-rounded army. Marauder Berserkers, Marauder Bearmen, couple Norskin Ice Wolves, and a Sail the Faithless, who's going to be doing what in the woods? What the hell is this? Is this just Sail the Faithless bare bones with nothing? What the hell is this build? And then the rest of his army is going to be Mass Marauder Horsemen, Beast of Tashnar, a Dreadmaw in Vanguard, by the way. I don't know what the hell kind of a build this is with Sail the Faithless, but he has backstabbing sorcery. All right. Now, Charx immediately ambushing his opponent with Doom Knights. He's going to be chasing him back, and we do see some skirmishing on the back objective. Both players fighting over the points pretty hard here. Beast of Tashnar are going to be chasing out. Charx going to be calling out his Hellstriders, looking to countercharge the Beast of Tashnar, I would wager. While the Doom Knights do scare away that position there. Now, Sail the Faithless hiding in the bushes? Is he worried about being sniped? I have no freaking idea. Now, on this side, very favorable fight. Charx getting the Knights of Immolation bombardment and actually nailing those Norskin Ice Wolves. And he does get his opponent double cap. The middle objective going to Charx, back objective going to Charx as well. And it does look like the Knights of Immolation are going to be intercepting those Norskin Ice Wolves. And now Kurgans with Great Weapons coming in, though, from Chosen. This could be a good counterpunch by Chosen here. We do see, obviously, Great Weapons coming in, big armor piercing. Some of those those Knights of Immolation do get back up in the sky, but the Kurgan Horsemen are doing a lot of damage against some guys. Very, very nice play there by Chosen. Now, back objective taken by Charx. Heavy skirmishing here in the backfield. Beast of Tashnar and Horsemen duking it out. Hellstriders going to be a big advantage in this matchup, and Charx desperately trying to get away with these Knights of Immolation, taking a lot of damage against those Kurgan Great Weapons, but we will see how that all unfurls. Now, what is going on with this Dreadmaw? He's just got this random-ass snake hanging out in his opponent's backfield. Pretty crazy. Sail the Faithless going to be lurking right there, and Hellstriders intercepting. So far, close value trading. It does seem like Charx has gotten maybe some advantages. Never mind. I didn't see the Knights of Immolation got pounded so badly by those Kurgans. Really, really nice pick there by Chosen. That is quite excellent. Now, aside from that, a couple of Marauder Horsemen going to be lurking here, and we have a heavy, heavy skirmish game on our hands, guys. The Steppe tribes are certainly battling it out here today. Now, another Doom Knight on its way in. Those Knights of Immolation did get a Fleshy Abundance, and that might actually salvage quite a few of them, although there's only 10 models left here. Here we do have the Nurgle Sorcerer, getting some maybe pressure on these Marauder Berserkers. Horsemen certainly doing well. On the backside, the Dreadmaw is going to be on his way up, and we do see a massive onslaught of Horsemen coming here for Chosen. Now, Chosen does also have the infantry advantage. He's got, where's his Sorcerer, by the way, is Harry Potter. Okay, a Shaman Sorcerer medal has been called in. There we go. I was like, is he going to be doing a no-caster build? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Dude, this is just like mass, like, steppe warfare, Genghis Khan, like, skirmishers and horse archers going at it. Doom Knights overhead, and the Trouser Snake emerges. Now, even though the Trouser Snake did not really get too much damage in there, it is like a big distraction card effect. So it kind of plant it in front of your opponent's skirmishers and be like, you know, come at me, bro. Let's see how this goes. So Chaos Knights with Lances are here, and they're going to be able to run over these infantry pretty effectively. So I would imagine we're going to start seeing Charx using his Chaos Knights to hammer some of the Bearmen. Knights of Immolation do survive. There are 10 of them, and they get a decent little bombardment right there. Dreadmaw going back underground right there, while Charx is going to be moving up. Chaos Knights getting a nice charge right there, annihilating those Marauder Bearmen. Jeez Louise with the Doom Knights. And that is one big advantage that Charx does have, is he has this big star of Death Star of armor. And honestly, aside from the Kurgan Great Weapons, I don't know if Chosen has the best answers. Although that Searing Doom is really good, man. Well played, man. He's playing like a man possessed, that is for sure. And this is a very, very close knockdown, drag-out game. All right, Marauder Berserkers moving up. And we do see the Chaos Knights getting a Fleshy Abundance. That has got to feel pretty good. And they're probably going to intercept these Norscan Ice Wolves here, while we do see the Hellstriders and the Doom Knights charging back into these guys. And Chosen taking a bit of an L right here, as his Frost Doggies do eat a Lance charge from these Chaos Knights, who only lost 4 models. And with Fleshy Abundance, they are very, very much going to be back on the table. All right, guys. Doom Knights waiting here. Charx pushing up on the flanks. Chosen needs to defend his back objective. It does look like Charx going for this, and Chosen going to be parking some Bearmen and some Norscan Ice Wolves there. So that's going to be forcing a retreat there. So here comes the Marauder Bearmen to hold that point. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Berserkers, a lot of infantry here compared to Charx is Chosen. And Charx is going to be rotating between the points. And do we see anything to handle these Chaos Knights? Right now, there's not a whole lot that can handle them, honestly. The Chaos Knights probably will wheel about face and run down these Marauder Bearmen. Meanwhile, on the backside, Doom Knights rotating back and forth. And nice pursuit here from the Norscan Doggies. Chosen able to get some good pursuit, and Charx is losing a lot of horsemen to the woods. Those guys are getting nibbled down and feasted upon. And it looks like they are going to be wavering, and they are going to be breaking. So where are the Chaos Knights? Where are they going to go? Definitely going to need to get some pressure on the middle. Forsaken being called in by Charx. Classic infantry for Chaos. Definitely one of the best choices. He still has a full health Doom Knight. And Norska has a lot of mobility, a lot of Marauder Horsemen, but their actual like meat in their army is certainly nowhere to be found outside of a couple infantry units. Well, Chaos Knight's going to get a flank charge right here. Going to be punting these guys into another dimension. It's a very, very nice punch right there as they do get bullied. And another Searing Doom. Man, Chosen is so quick on this, man. 1 ton hammer, thank you for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. It certainly helps me with the prize pool. So thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Chaos Knights get in there, and it looks like some sort of a Plague of Rust play being activated on the Doom Knights, allowing the Norscan Frost Doggies to do well. And Chaos Knights here charging into the Marauder Horsemen, and they're going to melt them pretty quickly, sacrificing one Marauder Horseman to save the other, I suppose. But yeah, Charx starting to pull ahead in some of the trades here in the front line. Granted, the overall value trading still does say that Chosen is favored. Granted, I don't think it's tracking everything super accurately. But now we get Kurgans with Great Weapons coming in, which will be very good against the Chaos Knights if they can get the jump on them. Charx getting a big alpha strike in the middle, breaking a ton of the Chaos Infantry. And now the Chaos Knights going to be wheeling about face, and they are going to be meeting the Kurgans head on. And the Kurgans, not wanting a fair fight, are going to be running, which is smart. You don't want to be taking charges on Kurgans. And that was a brilliant play by Chosen. He engaged with the Marauders and then re-engages with the Kurgans. Granted, it ended up being a little bit awkward. Didn't work out super well for him there. But Chaos is back on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. It is, as these Chaos Knights, this is not on my bingo card, but these Chaos Knights are carrying this game. They are doing a lot of work right here, ladies and gentlemen. They are doing it, and they are going to be attacking into the Marauder Horsemen here. All right, guys. Forsaken moving up as well. Doom Knights crushing it. The Fleshy Abundances are doing so much work, by the way. The Chaos Knights getting Fleshy Abundances, the Doom Knights getting Fleshy Abundances, and it does seem like Norska is kind of petering out a little bit. Dude, I really am genuinely curious about this Sail pick. Like, of all your options, you know, you just got like a random ass like bare bone Sail. I mean, he's an okay fighter, I guess, but We're going to see what ends up happening here. Now, Norska's still holding on to the point, guys. We do see Chosen holding on to the point and doing very, very well with that. In the meantime, Marauder Horsemen going to be lurking here, and Doom Knights flying overhead. 2 units of Doom Knights going to be able to intercept some high-value targets. Forsaken getting in there, and finally we do see the Chaos Knights defeated. Plague of Rust probably got them with some of the Frost Doggies and some Haggard Kurgans, but more Kurgan Horsemen, Grey Opens on the way in. Beasts of Tashnar nibbling these guys down, and it does seem like even though Charx is winning some of these fights, he's struggling to retake ground. His Doom Knights are straight up not able to take the objectives. His Hellstriders and Forsaken trying to push where they can, but the longer this goes, the longer that Chosen has him double capped, it is gonna be something. All right, a couple of Hellstriders working around the wings. They're going to be coming up and around this way. Forsaken there as well, and we do see Forsaken and Doom Knights right there, so 2 of those bad boys ready to go. Is he going to be able to get that objective back? Is he going to be able to get it? I have no freaking idea. So here comes the Forsaken, the Dread Mob popping up, the Trouser Snake is there, and it is going to be getting a little bit of burst damage on the Forsaken. Trouser Snake, only 151 value, realistically about 400 with explosions, but in the late game, the Trouser Snake can be really good. When Charx eventually comes in for an Alpha Strike to try and get that objective back, that is going to be very, very nice indeed. All right, Doom Knights flying overhead, more Doom Knights here as well. And the Trouser Snake using its deep burrowing to teleport on top of them is very good. The objective capture does go back into the favor of Warriors of Chaos. Granted, Chosen does stand at the ready with his Norscan Ice Wolves. However, they're going to be getting rear charged by Doom Knights, and that's one of the big things about Doom Knights, why they win a lot of cav fights and fights against enemy large targets, is because they always get the jump on you since they're flying. But Plague of Rust combo, lowering their armor down. They're now getting chewed up pretty good, but another Doom Knight comes in to help against the Kurgan Horsemen. Hellstriders in the mix as well, and man, oh man, do we have a fight. Charx on the back point here, guys. Going to be grabbing it, trying to with the Forsaken. What is the response going to be from the big dog Chosen? He's got the Grey Opens coming in. Kurgan Grey Opens is a good counter against Forsaken, but what the Forsaken should do is hide in the trees and then countercharge them and use the trees to break them there. That would certainly be quite nice. Doom Knights flying overhead. And we do see the Kurgan Horsemen moving back in. Nice victory here for Chosen, breaking the Hellstriders, but the Doom Knights in okay shape. One of them does get nailed by Plague of Rust, and the other one is pretty low, actually. And here the Beasts of Tashnar are fighting 2 Horsemen units, and it looks like they're going to win. Chosen pulling back a bit of momentum right now, actually pulling ahead pretty considerably with those Plague of Rust and some of those other tools he's been getting. Fleshy Abundances, of course, have been effective, but the Kurgan Horsemen Grey Opens are such a beast in this matchup. Their ability to counter Forsaken and trade well into the other Chaos Armor is just absolutely masterful. Marauder Champions coming in, probably going to seal Doom for Charx, man. I don't know if he has anything to be able to deal with these big Chunguses. These Marauder Champions are absolute units. They have high armor, insanely good leadership, and pretty good melee defense for a Great Open unit. So that is going to be very, very tough. Charx does manage to rat his opponent's back objective, so now I think Charx is going to resort to a Gremlin playstyle. He's going to be trying to win on points, bounce between the 2 objectives using his Doom Knights and his mobility, which is probably honestly what he should have been doing earlier. Big fighting in the middle, definitely not something that these Marauder Horsemasters want. Nurgle Sorcerer lurking nearby, back objective, not being pressured. Sail the Faithless just hiding in the bushes. I'm genuinely curious what's going on there. It's pretty funny. I guess he just wanted a Lord that was inconsequential so he doesn't risk getting Lord sniped, I guess, and just hide him in the trees and going as cheap as you possibly can. It's just really funny, actually. All right, so Forsaken charging the Kurgan Horsemen, but they're going to get ripped to shreds. Right now, Chosen is going to get a great engagement, and he's going to flank charge around, get a dual charge right there. And those Forsaken should lose that fight, depending on the micro. They should lose it. Back in the middle, Stream of Corruption, really nice one there by Charx, able to nail all of those units right there. And the Forsaken and Horsemasters just having a knockdown, drag-out Duel of Fates, man. Backside, Chaos Knights have returned. It is a different Chaos Knight, not the same one we had before. Forsaken doing pretty good considering it's a 2v1. They're kind of fighting off both of these horsemen. And looking at the points, it is razor close, ladies and gentlemen. As the Kurgan Horseman here getting Glittering Robe, kind of cool, putting up to 60 armor. Charx charging in there. Doom Knight's able to help rout some of those bad boys off. But how is Charx going to be dealing with the late game call-in of the Marauder Champions? I don't know if he's going to have... He needs like Blood Beasts or Armored Chaos Trolls or something that can fight those things. It is going to be very difficult. They are a absolute raid boss of a unit. Raid house, raid boss, yes. All in the family. Forsaken versus Kurgans over here. Kurgans, like I said, with a good cycle charging should be favored in that situation. So they do get a really excellent charge right there. As those Forsaken do get hammered into the Shadow Realm. So these guys are doing it, and we see them folding up here. 27 leadership on them. Berserker is going to be coming down and across, and it does look like Charx going to be kiting with these Marauder Horsemen here against Beast of Tashnar. Should be able to win that particular trade. But now that Chosen has such a value lead. Sorry, he's Chosen. I keep calling him Chosen One, but he now can start pressuring his opponent's back objective, which is pretty big. Charx is keeping it close on points, man, and his domination instincts may be able to carry him here. If he can just somehow maintain capture weight on these objectives and hold it, like, he might be able to pull apart his opponent here. He might still be able to beat Chosen, but Chosen is playing like a man possessed today, man. Playing some very, very good games. All right, so the Chaos Knights getting a favored fight. They're able to dominate those Kurgans on the charge, which makes sense. But the back objective is going to be flipping here. Looks like the Berserkers are going to get that one in their clutches. Charx does pass him in points, but Chosen is only down by like 40, 50 points. It's not much at all. Couple Horsemen skirmishing here. Fleshy Abundance activated on the Chaos Knights, and the Marauder Bearmen going to be getting rear charge. But Chaos Knights to the back objective is the correct play for sure. I think you got to go back there. I think fighting over the middle is going to be impossible with those Champion Great Opens there. You're just not going to have a good time with that. Hellstriders do run down some of the Hounds right there, and we do see some Marauder Horsemasters fighting here. Very, very masterful play, though, man. This has been great. No, this is such a throw by Charx, I think. Charging the Chaos Knights into the Great Weapon Marauders is so brutal. And yes, they're going to get some work done, but now the Trouser Snake is nearby. He's just trying to brute force his way into the middle objective, which, again, with those Great Weapons there, I think is going to be a disaster. But we'll find out. I could be wrong. Charx is much better than me, so my assessments may be a little bit off there. Chaos Knights trying to pull up and through, but the Plague of Rust is doing work. Good Stream of Corruption and kind of tickle some of those Norskin units. Hellstriders in, getting a favored fight here as the Chaos Knights going to be rushing to intercept the doggy units. And now it looks like it's an all-hands deck on fight for the middle. Now, Fleshy Abundances have healed a lot this game. We do have Forsaken on their way in. Hellstriders and Chaos Knights able to do some good work. Plague of Rust lasts a long time, by the way. Finally does go off on those Chaos Knights. A couple Marauder Horsemen here. And Charx is on the brink of getting the middle objective back, but the Great Weapons in the Trouser Snake are generating some really good, consistent value. Another Marauder Champion is coming. And now, if this second Marauder Champion arrives, by the way, if the second one does get here, before Charx is able to get this objective, I think it's going to be GG. Because removing two Marauder Champions is going to be too much. He can't even get rid of this one. That one is just putting in a lot of problems. I do think it was a big mistake to not go over there and try and get that back objective, which was very lightly defended. I would love to see Chosen move Sail through the woods and start pressuring that back objective. I think at this point in the game, it's not a bad idea. So Chaos Knights and the remnants of the Chaos Forces are finally being routed by the Giga Chad Great Weapons. Forsaken are going to get bullied by Marauder Champ Great Weapons too. A unit, by the way, that I haven't seen in the meta in a long, long time there. So those bad boys are going to be on the way up. Here they come with their big boinking sticks. And it is going to be on. So Horsemaster is pulling back. Value favoring Chosen. He's looking real good right now. And Charx realizes this and is going to be sending some Forsaken to the back point for a desperation play. Maybe a little bit too late for that. The Nurgle Sorcerer is going to be retreating here as well. No back pressure on Objective 3, so it looks like he's pretty safe right there as the Forsaken try and chase off those Hound units. But they need to reroute to that back point. Granted, I think it's far too late with that. Far too late with that. All right, Marauder Champion Great Weapons coming in, and good solidified position here in the middle. The Trouser Snake, even though it's not getting a lot of value, it's kind of like a screen. It's really, really putting his opponent on the back foot here. Now, what is Charx going to be calling in? Is he going to be sending anything to the back objective? Yes, he's got some Marauder Horsemen going back there. His only chance is that he can capture Objective 1 and his opponent doesn't react well to that, and then he can win the middle somehow, which good luck with that. With two Marauder Champion units, that's 10,000 HP, that's 80 armor, really 105 leadership on these ones right now. With the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, that is a nastiness, guys. Very, very nasty. Shaman Sorcerer going to get sniped out. Capture weight going to Charx a little bit here, as we do see the Marauder Horsemasters trying to get this. Norskin Ice Wolves will be defeated by those Marauder Horsemasters, most likely. Sail is going for it. Oh, he's creeping in the woods. He's creeping in the woods, guys. Yeah, look at Sail the Faithless. There goes my hero. Just running towards that back objective. Pretty mean for sure. But Charx somehow Palpatines it and gets the capture weight on the middle. The Nurgle Sorcerer needs to get back on the objective too for the capture weight. Looks like he's fighting Beast of Tashnar. But I think the Kurgan Horsemen, no, just Marauders. Going to charge into the Horsemasters. Another Horsemaster unit is coming here. It's going to be a dodgy one. But it does look like the Great Weapons arrive back on the objective and are able to fend off Charx's schemes. Sail the raid boss. The hero going to be pressuring that back point. Going to be forcing Charx to send a call in there. Big value lead for Chosen is showing here. As those big boy Marauder Champions doing some heavy lifting. Norskin Ice Wolves chewing down the Marauder Horsemasters. And the Marauder Horsemen here probably going to get pushed back. And it does look like a narrow victory in Game 5 going to Chosen. GG, well played to him. He played a really high micro game. And competing with Charx's micro is incredibly difficult, but he has that micro too and did very well. Yeah, great game, man. I think what cost Charx in a game that close is losing the Knights of Immolation early. Having like a 2,000 gold elite unit get hammered that early on is going to lose you a ton of momentum. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing the advance here. That is going to be victory for Chosen. He wins the series 3-2 and is going to be going on from here. All right. Yeah, very well-rounded build. I mean, you know, infantry, horsemen, some monsters, elite infantry being used, light cav. It was pretty well-rounded. Yeah, losing the Knights of Immolation early, I think, cost Charx pretty bad. GG dog. Okay. Finals time. So we're going to set up the finals lobby right now, and I'm going to get that all squared away. So we're going to do this. And grand finals. Here is the World Championship. It's going to be Enticity versus Chosen. ODM versus VM, a duel we have seen many times historically in competitive Total War. And we're going to see what's up. All right. Here we go. And it is go time. And now the final boss, yes. Enticity is definitely the final boss of Total War. He is. Oh, he was waiting. I didn't even need to send an invite. He's just like waiting in the wings. All right. So they're going to be doing their picks and bans. Nothing but cav on either sides. That's actually not true. I mean, 2 Marauder champions are what won that game. There was also 4 Marauder Bearmen and several Berserkers on the side of Chosen, and he did end up winning. It worked out for him. So, yeah, it was very mobility focused, but that's just how Charx plays too. Yeah, that's how Charx plays. All right, guys, let's go ahead and lock it down here. Yeah. The dreaded early day sleepers are here. I have noticed YouTube, on some streams, YouTube does, I think, send a lot of people who are AFK at their computers here. Like, it could be anyone just watching sports in their house and they leave YouTube on and it sends people here. I think that's what's happening right now. It's been something that, yeah. I suspected it was something suspicious, but I reported it and they're like, no, it's just, you know, YouTube's out. I'm like, okay, I guess YouTube's just sending random people here, which is great. Welcome to the party, guys. Welcome to the party. All right, so this is for all the marbles, guys. This is for all the marbles. Let's reset the score. It is going to be, here we go. So that is going to be Enticity. We're going to do that, and then it's going to be Charx on the other side. So that is going to be, or excuse me, Enticity and Chosen, yes. They both start with the C. It's kind of confusing. Man, what a great tournament it's been so far. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely not, Legal Chef. No, definitely not. Yeah. Sleep content is a real YouTube meta. It specifically sends people who fall asleep and let videos run. Yeah, I think I'm the sleeper channel here, dude. Dude, the Kurgan's looking good, though. Yeah. Kurgan's been pretty great. They have been pretty great. All right, let's do this. All right, Anticity's typing to me right now. Let me double check this and check the maps in the Discord. We're gonna remove one of them, I think. So let me check that. So we're gonna remove it here. Yeah, because I think I put that meme map in the grand finals too, because I really liked the way it looked. Yeah, so we're gonna remove Vanishing Step. So I'm gonna remove that. Removing Vanishing Step. Replace with, okay. And let's go ahead and get Chosen. Okay, so I'm just letting both players know that I'm going to remove that map and we're replacing it with the Ragnarok Lair. And we're going to get it. We are going to get it. Aaron, you woke up just in time for the finals. Yeah, so just a fair warning, everybody. There's going to be a lot of downtime in between these games. This is like the most competitive best of 5 you could find in the world right now. And they're going to probably take their time. I will put loose limits on them, but for the most part, let's just hang out together and Yeah, and enjoy each other's company, and they'll be ready when they're ready. So I don't want to put pressure on them. This is a world championship, so pretty big. Pretty big. Brackets, we need to update them. That's going to be Chosen advancing. This is Chosen's first appearance in the grand finals, too, by the way, of a championship level event. So he has played in a couple, but he hasn't made it this far. This is his first run. Certainly very, very impressive. So there he goes. The big dog is here. Let's do that. All right, guys. You missed the round because you're mounting a curtain rod. That's pretty funny. Can we discuss 90s music? Absolutely, we can discuss 90s music. I was just listening to this band that I discovered recently, which I heard their songs when I was a kid, but I forgot about them. It's a band called Failure. They have some songs called Saturday Savior is really good, and what is the other one that I've been jamming to? They're called Failure, though, is the name of the band. Yeah, really, really good if you guys are looking for some like obscure 90s music that is just, I would say, very underrated. No, the band is called Failure. Yeah, let me show you guys. Hang on. Cake is fun. Yeah, Cake is fun. It's some good 90s music. My all-time favorite 90s music is probably got to be Soundgarden. I think I really liked Nirvana when I was in high school, and I still like them, but for me, Chris Cornell is just like one of the GOATs, and he also transitioned so well in the early 2000s. I think Audioslave is one of the best bands ever. They're so freaking awesome. They have that like Rage Against the Machine guitar and, you know, kind of sound and bass. And then they have like the, you know, Soundgarden vocals. Oh, dude. Spoon Man is one of the best songs ever to just like turn up full blast in your car and just let it go. Like that like heavy drum. Oh, it's so good, dude. I love Spoon Man. Yeah, Chris Cornell is amazing. His Ba with the Ba overrated. It's kind of a meme song, yeah. Oh, Hunger Strike's great. Yeah. Are you talking about Temple of the Dog? Temple of the Dog is good. It's kind of a super band. They only had a couple little bits together, but they were good too. Godsmack is more new metal, like early 2000s. Even if they did form maybe in the late 90s, they're still, I categorize them more as early 2000s. Yeah, Metallica, I would say, was really good in the 80s. The 90s was like an experimental era for them. Although I do like a couple songs on Load and Reload, those two albums. Like King Nothing is really good. Metallica definitely, I think, peaked in the 80s, though. Like the late 80s, like the early 90s, late 80s, like Black Album was really good. And Justice for All is like one of the best albums ever. To Live is to Die is to Live. So good if you guys haven't heard that song. Dude, I love Queens of the Stone Age. Yeah, they're really good. They've been great for a long time, too. They've been great for a long time. Metallica wasn't bad in the 90s, though. Their early 2000s, like Saint Anger, was like one of the more haggard albums, I think. But yeah, they did it. Disturbed was great jock rock back in high school. I remember that was like some football locker room music. 100%. Hey, Ronan, thanks for subscribing, man. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Metallica's emo phase. It wasn't even emo. It was just like, yeah. Stone Temple Pilots is great. Yeah, Interstate Love Song is so good. That's like... Chili Peppers had some good 90s too. Scar Tissue, one of my favorite songs of all time. I love Scar Tissue. By the Way, although that was, I think, like 2000, 2001, so a little bit later. Yeah. Pantera. I never got into Pantera. My wife likes them a lot and has showed me some great songs. I really like Cemetery Gates. Cowboys from Hell, of course, classic, but I never really got super into them. Yeah. Check out them Crooked Vultures. Yeah, I've seen them at Savro. Yeah, they're good. I actually did I see them live? No, I saw a cover band performing some of their songs. Yeah. Saint Anger, one of the worst snare drum ever. I can't listen to that. Yeah, Saint Anger was pretty haggard, the album. There was a couple songs on it, like Sweet Amber. I like that song, but aside from that, not great. Smashing Pumpkins was great. I love Smashing Pumpkins. I know we joke about mayonnaise a lot on this channel, but if you want to listen to like if you want to listen to two songs that will make you feel nostalgic for times you probably didn't live in, number one, 1979 by Smashing Pumpkins, and their other song, which is called Mayonnaise. It's called Mayonnaise, yes. And it is just such a good emotional song. I really, really like it. Ava Adore is good. Yeah. We can keep going, dude. We can keep going about 90s music all day, man. Let's do it. 90s, early 2000s. White Snake. Here, yeah. I only know their hit song. I don't know any other songs from White Snake. Yeah. Dude, Black Hole Sun is very uncanny. The music video for it is like a little bit disturbing, but nothing is this. Okay, we're going to talk about. Let me do this real quick. Check here. Okay. What is that? So if you guys have listened to the song Genesis, Land of Confusion, it was covered by a new metal band in the early 2000s by Disturbed. Was it Disturbed or was it? Yeah, it's one of those bands. Land of Confusion music video. This shit had like the creepiest music video ever. So Phil Collins was in this. Land of Confusion is such a good song, but the video is like very disturbing. Look, let me show you real quick. Hold on. Yeah, like look how like weird and like creepy the characters are in this video. It's like it's disturbing. Like I remember seeing this as a kid and like being so creeped out by the aesthetic. It's almost like Hellraiser, right? It's almost like Hellraiser a little bit, I would say. Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Those puppets were from a TV show, were they? Yeah, they were creepy as hell, man. Roblonox? Oh, sometime soon. Yeah. The Warning is the... I don't know that band. I'll check them out, Nick. Yeah, the Disturbed video is great. Yeah. Disturbed's version is really good. I certainly enjoy cranking that one. It's a good time. All right, let's refresh this. Yeah, the Superman, where are you now? Yeah, it's so good, dude. So good. So we don't know the first matchup yet. They're going to be working it out. I will ask Ench. Let me know when matchup is final. And then we will give them... I'm going to give them probably 15 minutes to build their armies. We're going to be relaxed here today. I can hang out with you guys all day, so I am down to wait. And plus, you know, if it's too much, you guys go, you know, grab a snack, come back, and the game will be there waiting for you. Oh, I love Alice in Chains. Alice in Chains is probably in my top 10. Deftones also. Deftones is so good. Yeah, Deftones is amazing. Yeah, I really like a lot of their early 2000s, like early 2010s, 11 albums were really good. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. That is for sure. Okay, so Ents has got it. So right now we have the... Okay, so Enticity has picked Vampire Coast, Beastmen, and Slanesh. And Chosen has picked Ogre Kingdoms, Nurgle, and Vampire Counts. Interesting. So they're working through their pick and bans right now. Yeah, they're working through the pick and bans. So homies are going to be doing that. System of a Down is more like early 2000s, yeah. Aerials is really good. BYOB, Chop Suey. Lots of great stuff. Yeah, Anna bringing in the Britney Spears thunder, yeah. Yeah. Always a good time. I really like A Perfect Circle, too. They're, that is Tool, Maynard from Tool did a spin-off band, or a second band, and they're called A Perfect Circle. I actually like them more than Tool, honestly. That album, Maynard and Noms, is just such a masterpiece. It's so good. It's so good. If you guys are looking for some early 2000s kind of Tool-adjacent music, check out A Perfect Circle. Daniel, I mean, this would probably be the record, honestly. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had this kind of stuff, but yeah. Wake up, yeah. But a little, yeah, it's so good. Another Nurgle pick, I know. Oh, 90s dance music, yeah, like Lou Vega, Venga Boys, Europop, yeah. Anna and I do that, sometimes on long car drives. Vampire Counts versus Slanesh, damn, son, that's our matchup. We got Vampire Counts, Slanesh, two of the sweatiest factions in the game. Yeah, Roblo, I'll do it at some point, maybe, yeah. Korn, dude, I have to admit I did like Korn. Korn, POD, Foo Fighters, you know, Linkin Park was awesome, dude. Hybrid Theory and Meteora, two of the greatest albums of our time. So good. Yeah. A Perfect Circle is just a sober man's tool. That's a pretty apt analogy. It is. Oh, Resties Magdalena. Dude, I love those songs. Oh, they're so good. Yeah, somebody let Enticity Slanesh out of its cage in the grand finals. Somebody let his Slanesh out of the cage, guys, and he's about to get crunk nasty with it, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh boy. It's to be honest, I like Haggard music, but I couldn't name a single freaking Insane Clown Posse song. Not one. I don't know a single one. Yeah. I couldn't name a single song. Limp Bizkit, I loved Limp Bizkit back in the day, and I still like some of their songs. Like Take a Look Around, My Way or the Highway, Nookie is great. Rearranged is a super good song, even if you don't like nu metal, like the melody and the rock of it. Yeah, a lot of great stuff from Limp Bizkit. And Limp Bizkit lives near me too. I've seen him in person. He lurks in the same region as me. Yeah, I like some Rammstein. So best of 5 in the grand finals. Best of 5. So for me, Rammstein is like how I view Rammstein is that they're like 2007 World of Warcraft dragon slaying music. When you were like playing World of Warcraft with your homies in 2007 and you needed like a dragon slaying song, you put on like a Mein Brent or whatever that song was called by I can't do the German pronunciations, by Rammstein. Yeah. Like Rammstein was like early 2000s gaming music for sure. Oh yeah, the Limp Bizkit one with Method Man. Oh, I know every lyric to that song, but I'm forgetting the name right now. Hold on. Oh man, I can't remember off the top. Maybe somebody will get it here. It's creepily accurate. It is. It is. Let's make Fred Durst play Warhammer 3. I don't think it'd be impossible. Yeah, he does a lot of movie showings around here. So Fred Durst is actually really into like making indie movies and things like that. And he has screened a bunch of his movies, and you can go and meet him and stuff. He like does meet, like before the movie, he'll like hang out in the lobby and meet everybody. So probably would be possible. Sona, oh Sona's so good. It's so good. Yeah. Oh, For Frey, yeah, that was great. Get Your Groove On, was that the name of the song? Yeah. You know, another really good band from the 90s, early 2000s was frickin' Massive Attack. Oh, dude, Angel is such a good song. Anna and I listen to that like every long car drive. Angel, that song, when it has that like, he's like, you are my angel. And then that like, when he starts repeating the love me, love me, love me bit. And then like that like drum, like bass part comes in. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, Massive Attack. The album's called Mezzanine, I think. And then the song is called Angel. Oh, dude, it's so good. Yeah, we got to do that, darling. We do. Add it to the docket. Fred Durst would play Chaos Dwarves to roll through people with trains, probably. Teardrop is really good too. Yeah. No, I don't know that band, Glory. Yeah, I don't know that one. Yeah, Good Times, man. Good times indeed. Angel is one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, it's a really good song. Yeah. Anticity's ready, and I would imagine Chosen is going to be ready here in a minute. I'm going to give him a 3-minute warning here. I think he sent me that at 3:25, 3:31, so 6 minutes ago. All right, Chosen has a little bit more time to do his army. Yeah. Mezzanine is a goated album. Yeah, what the hell is the name of that other band? Firestarter. God, there's so many bands I'm trying to like shotgun out of memory right now that I'm forgetting some of them. Hold on. The Prodigy. The Prodigy, yes. Prodigy freaking rules too. They've got some great songs. And another one for all of you homies is the band called the Warp Brothers. Yeah. Warp Brothers. Here you go. Chemical Brothers, hell yeah. Yeah, they've got some good bangers. I can't remember the name of their songs, but Warp Brothers, and we have the Blade. So you guys remember that scene? Warp Brothers, We Will Survive. So there's like an early 90s, like mid 90s electro kind of techno band or group that's called the Warp Brothers. And they did the soundtrack for the nightclub scene in Blade. So when Blade goes into the nightclub and dunks on the vampires, that like really epic song, they did that song. And there's a full version of it, which is super good. Yeah, Crystal Method. Yeah, Justice is good too. Yeah, Justice is great. But yeah, Warp Brothers are really underrated. They're very underrated. Yeah, I think we could do Legion Tower Defense again someday. Yeah, good times, man. Good time. All right, let me go ahead and check this real quick. We're going to double check on the armies, make sure there's no issues. Not that we have to worry about army limits and things like that here. You know, we don't need to worry about that smoke. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back here. There we go. And we're going to do this. Okay, so if Ents send that at 3:25, it's been almost 10 minutes, 8 minutes. So we're going to give you another... Okay. So we'll be chill the first game, but I'm going to give them 10-minute army building restrictions after this. Yeah, 10 minutes is enough time once the armies are done. Speaking of nightclub scenes, yeah, you're going to have to show me that one, darling. I didn't know that. A long time ago? No, the song you showed me? Oh, when was that? Must have been a couple years ago. We could put it on, but it'd probably, unfortunately, get us trolled here on copyright stuff. I thought the Blade nightclub soundtrack was just... No, that's the name of the band that does that. Yeah, it's the name of the band. Okay, so probably about time for his warning. He's almost spent all his money. He's very methodical, for sure, which understandably against Enticity, but Inticity's just locked and loaded in, ready to go. But Vampire counts for Slanesh. It's interesting that they're getting like two of the sweatiest factions out of the way very, very quickly against one another. Yeah, they're like, hey, let's just play the two most powerful factions in the game right now and get it out of our systems here real quick. All right. Oh, Missy Elliott had some great stuff. Yeah, had some great stuff. She was very catchy. Had some good beats. We had a lot of that in the early 2000s, like Timbaland, doing all those songs. Anna and I always listened to that song "Promiscuous." That one's an early 2000s banger. All right. Let's see. Enticity changing up his build a little bit here. Looks like he had some doubts at the last second. I'm gonna have to sate my curiosity to see what changes he's doing, actually. Oh, interesting change there by Enticity. Yeah, very interesting change. All right. You guys are in for a treat, man. Okay. 2-minute warning. And there we go. Okay. Need to be readied up by then. Okay, so Ent is good. I've given a 2-minute warning to this player. And we will go from there. There is a band called Pepper. Yeah, they sing that song. Oh, I think they have the album with like the pencil poking the guy in the eye, or is that something else? I can't remember. Yeah, there is a band called Pepper, though. There is. Timbaland did resurface recently. He did. Yeah, he did he tried to make like an AI artist. So an artist or singer that was like fully generated by AI, like, and tried to like push it as like an artist he was going to like actually market and promote. Yeah, I agree. I agree with Anna 100%. Stoner Desert Rock is the best. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. But yeah, no, he tried to do something like that recently. I remember being disappointed. For future matches after game 1, 10-minute timer for both players on army build. Okay. Here we go, guys. Let's fasten our seatbelts and get it going. Welcome to the grand finals. Game 1 is on. Chosen readied up and then unreadied up. He saw something at the last second he didn't like, which was pretty funny. And here we go. AI trouser snake smarter than pros. All right. So it's going to be a Helman Gorst, the Gortys engine. Probably going to be using Gaze of Nagash. It's very popular. You use him on his Gortys engine, and you basically just sit there and launch fat shotguns at your opponent's face. So that is going to be the play. Yes, yes. That's right. I agree, darling. I agree. So we got the Crypt Horrors, couple of Cairn Wraiths in the mix. Interesting choice. I mean, against Slangor and Forsaken, Cairn Wraiths are actually a very good choice because the Fizzres will help them. Slangors don't do magic damage. They're just goats. You know, they're just goat people. All right, guys. So here we're on the Whirling Maelstrom. I think this is one of our best looking maps. Like, look how awesome this map looks. Oh, we can actually go pretty far out here. So you can see this like staircase going up. And yeah, you got a lot of cool Tzeentch aesthetic on this map, like these massive like Eldritch pillars, very Lovecraftian elements, right? Kind of like some world imperceivable realm here. Now, oh, that's kind of an interesting one. Yeah, we'll put up after this game, remind me, we're going to put up a poll and see which Chaos God you guys would follow. If you guys were to be followers of the Dark Gods, which one would it be? That is the question. Yeah, it's your boy Helman Gorst, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome, welcome. Spawning in on the southwest side, it is going to be a battle line of zombies. And Skeleton Spearmen and Cairn Wraiths. I really, really like the Cairn Wraiths. Maneuverable, 48, 5 capture weight, and magic damage against the Forsaken. Magic damage is relevant against Slaanesh because of Fizzres, but the armor piercing against Forsaken and relative durability here, I think that's a pretty cool little idea. Now, aside from that, guys, we do have a Necromancer with the Forbidden Rod and Raised Dead, and Helman Gorst is going to be, yep, the Gortys shotgun. This is like an old meta from several years ago. Helman Gorst riding on this thing, using Gaze of Nagash to blast Inkari in the face. It is a forbidden old school way here. So curious to see how that's going to work out. Oh, he's doing the, what the hell, the box formation. So zombie pencil formations, Crypt Horrors as well. Looks like he's going to be rotating over to this side, and Enticity is going to be deploying up here. Okay. So Forsaken, Slangors, Hellstriders, and Inkari. Enticity loves using Inkari. One of the nastiest assassins in the entire game, with the Wit Stealer sword activated, which I assume he brought. No Wit Stealer sword? No, there it is. Okay. So he's going to rampage the enemy lord and then try and kill them with Inkari. That's basically what it's going to be. He's going to triple cap the vampire counts, just play a stuffing strategy, and hope for the best. All right. So it begins, guys. Let us know your predictions in chat. Who are you rooting for? Are you rooting for the Kraken King Enticity, or are you rooting for Chosen? A new challenger has arrived. The new Pokemon has emerged. He has made appearances in major events before, but has never made it to the grand final. So this is his first run against the defending world champion Enticity. Let us see how this is going to be going down. Chosen chose not to ban Slaanesh. He did not ban Slaanesh. I suspect he probably banned Wood Elves instead. Wood Elves are a pretty common ban with Slaanesh as well. But Vampire Counts and Slaanesh are probably like straight up the two strong. Vampire Counts, Slaanesh, and Wood Elves are probably the three strongest factions in the game. If I had to say, those three are the strongest. Like in the hands of high-level players, very, very menacing. So Ent is going to be getting Objective 1, Objective 2, and Objective 3. The Vampire Counts, of course, much slower, but tough to uproot. And the one thing that Slaanesh can do is, since the Vampire Counts have partitioned their army into two pieces, Enticity can take his much faster army and ignore one portion of his enemy's army and then try and alpha strike the other one, right? Totally possible. Hellstriders charging in. They don't do magic damage, so they're going to retreat. Don't want any piece of those Cairn Wraiths. And now are we going to see Inkari use a Pavane on those Cairn Wraiths and try and pull them out and get a pick on those? It could possibly be. We do have some Slangors up on the high ground here, so the Slangor is going to be Netflix and chilling over here on Objective 3. So those bad boys are hanging out here. This is a classic clan war, right? We've, like, in the history of Total War Competitive, we've had so many duels between VM and ODM. Two of the greatest competitive clans in Total War, so really, really fun to see them. RTK has been very dominant in domination. We have had some other clans come in, like Rat Clan and some of those other homies doing some great work. Sons of the Mountain obviously represented quite well today. Rad, you know, tons of them. But today it is ODM and VM. So Enticity gets a bit of a surround. His Hellstriders come in. He's got Slangors chewing through chaff, Forsaken chewing through chaff. And this is actually very rough for Chosen out of the gates. Against Enticity, you got to be very careful about trying to multi-push, because especially when he's on Slaanesh. He practices this playstyle so much, and Inkari and company are just feasting like the Heathen Kings of old. And every time one of the zombie units gets killed, it's also going to be healing Inkari. So this is very rough. And the Vampire Counts are trying to reposition, but man, oh man, it is going to be tough to get down here, man. It is going to be very, very tough. All right, guys. So in the charge here, Hellstriders come into the back. Zombies are crumbling down. Forsaken are ripping and tearing very effectively. And we do see Seekers of Slaanesh too. But now, ooh, Black Knights coming out. Black Knights, though, won't have a good time versus Hellstriders as well as Seekers. They're probably going to trade down to those, although some Fellbats will certainly help. And we do see the Dire Pack mixed in as well, which is a helpful piece. But Inkari is basically just farming a large portion of the army. Granted, Slaanesh is not getting away scot-free in this fight. They are taking a bit of damage. Inkari's taking some. We do see a lot of the backfield pieces of Slaanesh getting chewed up. The Seekers, of course, on the brink of going down, but also crumbling on the Black Knights. Very, very good. And Slangor's going to be coming across to help out with the Fellbats as well. And Inkari getting the heal. So the healing is the Harvester of Souls ability. So when a unit is fully destroyed near Inkari, Inkari gets a pretty big percentage heal, which makes Inkari very okay against undead factions, because you can crumble down zombies pretty quickly. Now, Helm and Gorse waiting over there on Objective 1. The Vampires are sending their Cryptors and reinforcing units over, but Enticity now is calling in Riders of the Mighty Serpent, and is going to be getting some good Javelin fire. So far, point value does favor Enticity, but value trading is much closer than you would think considering the circumstances. Granted, it doesn't track crumbling, and now Ent has had his way. He's shut down the back reinforcements very well. And we're going to be seeing, most likely, Inkari and these various units get a big old surround right here. So those guys are going to be doing it, while the Forsaken and the Slangors and some more Forsaken are going to be chilling in there for sure. Hellstriders coming across, isolating another unit here. Narcissism used. Who thought that a Cryptor could be narcissistic? Well, we found out here today they can. And they're going to be getting fully surrounded and absolutely hammered down right there. They are going to be taking a whooping, as they say. All right. Helm and Gorst going to be creeping over this way, and the Marauder Horsemen are throwing fat javelins into Helm and Gorst. In the meantime, Slangor's going to be reinforcing in the middle, and this is really smart, man, because as soon as Gorst moves off, the Slangors can solo every unit. These are just crap house zombies and skeleton spearmen, so that is going to be very, very problematic there. Inkari a little bit surrounded, but dude, Enticity has been hiding Inkari the entire time away from the Gortys engine, and Pavane of Slaanesh on Gorst. Oh god, is Gorst going to get his bread buttered, man? Oh man, okay. If Inkari turns around, Gorst is rampaged and being punished by javelins. Oh no. Helm and Gorst is in the woods, and the Greater Demon of Slaanesh is going to be coming for that bread, ladies and gentlemen. Getting in there and ripping and tearing. Massive, massive damage as the Wit Stealer Sword. Is it activated? It is not. It's probably on cooldown right now, but god damn, Helm and Gorst is getting dunked on. Oh my goodness, that is brutal. 500 HP, and Inkari getting the job done. And this is what happens when you don't ban Enticity Slaanesh. You have to deal with this. That is for sure going to be GG. The Vampires are losing on every front. They're getting crushed here, getting absolutely annihilated over here, and it is a disaster. Enticity showing why he is a 3-time world champion, coming back in and coming out with a very decisive Game 1 victory here against his Vampire Count opponent. Man, oh man. So that was a bit of a tricky one from the Vampire Counts. Now, we can start talking about the post-game a little bit here. Chosen basically blundered his positioning. Splitting up his army in two was a huge mistake. What he should have done is started over here, pushed up this way, and then slowly worked his way towards the middle while defending his backfield with his own cav. It was just a huge deployment blunder for Chosen, and ended up catching him in the back there. And Enticity has basically tabled his opponent. He's going to be moving to the middle. We see the Black Knights getting ripped to shreds, and the Slangors getting it as well, and man oh man. Now, yes, that looked very, very decisive, but like there was a lot of micro and decision making involved from Enticity that made it look like that. Like most, even average tournament players would not have been able to pull that off that easily. That is for sure. All right, guys. So, coming across, Inkari is on its way over. We do see this Skeleton Spear. I don't know why Chosen's still in the game, honestly. I don't normally say that, but like he literally has a Skeleton Spearman here. That's it. That is all he has, dude. That's all he has. Oh, man. Inkari's coming up. Now, remember, this is best of 5, though, and Enticity won't be able to play Slaanesh again, nor will Chosen be able to play Vampire Counts. However, they can both play the same faction. Like, so for example, if Chosen wants to play Slaanesh, he can. GG, dude. That was an absolute bully beatdown right there. And, you know, that's a great way to come into a best of 5. Coming in with a crushing defeat, setting the feeling, getting that momentum, that is such a valuable thing in a best of 5. I can tell you, like, in those tournaments, the tournament I played in a while back, it was Grubby's event. Like when I was able to get that first game, like a solid victory, it just sets the tone for the rest of the series, man. So pretty big. But now we get to see How is Chosen's mental fortitude? Is he going to stand up to that? Is he going to be okay going forward? Or is he going to be rattled and be like, oh my God, I'm in another dimension of play here? Like, we're going to see. We're going to see. So Inkari, just 2,100 value. Pretty even spread. Nothing like individually did crazy, but yeah. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts. All right, guys. Hopefully Chosen can rally back. You know, I believe he can. I believe in him. Skylight, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, Gorst needs to be in a box. Like, having Gorst out in his own and open field is very, very rough. Okay, outstanding there. Alrighty. Is he ever chosen the true champion? Yeah, I don't know. We're going to see. You want the brackets? I will send you the brackets. We're in the top 4 in the right now. So we have the grand finals, which is Enticity versus Chosen. Best of 5 for the world championship. Thinking about maybe bumping it up to best of 7s eventually, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. We will see. Someone call a corpse cart. Yeah, Helman Gorst needs a corpse cart to come pick him up. You know, that is that needs to be what goes down here. All right, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom, get some water. I'll be right back, and we are going to cast the hell out of this next Grand Finals game. So let me see what the map is doing. It is going to be the Rift at the World's Edge. All right. And there we go. Okay, the map is set, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Just a little break here. All right, guys, we're back in business. Let's see what's going on. And do it to it. Do it to it. So the prize pool for today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets real quick. So here we go. And there's the prize structure. So $450 for first, $250 for second, and then $100 for both Charx and Maximillionaire. They're going to be getting a prize for making top 4. And thank you again to the individuals who helped sponsor today's prize pool. It helped out quite a bit. Certainly made it a little bit of a bigger event, which is always fun. So $900 in prizes. Not bad for Haggard Little Total War. Always good. Dad's back, yes. We are back, but that is the prize for today. Yes, of course, Flaming, of course. Please don't make the finals best 7 and just screws. Yeah, that's fair, Team Bamboo. That's actually a good point. Yeah, it is a good point. Okay. So we have, ooh boy, you guys want to see the matchup real quick? Enticity actually sent me a screenshot of it. What a hero. So these are the matchups right now. So Chosen has picked Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, and Norska, and Enticity has picked Vampire Coast, High Elves, and Kislev, actually. So right now they're working through a pick and ban matrix to decide which one they're going to play. So they are doing that. What's the 16? That's the number of models they have on the battle. The number on the battlefield, and the second number is how many they have in total, including their reserve units. Yeah. How about best of 5,000, dude? That's how we truly do it. Yes. Okay, cool stuff. Yeah, we can do that in the future, Felix. I've thought about it. Some people have to approach me about it as well, but there can be sometimes drama with that type of stuff, but we will see. Enticity won with Coast earlier. He actually used Coast to get to the semifinals. He defeated Norska pretty badly, actually. It was a very, very good one. Happy birthday. Not my birthday today, but I'll take it, man. I will take it. No complaints. The birthday is coming along. Yes, we're getting there. 5 more months, and then God, 5 months already? Jesus Christ, man. Aging is so trippy as you get older, man. It's like everything just goes by so much quicker. You know, it goes by so much quicker. How did the Kraken King Slanesh match go? He won pretty decisively. Yeah, he won pretty damn decisively there. Yeah, I'm going to be 38 in July. I totally donate $20. Nice, man. Shoot me a message in Discord. We can chat. Yeah, Nurgle's been seeing some play. Maximillionaire killing it. I've noticed a lot of the players in VM, like these Eastern European players, they've been using a bit of Nurgle. Like Berserk has used them historically. Chosen uses them from time to time. No, after the tourney's over, that's probably going to be it. Yeah, it's probably going to be it. We're in the grand finals, grand finals, and I need to update the scorecard, by the way. So let me do the score, and that's going to be Enticity is up 1-0 here. All right. And there you go. Had a kid in Time Turbo 4s this past year flew by. Yeah, I bet. I just remember like in your early, we have this boomer talk all the time. Like in my early 20s, everything just felt like it took so long. I was like, God, man, like every summer, every like year was so long, but now it's just like they happen so fast, you know? Yeah. All right, so we got Grand Cathay from Enticity, maybe? No, that wasn't on his pick, was it? Let me check. No, I think he's just looking at them for some reason. Just teasing his opponent out. Yeah, good times, man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that Zoltan. I have no idea, dude. It's just the wildest YouTube shenanigans, I do dare say. I'm going to be 35 this year. It could be worse, you know? You're in the middle of your 30s. You're in the middle. Yeah. Okay, so Chosen One has used his vampire counts. They can't be used again, obviously, in the series. Enticity has used his Slanesh, so those guys are going to be off the docket. No longer available for the entire series. And though, with Kislev, I can see him feasting pretty well with High Elves Kislev, like mobility cheesing with them. Just mass horse archers with shock cavalry and some magic and single entities. Like, if you let Enticity have his Kislev pick here, you're probably going to see mass horse archers, like 2 frostworms with Hawks of Miska and then like a bunch of shock cav. It's so tricky to deal with when he's playing it. And for Chosen, from what I've seen today, he usually plays pretty well-rounded playstyles. Like he brings a balanced army, and it's worked well for him. I mean, he defeated Charx 3-2, which is not an easy thing to do. Charx is a monster. He's very good. So yeah, you started watching when you were 17. Now you're 26. I know, man. It's been a while. 35 plus. You know, I know that's like a running gag that like people pick up injuries, like they sleep funny and they wake up like suffering. I haven't had that happen to me yet, where I like wake up and I slept like maybe a little bit, but nothing serious, you know? Nothing serious. I did have one of my friends though, who I played high school football with, and he said that like he sneezed really bad and like threw something out in his lower back, and he was like having problems with it. So I have heard of that. Yeah. Do they pick at the same time? Yeah, they're doing a pick and ban process. And I can actually probably... Okay, Kislev for Enticity. I don't know what Chosen's going to be playing yet. Looks like he's sitting on Kislev. And let me know when Matrix done. Nurgle versus Kislev. Let's go. Let's get it. Chosen coming in with the Chadley Nurgle pick. This is actually a fun matchup. It can go either way. It's not one-sided. Nurgle can do quite well here. Granted, I would say at the highest level it might be Kislev favored, but 55-45 ballpark. Yeah, something in that way. Try sleeping on a couch one more night. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Okay, so Chosen on Nurgle. Enticity, Kislev. The Slavs versus Nurgle's Chosen here on the Rift of the World's Edge. A glorious map made by Bob That Builder. Certainly a great one. Yeah, it's a great matchup. Nurgle has really good great weapons and usually is heavily favored in the infantry fight, but Kislev usually wins the mobility fight pretty decisively, and also the monster fighting. So it's a tricky one. Angels of Decay are gods here in this matchup if you're Chosen. You always have to have them in reserve. Angels of Decay can really counter a lot of the big Kislev threats, but they can also be shot by Streltsy and Little Groms, things like that. So yes. Kislev. Now there's some Kislev fans here, I'm sure. Yeah, Kislev's a Burst Brits. Wacka, no, that's you did him dirty. Yeah, you did him dirty there. Slavs versus Brits. Oh my god. I don't know. Nurgle has definitely got a lot in common with. I have some extended family members that have a lot of Nurgle energy here in America as well. To be fair, Michael says, "Turin at 47, I've had a sneeze make since it was so strong." Oh no, this could be another. We'll see. Yeah, Kislev's fun. Okay, you guys ready to predict his build? His build is going to be Little Grom, 4 Horse Archers, Ice Witch with Hawks of Miska, and maybe 2 Dervishes and like 2 Winged Lancers. That's my guess for his build. That's my guess. 100%. So for Chosen, I don't know how you approach. Like, man, yeah, it's tricky. Against Enticity with the way he plays is so different and tricky that it's hard to toolbox for it unless you practice. Like, I don't know if Chosen has been practicing a lot to deal with Enticity's style. Like, I have no idea. We're certainly going to find out. Speaking of the British, Anna and I have been binge watching the Great British Baking Show, which has been super fun. If you guys need like some wholesome, lighthearted entertainment, it's great, man. Can't recommend it enough. Always a good time. Okay. Not quite Dark Horse. No, Anticity's Canadian. Yeah, he's Canadian. Yes. He is from Canada. Soul Grinder probably isn't bad against Enticity. Like Noxbringer to sit there and like shoot his skirmishers. And Noxbringer in general is just good against Kislev. Although you have to watch out for Little Grom. Little Grom can wreck it pretty badly in open field. So yeah, it can happen. But yeah, no, Great British Baking Show is great. And old Greg is one of the hosts of the show. Noel Fielding. Yeah, that was the craziest thing for me. Going and watching the Great British Baking Show and being like, is that old Greg from the early 2000s? It is. Yeah. Enlo Garden says your wife always watches it and you never mean to watch a whole episode, but you always end up doing it. Yeah. Chosen is Russian, I believe, and Enticity is Canadian. Yeah. That is the tale of the tape here. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and look at the armies. I'm actually a little bit curious about what they're doing here. Okay, so we're going to put the blocker up real quick, and I'm going to peek at the armies. Yeah, it looks good to me. That's an interesting take on things. Okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate Chosen's army. It's got some risky elements, but you got to take chances against Enticity, that's for sure. And yeah, looks pretty good. Looks like he's about ready to play. He's spent most of his money just fine-tuning his last couple elements here, and should be good. All right. Look, I'm old Greg. You ever drink Bailey's out of a shoe? Noel's hilarious. Oh, he's so funny. No, I never have had him. But Anna and I are both huge fans of Noel Fielding. Yeah, he's amazing. Yeah. Noel. Yeah. Noel, like that. Noel. Yeah. The top of the pop sauce. Oh, I don't know what that is. Lightbringer. Yeah. Chosen on Nurgle is pretty Chadley, guys. We've seen Nurgle picked a couple times today. And the Nurgle Maximillionaire Enticity game was actually close for a while. It just came down to a couple little things, like the Giant and the late call out. But he's going with a Toad build. Using Toads to try and roadblock the Chariots is interesting. Danikin was not in this tournament. He opted not to play. I think he's either a little bit burnt out on the game or just had some other stuff happening in real life. But he was invited. He was definitely invited. Yeah, but he chose not to attend. So here we go. Let's have some fun. Welcome to Game 2 in the Grand Finals. Will the big dog Chosen be able to get a win off Enticity with Nurgle nonetheless? Nurgle being chosen to the Grand Finals. Yes. The Toad block. Yeah, the roadblock, Toad block. That's going to be the game plan. Real life is OP, please nerf. Yeah. You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. No, I've never watched that, Legal Chef. I haven't. No. You can shoot me a message in Discord about it, though, and let me know the details. He opted out much like myself, yeah. Yeah. Professor Pone opts out of every season finals. If we let Professor Pone play in these events, it would just be one-sided. There would be no point in even doing them. So it's very kind of him to bow out and let other people have a chance. All right, guys, so let's see what's cooking. We got Pestigores, which are pretty good. They have a little bit of missile resist and great weapons, so they're good against Kislev Cav and infantry. Chaos Warriors are in the front with Marauders to absorb some of the shooting. And then we got Battletoads galore, so 1, 2, and 3 Battletoads, which are just there for their mass. But they're also good against Kislev infantry, which Enticity probably won't bring. All right, guys. Noxbringer is a very meta choice in this matchup as a Nurgle player. You got to have it to be able to counter skirmish. And aside from that, it is going to be a Sorcerer Lord on a Rot Beast with, is that Buna? Oh, I like that. I like the Buna pick. Yeah, get the fat Bunas on the Griffin Legion, the Winged Lancers, and all that sort of good stuff like that. So I think that is going to be very, very good indeed. All right, guys, fasten your seatbelts and let me know who you think is going to be winning for chat. You can yell something, something Nurgle or something, something Kislev. You know, something lore accurate would be good. For Anticity's army, it's going to be triple chariots. And why would you not bring chariots? They wreck infantry and they can shoot big things as well. Oh my god, Enticity is being so sweaty right now. Did you guys see that? He dodged that with that one chariot. He just pulled it back. That is such a fast reaction. Man, oh man. And we do see the Ice Witch here. I called this part of the build. Double a Frostworm, as well as an Incarnate Elemental Beast. Knowing that Nurgle is actually usually really bad against big targets, but you can bring Rot Knights, and you can also bring Angels of Decay, and Kha'Zix the Befouled is pretty good in that situation as well. So a couple situations that you can, tech you can call in to try and deal with that. But so far, Nurgle is being held to one objective, which is certainly not what they had on their bingo card. And another heavy Light War Sled being called in. Okay. Yeah, Ent is locked in right now. He's been streaming all day and grinding these tournament games, and he is ready to try and win the championship. But Chosen stands in his way, and Chosen has been playing super, super well today. Obviously, a rough start in game 1, but yeah, it's a long series. It's a best of 5, so it could go either way. All right, so the chariot's going to be creeping in there, and we do see these bad boys at the ready, so there they go, yes. Shooting into the Battletoads, and Enticity trying to force the situation. He's moving in, threatening a triple cap, which is going to force Nurgle's hand. I wouldn't hate like a Nurgling call onto the outside, just like a cheap one to hide in the trees and pop out and try and get that objective, but it does look like Nurgle and Chosen are going to be yielding the field to Enticity out of the gates. Now, Anticity's build is basically just like a giant hammer of justice. It's just a big Death Star that's just going to steamroll whatever gets in front of it, whereas the Nurgle build is much wider, but Enticity now calling in Horse Archers on the other side to put a little bit of poke down, and Nurgle is now going to pop back out of the woods and try and grab this point. And you know what? I'm really curious about if Chosen has seen Enticity play a lot before. I've seen Chosen in tournaments. Obviously, he was top 16 last season, so that's why he's here. But I'm curious about how like familiar he is with Ent in the meta that he plays, and yeah, all that goodness here. So the giant Slavic monsters are going to be chasing these stinky Nurglings, and here they come. The Incarnate Elemental of Doom does have a Mortis Engine effect, and this is exactly what Ent loves to do. He loves to just pick off your weak positions in your army, and it's very, very tricky to deal with for sure. Heavy War Sleds are moving in. Battletoads going to be running away. Marauders of Nurgle getting annihilated. And this is the correct play by Chosen. Chosen should have 3 or 4 Marauder Horsemen of his own and have them trailing the Frostworms and just using their throwing axes on them. Nurgle does get Objective 1 and is now going to be heading over towards Objective 2 right there. So that's going to be the game plan. And honestly, not bad casualties yet. Toads are moving out. Noxbringer shooting in. It looks like it was a hit, so some of the chariots are going to be losing their ammo, but Chosen needs to play a little bit tighter with his horsemen and stay right on top of the Ice Witch and keep that pressure up. Now, Kha'Zix is in, a very good assassin character. He does manage to make contact with the Ice Witch, but has to watch out. There are 2, 3 big monsters near him, and we do see a Snow Leopard getting summoned as well. But if Nurgle can get some Battletoads and some Chaos Warriors in there, it could help buffer it out for Kha'Zix a little bit. All right, so that objective is in the process of flipping. A bit of a lapse in micro from Chosen. Those Marauder Horsemen need to get over here and get those throwing weapons in, so they need to pop, lock, and drop it. There's going to be a Hoxamiska going down from Enticity most likely, but honestly not a terrible fight for Nurgle. We do see the Chaos Sorcerer here. Battletoads are actually pinning in a couple of the big Kislev monsters. Noxbringer shooting into the chariots over here, draining a little bit of ammo, while this objective does go to the Plague Father. And value trading is close enough to not be super one-sided. One Toad unit is going down. Noxbringer and Kha'Zix, though, putting a lot of hurt on this frickin' Frostworm. Man, oh man, they're doing some damage. And the Marauder Horsemen, now that he has 2 of them, there's 2 of them now. They're putting in some serious work. Toads and Nurgle minions charging. The Chaos Sorcerer should also be fighting in this fight. And it does look like Ent could be in danger of losing one of his big SEs here. Pestigore is running a little bit of interference. And good micro here by Chosen, getting his Chaos Sorcerer Lord in there. The Incarnate Elemental is at the brink of actually maybe crumbling soon. I mean, his leadership's holding up okay, but Yeah, Battletoads coming in with a little bit of mass, going to be quite nice. Marauder Horsemen following in suit, and the blob fighting does continue, although Nurgle does have the 2 objectives here, so they are sitting pretty comfy. Chosen, probably going to be calling in more Marauder Horsemen if he has them, which he probably doesn't, so we do see a Pestigore call in. And look at this, the Incarnate Elemental on the brink of going down. 7 leadership going to be running away now, and the other Frostworm's in a little bit of trouble, guys. Could Chosen be rallying back in this game? It certainly looks like it, guys, as he does get a break on the Frostworm, which is afflicted by the Tears of Nurgle, which is going to be slowing them down. The Incarnate Elemental's not in good shape, and now Things in the Woods are going to be called out to try and fight the infantry fight. But so far, Chosen is getting the job done. Kasich the Befouled and the Sorcerer Lord getting a good jump on the Ice Witch. The Noxbringer, the Nurgle single entity is fighting relatively well here in this situation, which is very, very impressive. Now, he needs to chase off this Frostworm. You can't let that thing rally, so you got to run that thing down to make sure it doesn't come back. And the Kislevites forces are on the run. The Pestigores and Forsaken hot on their tail. Battletoads providing a little bit of mass, which is very helpful for keeping them from being run over here. Curse of the Slug on the big man, while some of the infantry have caught him. And Enticity is kind of in a bit of a full route right now, guys. As we see the Incarnate Elemental on the run, the Ice Witch is on the run, Battletoads are on their way in, and Chosen's build is working very well. He's executing his game plan well and certainly getting that punch in there. So Tears of Nurgle is here, 1500 HP. 800 HP on this bad boy. He's for sure going to be crumbling right now. And trying to call in some heavy calves, some winged lancers, but they're not going to do very well against Pestigores in numbers. Just that density. Incarnate Elemental is down for the count, guys. Patriarch trying to get in and provide healing, but the Incarnate Elemental is going to be dissipating here. He lets out one mighty roar before he goes into the trash can. But those single entities just hot in pursuit. And now the Fate of Buna comes in to just really just drive it home. As the Winged Lancers get broken up by the Fate of Buna. The Hawks of Miska here on the Nurgle forces. Probably not going to do a whole bunch. Kasich and the Nurgle Sorcerer Lord are able to bully yet another character here as the Ice Witch is being forced to retreat. And on the outside, we do see some of the Hounds chasing down this dragon. Very, very good stuff as well. And yeah, there you go. Frostworm is out of the game there. Ice Witch probably not going to be long for this world either. She is being hunted down by waves of Battletoads. And Enticity, I think, has dropped this game, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, Nurgle coming in the World Championship and actually looking very, very strong here. As Kislev kind of being shoved into the locker a little bit by Nurgle. Yeah, I don't hate to see it. All right, Things in the Woods are on their way out, but not going to be excellent against Plague Toads, nor will they be very effective against these characters. The Ice Witch is very close to breaking, actually. She was at negative leadership for a second, gets caught again. Kasich the Befouled staying right on her case right now. Marauder Horsemen are here in full effect, and we do have another pit fight. But again, I think that is going to be favoring the forces of Nurgle. And these Toads are actually doing an excellent job of just screening out the chariots. They have a fair amount of HP and good mass, so they are screening well. The Ice Witch is getting afflicted by Curse of the Slug. And remember, Nurgle's army abilities actually work now, so they will spread. See how the Curse of the Slug? Yeah, it's like spreading on everything here. Very cool to see Nurgle actually getting some of those goodies there. So I'm living this Nurgle power fantasy. I'm not good enough to do this, but if another Nurgle player can make them look good at a World Championship level, I'm all about it, dog. All about it. All right, Kasich the Befouled, Chaos Sorcerer is going to be moving in, and we do see another Fate of Buna on the Griffin Legion. That's totally going to break Anticity's back right there. The Griffin Legion going to get, absolutely hammered. But, a bit of a resurgence here. Light War Sled's pushing. Are they going to be able to get the momentum they need? I don't think so. With the Ice Witch being sent to the Shadow Realm here by Kasich the Befouled, a really, really good assassin character. 1700 value here. Going to be chasing it down. And good night, Sweet Prince. That is going to be the Ice Witch out of the game. Triple cap for Nurgle. And Nurgle is hard to get objectives from. Their infantry have a ton of HP, so it's tough to uproot them. Even if you are winning the fight, it's going to be taking some time. All right, so retreating is the Griffin Legion. Kasich the Befouled does get chased off, but not before the Ice Witch. Nope, she came back. Okay, nice. The Ice Witch has returned. Chosen going to be at 801 on the victory tickets right now as the Grey Opens are going. Grey Opens grinding here. Enticity unsummoning all of his chariots, probably to call in a bunch of shot cav and try and return the charge. Or maybe the Incarnate Elemental will come back just to get some stopping power. I don't know. But Chosen can just retreat back and chill now and just watch and see where Enticity is going to be going. We do see the Forsaken getting charged down here by the Frostworm and a couple of Horse Archers. Nice little pick there. Ents is kind of resorting to his old playstyle, which is like gremlining, looking for weaker targets here and trying to pick them off, which of course has gotten him very, very far today. Nurgle probably wants to unsummon these Horsemen if they can. I think that'd be a good call. Try and get them back in the pool because you may need them later on. Couple Nurglings going to be surging forth. And Nurgle, are they saving up for Rot Knights right now? That would be pretty devastating if they could get a Rot Knight. No, he brought in another Frostworm. Okay, so he summoned another Frostworm in. It's a big save up for that Frostworm. And Nurgle is so far ahead on points. They're so freaking far ahead on points. They're going to be reaching 1,000 here in a minute. Keeping a Pestigore over there on the backside, I think, is a brilliant idea. I think you, against Ent, he would totally go for that if you left it open, so I think you need to do that to force him into your fights. Fury's getting a great chase on the Horse Archers, and it looks like, once again, Kha'Zix and this Chaos Sorcerer Lord just putting in work on this Ice Witch. The Sword of Filth activated, lowering her melee defense and armor. And the Frostworm here battling the Noxbringer doing pretty good, but Noxbringer is, you know, it's fighting its best fight here. And that is the third and final Fate of Buna, going to be getting used on the Winged Lancers right there, as Ice Witch is very close to breaking. Might even be at risk of shattering here, but Horse Archers coming in, Marauder Horsemen, and Furies are all up in the mix, and that's going to be countering a lot of the Kislev units. And these Bunas have just been so well timed. Every time Enticity starts to get some momentum, the Buna comes in. Victory for Chosen and victory for Nurgle. Man, what a game by Chosen. His single entity micro was so good, man. It was so good. And Nurgle getting her done. All right, so that is going to be game 2 in the grand finals. And that's going to be Chosen tying up the series 1-1. All right, so now the tournament continues, my friends. The good times shall rolleth. Value, Noxbringer, 1,100. Sorcerer, 2,400 with the Bunas. Aside from that, Nurgle probably mostly SE, 2,000 on Kha'Zix. Horsemen did really good as well. For Enticity, his Chariots did all right. They paid for themselves enough. The Ice Witch and the Monsters kind of got bullied. You have 800 value on, you know, that's so rough. On Karn Elemental, 800. And the Dragon, 800. So his Monsters basically just got wrecked, and that was the epicenter of his build. Yeah. So Chosen recovering very, very nicely from game 1. Okay, perfect. And now we are going to be seeing what is cooking. GG, game 3 time. Sending some words of encouragement to both players. And awesome. We got tied up grand finals. It is 1-1. Best of 5. Seems like Chosen still got it, despite it being very late where he lives. I think where he lives, it must be like 3 in the morning at this point. He's been playing pretty long. But of course, it's not abnormal for RTS tournaments. Like sweaty RTS tournaments are typically you know, pretty balls deep. Like in most, I've seen StarCraft tournaments go long, Age of Empires tournaments go all day. It's not uncommon, unfortunately. It's just the nature of the beast. It is the nature of the beast. All right, so let's do this and see what map we're going to have for the next game. And it is going to be, watch in the grand finals, we have Borderload Landing. So a classic big open map. It's one of the more balanced maps we have, honestly. It's great. So we're going to do our version of that. And there we go. Can't work Discord as I'm a boomer, but I have downtime with the wife. Google, no fielding, never mind and bask in his chaos glory. All right, Legal Chef, I will. I will later. Thank you. Are the dwarves winning yet? We haven't seen dwarves, and I doubt we will. Although Chosen seems to be a chaos enjoyer. He likes Nurgle, Norska, Khorne. We saw him win with Khorne earlier. Enticity will probably play High Elves, I would say, this game. I assume his Wood Elves got banned, which is really smart. Although Slaanesh obviously did some work too. Turin, you got to get Grubby to play more Total War Warhammer 3. I don't know. I asked him if he wanted to do multiplayer, and he did not seem interested, unfortunately. I get that, though. You know, he plays a ton of competitive multiplayer. Total War is probably like his decompression zone for just like, you know, chill campaigns. Yeah, it would be fun though. I would love to see it. Yeah, if he's Russian, it's somewhere between 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. So it's a big country. Yeah. The prizes, yes. So we got $450 for first, $250 for second, and fourth place is going to be $100. So we have global bans. So each player is allowed to pick one faction that cannot be played for the series by their opponent. So he did not ban Slaanesh. I don't know what Ent banned, but maybe Khorne, something like that. I could ask them. I'll ask them in a little bit. Yeah, I suspect it's going to be more chaos. Okay, let's do that. And see what is cooking. So they're doing their picks and bans here. It'd be fun to see Beastie play for sure. Yeah, he's great, man. I watch his Age of Empires stream sometimes. Seems like a nice lad. Yeah, it's a decent little prize pool for Total War. You know, usually some of it's out of pocket, and then we have a couple sponsors as well. So thank you to those guys for stepping up. Certainly made the event a little bit stronger, which is great. And let's do it. When's the next Streamer Warcraft 3 tournament? You want me versus Loco a rematch? Yeah, I don't know when that it's going to be. I don't know. How come Ent is playing with such a zoomed out camera? He uses the debug camera. I don't like it personally. I wish everybody had to use the same in-game camera, but it's been part of Total War Competitive for so long that it would be like, and there's no way to police it. If I ban the debug camera, like there's no way of policing if somebody's using it. So it is a power fantasy of mine to ban it, but yeah, no, it's just always going to be a part of Total War Competitive, unfortunately. Yeah, I think it's not super fun to watch. He hasn't played Walk or Norska in the grand finals here. He's probably going to play both of them at some point. Wait, when was Loco crossover? I played Loco in a best of 5 Warcraft 3 tournament that Grubby hosted. Yeah, he was my first opponent actually in the tournament. Debug camera lets you zoom out further than you normally can. You basically change some of the game files and it allows you to zoom out further. A lot of people use it for competitive play. It lets you, like, you basically don't even see the models anymore. You just see specs in the map and you just kind of control from outer space. Yeah. Why is that, Boss Toss? Were you feeling it? I would have loved to see you play Boss Toss. Yeah, it would have been fun. When's the next AoE FFA scheduled? I'm not sure, Logama. Sometime soon. We'll definitely do something soon-ish. We will see when it's going to be. Okay, perfection. Yeah, you can find the video. Grubby posted all the videos of all the matches. Yeah, it was a really good series. Loco was he was much more aggressive than I thought when I played against him. I thought we were going to go to late game, but he was just so aggro. Yeah, he was very aggro. Could a mod be used to ban the debug camera? I don't know, maybe, but it's not worth the trouble, honestly. It's not that big of a deal because everybody has access to it. I just, I don't like using it because I like seeing the things fighting. I like the visuals of this game. Hey, gamers, thank you, man. I appreciate that. The mighty Shrek in chat. Yeah, Boss Toss is here, man. I was taking a little break, didn't realize I slipped out of top 16. Oh, well, you could do it this season, man. Yeah, Loco is great. He was very nice. He was very nice. Played against you in Warcraft 3 with Wyvern Rush, still lost. Oh, was that you that I played on stream? Rap, did we play the other day? Because someone Wyvern Rushed me on stream the other day when we were playing. Must have been you. Yeah, that was really fun, man. That's right, Bloody Bob. Yeah. 16K Sleepy Dad's watching. I don't think it's quite that much. Yeah, probably more like 12,000. Yeah, somewhere in that ballpark. Okay, so Bordello Landing is going to be the map. And do we have the maps yet? Let's go ahead and see. Check that. Okay, cool. So there we are. And outstanding. Super fun when you guys co-casted. Oh yeah, it was a good time. It was a good time. I do want to do something like that. For Dawn of War 4, I have a bit of a plan. For Dawn of War 4, I want to get top RTS players from a bunch of different games and like have like a duel of fates. I think that'd be really fun. So like Dawn of War 4 comes out, we give it 2 weeks of practice, and then we get like pro players from a bunch of different RTS games, and we duke it out. Yeah, it was a 3-2 series, Boss Toss. It was really close. It was really close. So yeah, for example, we'll get like Age of Empires pros, get Total War Warhammer pros, StarCraft pros, things like that. I think that'd be great fun. Yeah, I think that'd be a great time. So that's gonna be the plan. Kind of like a big invitational event. Okay, looks good. Okay, so we have the picks and bans for this. And let's see what we get. Get Hera? Yeah, I'd love to. I think it'd be super fun. Yeah, RTS streamer tournament. Yeah, I think it'd be great. Okay, so here are the picks for the next matchup. We can show you guys this real quick. It's going to be Enticity on Coast, High Elves, and Walk, and then Chosen on Beastmen, Norska, Slanesh. So yeah, Beastmen, Norska, Slanesh, like 3 of the most meta factions in the game. High Elves have been doing very well this season. Warriors of Chaos. Vampire Coast probably the least meta, but I think Enticity feels incredibly confident using Vampire Coast against Norska, so that's why he has them in the Matrix. So we'll see what he does. We will see what he does. Mixed rules, 1 round MMA, 1 round RTS. Wow. I wonder what RTS streamer would be the Dark Lord of MMA. Would it be Enticity? Enticity would just be doing like flying arm bars on people and shit? Just jumping through the skies. Get Tyler one there. I don't think he would join. Yeah, I don't think he'd be joining. Yeah. Enticity with the flying arm bars, dude. Yeah, that'd be pretty great. I feel like if Enticity had to enter a martial arts tournament, I feel like he would specialize in like leg locks and like ankle locks and knee bars and things like that. Like I feel like he would be that kind of a fighter, you know, just like scrappy, you know, all elbows, like going for like, you know, like leg locks and knee bars and like things like that, you know. Just got your grappler flying around. Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, and that's great. Doing dancing, it's awesome. A streamer flag football game. Yeah, that'd be fun. I used to play football, but my body's pretty beat up now. I don't know if I could do much. Yeah. Tyler did the Warcraft 3 tournament. Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we don't know the matchup yet. Soon they will have it. Genuinely curious what it's going to be. The patience and the longevity between matches, it really builds the anticipation. Okay, Walk for Enticity, it looks like. And then Chosen is going to be playing... I wonder if he's going to be on Slanesh. Most likely banned out by Ant, but we'll see. The Vulcan leg lock. He would win MMA just with his mind. He's got Shinya Aoki energy. Wow, that's an old school reference. Why do I have to fight Pwn in a cage fight? I don't want that. Anna would like to see that, she said. She would like to see it. Just in like loincloths wrestling each other, caveman style. It'd be great. You did join on a... Oh, High Elves Norska. Never mind. We got a DLC matchup. I'm really excited for this. I really like watching new High Elves play. They've got some cool play styles. Oceanid, Sea Elementals. Obviously no Merworm. Merworms are kind of bad, unfortunately. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Okay. And all good. All right. Cage fights like the really old claymation celebrity battles. God, I remember that. The celebrity deathmatch thing with the claymation. God, man, what a relic of the past that was. That was insane, yeah. I remember some of those got pretty gruesome. I do remember that. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. Yeah. Yeah, Danger. I know that was a weird crossover for sure. That was a very strange crossover. It was the most 90s thing ever. It really was. Yeah. Another one that like came to mind. I was just like randomly spacing out recently, and I started thinking about Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Yeah, that show was pretty good. I remember enjoying that a lot back in the day. High Elves are good, man. They're strong. You know, not the easiest to play, although they have some pretty easy play styles if you want to. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Chosen will deal with the bigger threats. I think Chimeras can deal with Sea Elementals and Oceanids pretty well. But then again, like Shadow Warriors can snipe a Chimera. So yeah. Does Chosen stream? I don't know if he does. I don't think so. Yeah, I've never heard of him streaming. Never heard of that. Years of StarCraft 2 preps UL for Dom mode. Yeah, I would say domination mode usually is more. It would be more similar to like a Company of Heroes type game with objectives. But yeah, no, regular RTS definitely preps you for just having high APMs and good map awareness is very relevant in Total War competitive. It really, really is. In land battle, it's a little bit different since like the battle is more focalized in one area, but in Dom, you have to have really good map awareness, kind of like a classic RTS. Yeah. Always a good time. So Norska High Elves. I really want to peek at the armies, but since it's such a high-stakes event, I'm going to put a blocker on while I do so. So we don't get accidentally spoiled here. Enticity building out his army. Yeah, looking cool. Looking cool. Some forbidden-ass tech here, that is for sure. But I don't hate it. It's just kind of classic. And then over here, yeah, we got a little bit of this. Okay, so players just getting started on their armies, and then we'll be starting probably in the next 5 or 10 minutes. We'll be getting into the match. 1-1 series. We are approaching the final hoorah. You want to know what the build is? I can't tell you, Bat. I can't tell you. I have to. We have to wait. Chaos Giants or we Riot? Ettins wouldn't be awful, but they're probably just going to get kited by Enticity if you try and play Ettin. Maybe. Dude, we had that Giga Chad Greenskin Giant just putting in work earlier. Do you guys remember that? That was nutty. That Giant was just going bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. All skirmish cab with Dragon Princes. I mean, that's very much Anticity's playstyle, but is he going to be predictable? Is his opponent just going to know it's coming and know how to beat it? You know? Could absolutely be the case. Could absolutely be the case. You've been watching a lot of StarCraft 2 lately. Euthermal. Yeah, Euthermal. I've seen some of his stuff. Yeah. StarCraft could be fun to watch. I was super into StarCraft esports when Wings of Liberty was around. I remember like watching like Huck and Idra. All those bad boys duking it out, like Evil Geniuses. I was very into following all that. In Control. Yeah, he was drawing wieners while he was doing a live broadcast. An early inspiration, you know. An early inspiration. He was one of the first I remember ever seeing that. That's like drawing tactical dongs on like live broadcasts. I think it was In Control. It might have been the first place I ever saw that. Yeah, the Idra and that's old news, man. That was a long time ago. That was 15 years ago, right? Yeah, 15 years ago. Pretty freaking nuts. Huck, the Canadian goat. He still streams too. I've seen Huck streaming. He streams League of Legends, I think, now, but I don't think he's doing StarCraft anymore. Yeah, they're certainly very mechanical players. Idra rage quits. Yeah, I think Idra just didn't like the game, but he just did it because it was his job, basically. Yeah, that's the vibe I always got from him. Yeah. In Control got you into Warhammer. He kind of got me into tabletop a little bit as well. I met him at an event, and he was pitching the 40K to me. He was a nice guy. Yeah, Husky StarCraft. But, dude, do you remember HD StarCraft? The other goat? We had Husky, H to the Husky, and then we had HD. HD was great. That guy was a solid caster, too. Yeah, then Day 9 back then, yeah. Day 9 was pretty involved in that. Always a good time. Silverhelms have been doing really well. Yeah, I see you guys in the meta. They've been doing incredibly well. Idra liked SC1, but definitely not SC2. I loved Wings of Liberty. It was so fun. There was a lot of fun cheese in that game, you know, going like Blinkstalkers into Dark Templar or like, you know, cannon rushing with Forges. Always a great time. Yeah, Day 9 rules, man. He's awesome. Day 9's just such a solid person from what I can tell. I've never met him, but just, you know, from what I can perceive, he seems like a great lad. All right, guys. You were in high school back then. I know. I was like just starting college, basically. Crazy, crazy times. What the hell is this Enticity build? It's 8 Silverhelms. Oh my god. What is that? What planet are we on, man? Holy shit. 8 Silverhelms. That's just all he brought. Now we're talking. Jesus Christ, dude. That's so much micro, man. Oh my god. Are we going to play Age of Mythology again? Yeah, we will at some point, yes. Alright, he was practicing this all day yesterday. Okay. Let's see if he can make it work here against Chosen. I mean, it's risky. He definitely doesn't want to go down a game. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look here at the builds of Chosen. Let's break it down. So here, we do have Sail the Faithless. So Sail the Faithless is there. He's ready to party. And he is going to be hiding in the bushes again. So he just has Arcane Conduit, and that's it. He just lives in the bushes. Very strange, but we don't ask questions here. Marauder Bearmen and Berserkers to give some frontline presence. Couple doggies, Beasts of Tashnar and Norscan Ice Wolves to counter a cav unit because together they can take down a Silverhelm. And we see some Famir with Great Weapons, which is pretty much a hard counter against Silverhelms. Like a hard counter. 110 armor, anti-large, armor piercing, armor sundering. Yeah, that is going to be the game plan. We do have a Shadow Sorcerer as well, who's going to be there with Melkoth, Mystifying Miasma, and Pit of Shades, both of which are very good here. And a Dreadmaw, which is going to be creeping up in the middle. Now, if this wasn't Enticity, I would be like, they're going to get wrecked, and it's not going to go well, but it's Enticity, and he clearly has a plan. He's going to bring Silverhelms and then follow up with probably a bunch of, you know, I don't know, maybe more single entities or just some spearmen or something to try and saturate and hold the points. I have no idea. This is some madman shit. He's got a Deathcaster with Spirit Leech. Obviously, you're going to be trying to snipe, you know, any sort of a single entity, and you can use it on the Dreadmaw too and try and lock him down. All right, and forgot the DLC. Yeah, he did. All right, so 2 Silverhelms are going to grab that point, and the other friggin' 6 Silverhelms heading up to the middle. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to get executed here. Is he just going to bounce around with like all this armor and grab all these objectives? The trouser snake is visible, so right now Enticity does know it's there. If you're close enough to it, you can see it. And Norska might be a little bit afraid to move up in the points. Now, what are we going to get? A Metal Caster with Plague of Rust. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Plague of Rust overcasted on a Famir unit. It's going to put their armor down to like 50, and then the Silverhelms can actually kill them there. So that's pretty cool. The last ride of the Elfarim, that's right. The Elfarim are here. The Rohan Elf build is upon us. Fireborn would probably be a very welcome inclusion to this build. I feel like we're going to see them at some point. And Ent is just kind of bullying his opponent off the objectives right now. He's juking the ammunition from the Horsemen, the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. And is he going to get the point? He's got to make sure he grabs that, but also has to be careful not to get caught and slip up here. So Spirit Leech activated on the Famir Balefiend. Smart. Try and wear him down. Hound's coming up, running over some of the Norscan Ice Wolves, so it looks like Chosen does slip up a little bit right there. And we do have 2 Famir Warriors with Great Weapons coming out. So 2 of those bad boys are going to be on the way in, as Enticity does get a triple cap on his opponent. And now he's basically going to be using his mass mobility to try and keep his opponent off the objectives, because he knows he probably wouldn't win in a straight-up fight against the Famir. Although, a bit of a micro blunder here by Ant. There he goes. All right, need to run away from those guys. But the Famir Great Weapons are obviously going to be really, really strong here. The more cav charging on the other side. Ent is just kind of harrying his opponent, like charging in, retreating away, charging in, retreating away. It's like a chihuahua biting her ankles, basically. You know, when you look at it, and you look at the chihuahua, it's going to, you know, hide. But when you don't look at it, it's going to come and charge you in the back. It's going to bite that ankle, you know? Okay, so Dreadmaw's lurking, and we do see Oceanids being called in. Plague of Rust activated on the Famir. Interesting choice. Down to 50, but I feel like Norska is pretty sauced over here, and I don't know how well this is going to go. But if you can pick off the Famir, the rest of the army is going to be pretty weak to it. Oh, nice Pit of Shades by Chosen. That's going to be really freaking good if it goes off, and it does. Nice. So that Pit of Shades is going to wreck these 2 Silverhelms. Honestly, a huge win for the Norskins out of the gates, as we do see the Silverhelms charge in, but immediately he gets afflicted by a big Pit of Shades, and those guys able to get their boink sticks down, and yeah, that's just a big, big win for the Norskins. Kurgans with Great Weapons also in the mix as well, so the Kurgans have arrived, as we do see the Dreadmaw moving up. So those bad boys go right there, and Silverhelm's charging into the Kurgan Horsemen, and so far Enticity is not having a good time in these trades. He does have a big points lead, has a lot of units in reserve, he's just kind of harrying his opponent and poking, but Ent is going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit, because so far Chosen has been countering a lot of this, and Kurgan Horsemen are really quite good against Silverhelms if they can get the charge on them. Melkoth's activated as well, going to be shadow magicking down that unit right there. Famir and Berserkers are creeping over there, so here they come. They are going to be cruising, and they are going to be grooving. The backside, some more Norscan Ice Doggies are there, and retreating Silverhelms are going to be trying to get out of there. But man, the Norscan Death Star is so hard to get away from. The Frostbite. What Ent really needs right now is a Final Transmutation. If he had a big Final Transmutation on this blob, that would just be chef's kiss, man. So Ent still has the other objectives. He's got more Oceanids coming in. But the Famir do magic damage, if I'm not mistaken, too, right? Yeah, so they're a hard counter against Oceanids. Silverhelm's trying their best here. Some of them still fighting. Ent is just cycle charging to the best of his abilities, but the Kurgans are all over him right now. Isn't the Kurgan the name of the villain in Highlander? Like the big scary barbarian guy? Yeah, I think it is. Huh. All right, but anyways, Enticity, a little bit in trouble here. His Silverhelms, I think 3 or 4 of them got punished back here. He still has a couple of them left. His mage is going to be getting back up in the sky. He does have a 500 points lead, but overall, that certainly did not go as well as I would sure he had planned. So now what Ent is going to have to do is he's going to have to fight on this point and try and just hope he can hold long enough to win on objectives. Because in terms of army fighting, we see Chosen One absolutely dominating this style here. Yeah, we do see it. So they're coming in, and we do see the Houndos charging. Norscan Ice Wolves are in the mix, and the Archmage of Death is going to be fleeing the scene, as is the Mage of Metal. Couple bros moving up, the Bearmen, and yeah, more Bearmen with Famir. Should be able to counter the Oceanids in the middle. Ent is still getting 2 victory tickets a second, so his opponent only getting 1 right now. But his opponent does resecure the back objective. And he is currently Netflix and chilling right there pretty good. Now, Berserkers being called in, they will counter the Rangers pretty well. They'll be able to beat them somewhat decisively. Ent is going for his picks, but honestly, I'm very impressed with how well Chosen One is being able to keep up with him. Like, every time Ent goes in to attack something, there's Frostwolves there, there's Famir with great weapons. It seems like there is a lot there that is able to kind of hold it down. Now, Ent's maybe thinking about coming over here, going after these guys. We'll have to see. But the Bearmen are up on the middle point, and it is in the process of flipping. The Norscan army, Norska is a very good counterpunching army because of Frostbite. So if you attack them and slip up, they will punish you really, really badly. All right, where are these Oceanids going? Regardless, the middle objective is in the process of flipping. We do see Enticity piling everything on the point to try and hold it. He's going to be charging in the front with some Silver Helms here. But Chosen microing very, very well. Homie's going to be retreating away right there. We do see objective 2. It's in the mix, and there is going to be a Melkoff activated on those bad boys. All right, so that's going down right there. And here we do see the double Silver Helms right there. Here comes the Oceanids moving in, but there are Marauder Horsemen, and I would imagine some of the Famir can make their way over there to help deal with those Oceanids, who are going to be very isolated there. Kurgan Horsemen chasing really, really hard. Ent might finally get a trap here. He does lure the Kurgans into a bad fight. So Silver Helms turn around, get a good charge, and yeah, the Oceanid's also finding a decent fight over here versus the Berserkers. And Ent is going for a full Trash Goblin build now. He is going to go for his opponent's back objective, not engage him head on, and just try and cycle charge him from like 3 different directions. So we're going to see how it goes for him. I mean, he does have a lot of capture weight here. The Mage of Death lurks, and another Kurgan is being called in. We're at the backside, more Silver Helms, of course, being reinforced. Genuinely curious, mainly probably Oceanids, Infantry, and Silver Helms here. As on the side, the Archmage of Death battling it out versus the Norskins, and we do see the Reavers getting fully surrounded by the Kurgans. Ouch, that's going to be bad. No success on this objective. Basically, Ent is just going to be losing a unit for free back here. Not going to be getting much value. And we see the Archmage frostbitten being attacked by the Norscan Ice Wolves. Don't know what kind of a follow-up there's going to be. A couple of Silver Helms going to be lurking around the outside. We do see them here. Could charge into these guys. Maybe try and get some infantry value. But, man, Chosen sitting there with these dogs, just waiting to frostbite his opponent. So Homie's just waiting to counterpunch out, which is very, very good indeed. All right, guys. How did this fight go back here? A good, okay turnaround for the High Elves. The Silver Helms fight very valiantly against the Kurgans. With the Mage and with the Eagle not doing badly. The Oceanids that were chasing the Berserkers also loop around here. So maybe Enticity on his way back to some Gremlin play here. He's kind of pulling value back a little bit. On this side, the Silver Helms are just charging and trying to occupy the Famir. It seems like they're doing an okay job of it. Meanwhile, in the middle, the Rangers being obliterated, and Plague of Rust activated here on the Famir Warriors, which actually helps. And those Famir are kind of getting trash canned a little bit by the Cav Charge. Not bad at all. Okay, so Ent is getting a little bit of a value trading momentum going. Starting to catch Chosen slipping in a couple situations. The Oceanid reinforcements, I didn't see those, but they really changed the tide of that fight there. And now if he can get his opponent's back objective, that's going to be pretty big. Norska does seem to be running out of steam a little bit in some ways, but again, still has a really strong foothold in the middle. But Ent is just trying to micro-tax his opponent into the Shadow Realm. He's just like engaging on so many fronts, and now these Berserkers are out of position, right? So the 2 Silver Helms can turn around and go after them again. Lots of good sweaty play right there. And here on the side, the Archmage of Death, as well as the Silver Helms, going to be chasing off the Kurgans. Kurgans do lose the Silver Helms head on, but they're like a good bully unit. The Kurgans, if they jump you and you're not paying attention, very, very strong. So Norska's still holding on to 2 objectives. Ent is going to be trying to goblin his opponent off the back point here. We're going to see how that goes. These Silver Helms here can't really get a lot done other than keep this army engaged here. And we do see some more Marauder Horsemen on the outside. Throwing axes being called in. But Ent really needs to get another objective. He's kind of losing that points lead he had, which is going to be tricky. Yeah, Kurgans probably have a pretty bad time versus the Oceanids, I would wager. Melkoff activated on the Silver Helms here, and Enticity does have the objective capture weight, but it's not going to be enough as Norska quickly gets that back. Ice Wolves and Kurgan Horsemen getting us around on Oceanids and doing a fair amount of damage with the full surround right there. We'll see what kind of work that is. Marauder Horsemen going to be creeping up. And I don't think Ent is going to have success back here. I think he's kind of starting to... He had his, like, momentum shift there, but I think that Norska is starting to stabilize. We're going to see... We're in the Grand Finals right now. This is the Grand Finals. Yeah, another unit of Rangers and Silverhelms being picked off. You know, Beast of Tashnar with the Dreadmaw, as well as some Horsemen here. Riders of the Mighty Serpent, going to be able to win that. The Trouser Snake is a really nice anchor. Whenever this thing pops up, it's a big terror-causing monster, and it really, really will hit these cap hard. It's a big armor-piercing fighter, and it's certainly no joke. So let's assess the situation here. Objective 2 belongs to Norska. Objective 1 belongs to Enticity, but we do see Chosen sitting in the bushes with a couple horsemen here, waiting to actually try and grab that point, which is certainly a very, very interesting play. I don't hate that, because there may come a time when it's going to be big. Yeah, best of 5, correct. Best of 5. Norska, though, dominating back here. Famir Warriors with Great Weapons will hard counter Oceanids. They do magic damage and have anti-large, basically countering everything that Oceanids do. And you can see the Oceanids are going to be crumbling probably rather quickly here in a minute. And also the Mage of Metal is going to be going down. And it does look like Chosen is on the brink of going up 2-1 against the Kraken King Enticity, which is insanely impressive. All right, Berserker's coming across here. Yes, we got 2 of those bad boys. 2 Marauder Bearmen holding on the objective. Good luck getting through that 11,400 HP. That is going to be a lot. And Enticity taps out. Chosen going up 2-1 in the Grand Finals. What an impressive hold. He dealt with Enticity's mobility like an absolute champ, using Frostwolves to counterpunch. It was just a chef's kiss of a situation, man. Because, like, most people would fold under that kind of cap pressure in micro, but he did not. He counterpunched it. He used his Kurgans with the Great Weapons incredibly effectively to counterpunch with the Norskin Frostwolves and just made that look very, very clean. Shadow Magic was good. Beast of Tashnar, Frost Augie's doing very, very nice. Rhino says, honestly, if 8 Silverhelms won, you'd be really mad. He has won before, yeah, with it. Apparently, he was not memeing. This is a build that Enticity has had a lot of success with. Apparently, according to some folks in chat who've watched his streams. But yeah, pretty nasty. Pretty nasty indeed. Well done. GG, well played. Okay. So that's going to be Chosen coming in with a 2-1. If he wins this next game, it's over, and Chosen is going to be our new world champion. It'll be his first world champion victory, and that would be a big one. That would be a big one. No values are really that crazy to show you, honestly, Sham. Yeah, nothing in the High Elf Army really got a lot of values, like 300-500 values. Some Silverhelms did okay, but yeah, the Trouser Snake did all right. Skirmishers, Dogs, some of them did very well. Kurgan's got about 600 to 1,000 between them. Famir did very good too. Yeah, Ethan, for sure. It's like a kite build that was missing the pressure tools. Yeah, I see what you're saying. This is best of 5. This is a best of 5 Grand Finals. Yes. Okay. And looking here. All good. All good. 1 sec, just responding to an admin inquiry here. Okay. Cool. It is best of 5. Yes, best of 5 series, correct. So if Chosen goes up 3-1, he wins the series, correct. No. It's best of 5. Yeah, best of 5. Hopefully that is clear. Okay. And let's see what's cooking here in the next game. And the map is going to be what? We've had some really great games today, man. Very, very good games. And next up on the docket is going to be... we have... That was game 3. So next we have Chateau de Roquefort, a beautiful map. I think this is a Hippo map. I can't remember. Is it Hippo or is it Bob? Oh, it's Waka Waka, actually. Shit. The goat of map making himself. So in case you guys don't know, Waka Waka, this individual who made this, he manages our map pack, and he like helps the creators add the new maps, and he also has made a ton of our maps too. He is the goat of map making in Total War. He is like one of the big driving forces of why we have good maps and we're not playing shitty Creative Assembly maps. So shout out to you, Waka, if you're here. I don't know if you're lurking, but all right. Let the boy watch. It's a good map. Yeah, Chateau is a really, really nice map. It looks great. It's a very cool Bretonnian aesthetic. What's not to love, man? What is not to love? All right, so there we are. Perfect, perfect. Cool. The godfather of cartography. Yes, it is. All right, guys, I'm going to go grab some water. I'll be right back. Oh man, I was giving a whole explanation and shit. God damn, dude. All right, what I was gonna say is, hopefully you don't miss me too much. And secondly, let's go ahead and break down how the pick and ban works. So let's say you're playing with your homie. It's you and your friend playing. You want to simulate a competitive experience, okay? What you do is each of you and your friend, you pick 3 factions, and we have tools for this as well. But you would pick 3 factions that you want to play. Usually you'll pick them blind, like so your opponent can't see them. It depends, but there's a couple ways of doing it. But you pick them blind, and then you reveal them to your opponent, and you create a matrix grid. And then each of you takes turns eliminating one part of the grid. So for example, player 1 is going to come in and ban out this. So you can see player 1, player 2. So player 1 bans the first one, then player 2 bans 2, and then player 1 bans 2, and it alternates from there until there's only 1 remaining. And when there's 1 remaining in the grid, that is the matchup you play for the tournament, though. So that's how that goes. All right, all right. Hey, Legal Chef, take care, man. Have fun. Oh, you guys are having a Halo LAN party? Dude, I'm jealous. Nothing. I think the peak gaming experience for me, one of my probably number 1 all-time gaming experience is playing Halo Combat Evolved with my homie in the early 2000s and getting to the Warthog escape. The final scene where they have the Halo Warthog music play and you have to escape the exploding ship. Oh, dude, that experience, the adrenaline, the intensity, like you and your buddy, like, you flip over the Jeep, you're like, hurry, get back to it. It's like nothing beats that. That's fun, Cronith, yeah. For Frodo, hell yeah. For Frodo, why not? For Frodo, yes. Yeah, those were pretty magical times. Like, peak gaming for me. Absolutely. The Halo Warthog theme is so good. It's so inspiring. Yeah. Okay, let's check this. So here's the matchups we have for the next game. You guys ready for this? So let's do this, and boom. So Chosen has picked Khorne, Slaanesh, and Beastmen. And Enticity has picked Warriors of Chaos, Norska, and Vampire Coast. I would love to see some Khorne, honestly. I really like seeing Khorne. It's funny that Khorne is kind of like a mobility faction. Like, they do play infantry, but they also are very mobile. Like, a lot of speedy units that hit very hard. Yeah. You agree so hard those days. Yeah, I know. GoldenEye is pretty great, too. Yeah, GoldenEye with the friends and, getting the golden gun and just one-shotting your buddies. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right, so this is potentially for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. Potentially for all the marbles. We do have Enticity down a game here. Chosen is up 2-1. Will the champ come back and make it a rubber match game 5? Find out today, guys. Find out today. Dude, GoldenEye was so fun. Oh, it was so fun. Yeah, Blood Gulch is the map, dude. Blood Gulch was so fun. Like, that midfield, and then those little, like, remember in Blood Gulch they had those, like, tunnels in the hills where you could, like, get up with your snipers, and oh, it was so fun. Does player 1 have a big advantage having the first and last ban? Yes and no, Miguel, because the player 1 only gets to ban one faction initially, and then the next player gets to ban 2 in a row. So they get a little bit of, like, agency there. It's a pretty well-balanced system. We haven't really had anybody complain about it, so. Heroes of Might Magic 3. Hell yeah, dude. I love me some Heroes 3. Some Haggard Inferno all day. The Imps just reigning supreme. Yeah. Oh, the Sniper up in the rocks. Oh, man. Can you play Halo Combat Evolved? Can you play that online? Do we have that? Let me see. I'd be so down for that. Halo Combat Evolved. Oh, there is. Can we play multiplayer of that? Hold on. Oh, it does have multiplayer, right? Online PvP? Oh, shit. Guys, are we going to do a Halo stream? On the PC? Oh, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Edition. It came out 5 years ago. Where do we play it online? That would be so fun. Would you guys be down to do some Blood Gulch battles? Holy shit, that would take me back. Oh, man. Yeah? Oh, God, look at this. It's just like my childhood. I was very good at the original Halo, but I have never played it on PC, and I'm not very good at our first-person shooters anymore. Let's go. Oh, my God, let me know. Everyone's getting all hyped. Hell yeah, dude. Me too. Yeah, I'm looking on Steam right now. Oh, God, yeah. There goes Turns next 3 months. We are. Okay, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into it. Worst N64 game, Mario Party. Somebody broken controls TVs and friends' noses. That game was the most rage-inducing game. Yeah, Mario Party was like a game where you control your friends so hard, like knocking them into pits, and oh my God. Yeah, it was good times. No, will do. Yeah, so if you guys want to get involved in that, Beastmen Warriors of Chaos. So we do have the Bray Herd finally making an appearance today. If we have any mods in YouTube and Twitch that could drop a link, that'd be great. But if you guys want to get in on Halo, you aren't on this. What am I not on? Yeah. Just Blood Gulch multiplayer? I don't care. Blood Gulch is the map, dude. Oh. We could do like a Haggard 4v... Like, how many... Yeah. So the online version of Halo Combat Evolved, how many people can play? Is it 4-on-4? Does it go up to 8-on-8 like on Combat Evolved? Or if we were to do like a tournament or something? Yeah, I'm curious how we could do that. Oh man, that'd be fun. Now I'm getting excited about it. I'm getting pumped. Halo 1 was like just so good. Oh, the Flood. I remember being like thinking the Flood were so scary when I was a kid. Anticity playing Warriors of Chaos and Beastmen for Chosen. Yeah, very strong factions, obviously. We've had pretty good meta diversity today, though. I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of the same factions, but let's see. So we've seen... Did we see Dark Elves? We did. We saw one Dark Elf game, right? Or was that when I was watching before? So Dark Elves, High Elves, Wood Elves. Vampire Counts, Vampire... Well, a lot of tournaments have been played in the tournament. We had Vampire Coast earlier in the tournament. Nurgle has been played freaking 3 times, I think. We've had 3 Nurgle games or 2. Yeah. It was like 16 to 12. Okay. Yeah, the Flood are terrifying. They are, yeah. I mean, even in the games, they're terrifying. Seeing, like, the infested Marines was, like, always pretty scary. Halo Reach had big team battles. Yeah, I would rather play Combat Evolved, though. Yeah. 16 players is what most people are saying that can be done on the PC version. So let me go to Steam and see. So Halo Master Chief Edition. Halo. Okay, so we're just going to go look at Halo. Okay, Halo, the Master Chief Collection. What do you get for this one? So you get Halo Reach, Combat Evolved. Oh, which you can buy separately. So you can buy Combat Evolved Anniversary separately. Dude, Halo 3 was also another one of my favorites. I loved Halo 3. Oh, dude. Okay, I think we're going to get some Halo going soon, guys. Yeah. I'm pumped for this. The Warthog escapes. Oh, man, I'm going to suck so bad, though. Oh, I'm going to suck so bad. I don't know if my hand can handle it. Let me play it off stream first. Yeah, Reach was... My favorite was Halo 1 and Halo 3, I think. Those are my favorite. Halo 3 had some very good multiplayer, but there's something just, like, haggardly nostalgic about Halo 1. Chosen actually won a tournament yesterday, too. Wow, okay, so he was practicing all week. Good for him. Good for him. My childhood is basically Red Alert 2. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty crazy to think that Diablo 2 got a freaking update. Like, they added a new class to Diablo 2. Yeah. The rise of the haggard millennials. We return. We return. Okay, perfect. And there's a Cursed Halo multiplayer meme mod if you want. What is it? Is it as long as it's like stream appropriate? Yeah, I'd be interested. I don't know, Kyrie. I don't know. Okay, so question for everybody hanging out on both YouTube and Twitch: who do we have here that is super good at Halo Combat Evolved? Like, I'm curious if we have anybody here who is like confident that they would just like dunk on everybody. Do we have any like former pros or anybody who's like super high level at it? Yeah. I remember Halo 2 added dual wielding. Yeah, you could like dual wield the pistols. That's me, Nanny Yori. Yeah, that's you. Oh boy. I was when I was 5. I got you in Halo. El Paper Towel. All right. Let's go. Yeah, this is fun. I just want to use my pistol. I was really good with the pistol. I remember that. Yeah, that was my jam. You're pretty good, says Templar. All right. We got a lot of OGs coming out of the woodworks here. Oh, dude. I'm so excited. Yeah, this has been a great tournament today. But what? Okay, so we do a Halo Combat Evolved 4v4 tournament in the Discord. We'll coordinate it. We'll put up a prize. And it's Blood Gulch, Capture the Flag. 4v4. How's that sound? Does that sound like fun? We doing that sometime soon? I think that's the way we do it. I don't know if there's anything else I need to think about here, but yeah, we're gonna try that. Oh, dude, I'm pumped. I just want to get the warthog and fly around and just. When is this happening? I don't know. It's gonna happen. I don't know when. It's something soon. Something in the next month. I'll scheme it out. Yeah. I need to make sure my hands can handle it though. Has this ever been done, dude? Halo. No, it's not going to be split screen. No, it'll be online, so you'll be playing on the Steam version. Yeah. Oh, I remember the pistol too. You had the pistol in Halo, where you could charge it and drain their shields if you hit them. And then I remember the shotgun being super good. Do you guys remember the shotgun, like in Blood Gulch when you're defending the flag in there? Somebody sits there with a shotgun and just like mows down anybody who comes in. Oh man, I remember that now. We could do an 8v8 tournament too. I don't know how we would, how easy that would be to organize. My buddy was a pro, like top 15 for. Oh, that's pretty unfair though. You're gonna bring a pro? All right, that's fine. It'll be fun to watch him, I'm sure. Is there a spectator mode in Halo Combat Evolved, the new one? Like, if I want to like cast another team playing, can we do that? Is that possible? Yeah, man, I bet you the people who still play that are super good. Oh, of course Inticity's tired, but so too is, I mean, his opponent, at least for Inticity, it's only 8 p.m. His opponent is like 5 a.m. right now, like 6 a.m. in the morning, playing all night. So, yeah, there's no excuses for either of them. They're both on equal footing, I would say. Both going to be tired. All right. Should be possible. Okay, cool. They do have a spectator. But you can record. Okay. So I could like record our gameplay. Got it. Got it. Understood. Warriors of Chaos are ready. And are the Beastmen ready? Okay. I believe Chosen is from somewhere in Eastern Europe. I don't know. VM is mostly Russian players, but they also have players from, Kazakhstan and Georgia, and I once played with the VM players from Ukraine as well. Boris, we used to play Heroes of Might and Magic 3 a little bit. So yeah, no, they're all over the place. Yeah, all over the place. Ent is Canadian, yes. You thought it was happening now? No, Jack, I need to get the game and see if my hands can handle it. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. for you in Romania, says Benji, yeah. Archaon's good. Archaon's really good, Tilt. Yeah, he's a strong character. He's pretty meta, I would say, for Walk. He's a Terminator. Why is he Canadian? I don't know, you got to go to his stream and ask him, man. You got to go see why he is Canadian. Yes. All right. Let's do it to it. Good luck, have fun. Let's go ahead and break it down, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the World Championship Grand Final, Game 4. Currently, the Beastmen player Chosen is up 2-1 against Enticity. His battle line is going to be Ungor Raiders, which are just a useful counter-skirmisher. Basically, use them to poke into Marauder Horsemasters. A couple spears, Centaurs into the Sunset with throwing axes, and a Bray Shaman of Shadows with Melkoths and Enfeebling Foe. Pretty cool army. So basically, a little bit of counter-skirmishing to counter Anticity's mobility, and his own counter-punching with Centaurs to deal with that pressure. For the armies of Enticity, dude, he just cannot help himself. He cannot. He cannot bring... I bet you if he brought a normal build against Chosen, he would catch Chosen off guard super hard. Like, if he just went with, like, an infantry push, Chosen would be like, oh, God, I'm too weak. I can't deal with it. But, man, oh, man. We'll see. He's got Mass Horsemen, Hellstriders, Forsaken, and Archaon with Spirit Leech and Burning Head. Yeah, double Hellstrider with Hellscourge? With Hellscourge, yes. All right, guys. Will Chosen get the upset? It certainly would be. Chosen has done well in previous seasons, but this would be his biggest accomplishment. The dreaded mass skirmishers are here. They are. So let me know in chat who you guys are rooting for. You're rooting for the Kraken King, the Skirmish Lord, Enticity, or Chosen? The Pride of VM. Do let me know. Okay, guys. Advancing up are both armies here in a moment. The battle will be starting. Beastmen have a lot of Vanguard. You can see their whole army can basically start outside of the spawn zone. Slangor is really good in this matchup, too, for winning the infantry fight against the Warriors of Chaos. And now we do see Enticity moving up with his Dread Legion of Skirmishers, which Chosen probably is used to by this point. He's played 3 games against Enticity, and every game has basically been some sort of a skirmish battle. Granted, Centaurs do get out-skirmished by Marauder Horsemasters pretty heavily, so Chosen's going to need to micro and play very, very careful and figure out how he wants to approach this battle. On this side, Centaurs do get that objective, so the 2 Centis able to kind of plant their hooves down and get that side right there. And now it's going to be a slow push. The Ungor Raiders moving up with the Ungor Spearmen, providing a little bit of support. In the back bushes, we have Centaurs waiting to ambush with the Bray Shaman. It's going to be on a chariot, so those bad boys are going to be cruising out and getting ready to party on the point here. 2 Centis retreating away, yielding the outside objective, but then Enticity is going to be yielding this objective as well. Now, what is Ent going to be calling in? I love the Hell Cannon pick. This is a brilliant pick here. The Hell Cannon is really hard to get to for the Beastmen because of the Hellstrider defense, and it's going to put consistent pressure down. Great choice. I like the Soul of Damnation a little bit more, but I do think that the Hell Cannon is great because it's kind of a heat-seeking thing. You'll notice that it has good tracking on it, so it's hard to dodge. So here it comes. It Tokyo drifts around and just barely gets dodged there. Well played, but yeah, it's a nice tech. The Hell Cannon is something that is going to give you incremental value over the course of a long game. All right, back here on Objective 3, we do see the Ungor Raiders chilling out right there, while a couple Ungor Spearmen there are ready to party. On this side, Centaurs with throwing axes not quite able to get the point. The Hell Cannon actually hitting home, and Hellstriders are now pushing up with some Forsaken to make sure that Chosen doesn't get that objective. Huge Burning Head by Enticity there. Very nice. I don't know if I would say huge, actually, but more like good. Huge is like when it's just like a fat boner going through like 4 units. That was decent. Ungor Raiders poking back while we see some Pestigors being called in. And both players are just kind of playing Goblin mode on the objectives a little bit, as those Raiders will be forced back. But they still have 116 models out of 120. So if they can come back, they're still going to be pretty effective in combat, actually. So Pestigors and Raiders moving up to the middle. Pesties will trade well enough into Forsaken, and now we do see these Senties. We're going to be coming around this way. Oh, I like the Harpy pick. So the Harpies going for the back Hell Cannon, it's going to force Enticity to chase them. And even if they do get karate chopped here, Enticity, all of his attention is on that one Harpy right now, which is pretty great. And if he just keeps juking and dodging those javelins, looks like he's not going to micro it too much. So unfortunately, the Harpy is going to probably get broken real quick, but yeah, we'll see where it goes. All right, so it does break, probably going to be rallying. And over here, we do see a bit of a pit fight. Enticity actually losing a Hellstrider to the Centaur throwing axes with Melkoth. So now we got Senties coming in, and that Hellstrider is going to be going in the trash as well. Another Centaur going to be coming in the flank. Senties are a really, really strong unit. Hell Cannon shooting into the Pestigors, but Pestigors get on the Forsaken, while the Beastmen are going to be extending up and looking to move on to Objective 2. Ungor Raiders coming in, while Enticity is going to be moving his mass mobility army over here, but pretty even trading on both sides, although the Harpy throw is unfortunate. However, if this Harpy rallies and Ent doesn't notice it, it can easily come back and get that. It's something that he has to be aware of this entire battle, that is for sure. Okay, so we're retreating back. Oh, dude, he's paying attention, man. Chosen is playing so well right now. Like, he immediately noticed that thing came back. And if he gets the Hell Cannon, that's going to be a disaster for Enticity. Yeah, because it's easy to be like, oh, I dealt with that Harpy. I killed it. It's gone. It ran off the battlefield. But it rallies, and then you got to worry about it being on your flanks. Pretty brilliant. Now, Hell Cannon softening up some units back here. Enticity unsummoning his Hellstriders. I don't know if he sees the Harpy from outer space. He does have enough to call in a Hellstrider. Oh! He just called in a Forsaken over here. Oh, no! That means the Harpies are going to get that bread. Oh, boy. That is huge. Now, Hellstriders are coming. So, good reaction from Enticity, but is he going to get there quick enough? Probably he will. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarf crew is pretty stalwart. But, even though the Harpies are going to get chased away, they still forced Enticity to come back here instead of using his Hellstriders in the front. So, honestly, just very, very, very good play there. And yeah, the Harpies eventually get run down. But Harpies are actually very good against Hellstriders, by the way. They're infantry sized, but yeah, they're going to get overwhelmed right there. Not going to matter too much. All right, so Spirit Leeches activated on Ungor Raiders. Spirit Leeching an Ungor Raider must have been a misclick. It must have been. Archeon gets a burning head on these Ungabungas back here. And now the Beastmen and Chosen have a triple cap. Yes, he's down in value a little bit, but I honestly think the game is pretty damn close. We do see the Centaurs fighting right here while the Hell Cannon starts shooting again. Beastmen have Slangors in the mix now. Enticity has a lot of skirmish, but again, he's potentially going to be running a little bit low on munitions with those skirmishers, and that could change the outcome of the game. Centaurs charging here and trying to harry where they can. They do get a nice charge in the Hellstriders. While Centaurs with great weapons, Sons of Goros coming in. A great anti-armor unit. Sons of Goros wreck Forsaken and also will be respectable against Archeon. But now he's going to be retreating away. Very, very good micro by Chosen with some cycle charging here. Centaur's fleeing over here. And Archeon gets the Searing Doom wasted. And Ents is very heavily pushed back here. Very heavily pushed back. While his opponent does have all three objectives. This is certainly a knockdown, drag-out game. Ent is going to be grabbing objective number 3 right here. While the Centaurs do get caught, so nice play by the Kraken King. We're going to see if Chosen's going to be able to micro those guys away. Sons of Goros coming back in. Anti-large Hellstriders in the mix as well. Chosen needs to get these spears to help out in the fighting. So Centaur's going to be charging there. Beautiful micro. He lures in the Sons of Goros, or excuse me, the Hellstriders with Sons of Goros, then counterpunches them and uses a Melkoth, and then gets a big charge on Enticity. The only thing he's not doing super great here is not sending the Ungor Spearmen. But aside from that, just like impeccable engagement there for Chosen. Very, very good. But Enticity has that wide pressure, man, and he is ahead on value. That Hell Cannon is chewing through a lot of units, currently at about 700 value, so not bad at all. And one thing that the Beastmen need to worry about is Archeon. In the late game, Archeon is a hard carry character, whereas the Beastmen Lord is for sure going to be falling off. So Centaur is pulling back. The Throwing Axe is going to be charging into these bad boys, while we do see the old Great Bray Shaman dropping a Melkoth here. Value trading does say Chaos is pretty far ahead. I suspect there's some things that aren't being tracked super accurately here. Centaurs with great weapons don't want to be fighting Hell Scourges. Hell Scourges are actually a bit of a soft counter to them, I would say. But the Beastmen keeping the pressure on. But Enticity is about to run out of ammunition. Ammo's very, very low on his skirmish core, so he's going to have to start relying on his frontliners a little bit more. And Archeon will be tough to deal with, although looking around, Ent doesn't seem to have a whole lot going on here. He's got the Forsaken unit. Oh, but that Slangor. Oh, send that freak. Yeah, he's got Harpies going back there. He's got Slangors he can rotate over. This is going to be an intense one. Centaurs are a very good unit. One of the better units in the game, in my opinion, from a cost effectiveness standpoint. But Chosen definitely needs to utilize his Ungor Spears a little bit more. I think that's like the only real misplay I can critique him for here. Unga Bunga Raiders coming in, going to get charged by some Centaurs right there, while the Sons of Goros continue plowing through those various Forsaken units. And now we do see Sentis coming out, just basic ones. Harpies getting on top of the Hell Cannon is really big because they're going to kill it, but also it denies Enticity the unsummon, so he can't unsummon it and get a refund, which is denying his opponent like 600, 700 resources, which is actually quite nice. All right, so the Raiders are fighting away. Big fight here in the pits. Archaon is getting some good momentum, though. Him and his Forsaken are chewing through a lot, and it does look like Enticity is starting to take over some of the battle here in terms of just the pure fighting. Obviously, the objectives do favor the Beastmen. The Hell Cannon in the back going down is certainly tough, and Ent actually summoned some units to try and save it, which is an interesting choice considering it's so low and almost out of ammo, but we'll see how those Harpies do. Probably going to retreat here in just a second. Beastmen calling in more Centaurs with throwing axes, and it does look like Warriors of Chaos do manage to solidify on this objective. The Marauder Horsemen being used and actually being forced into melee combat, so they're being used in melee now that they're out of ammunition. The Bray Shaman getting his hands dirty a little bit, charging in, and Centaurs here do get broken as more Sentis do make their way in. Warriors of Chaos are up in value and do have a bit of a bigger army now that they've rallied and their horsemen are here, but a lot of their army is very flimsy. It's just going to be skirmish cap, right? Archaon on the hunt, this could be a game-winning play. If Archaon can get the kill on the Bray Shaman, that basically just ends the game most likely, and Archaon is one of the killiest characters in the entire game, so yeah, this could be a potential throw by Chosen. We're going to have to see. The Bray Shaman is trapped. He's going to need some milk. There's no Beastmen nearby to really help him. A couple Pestigors here, but the Bray Shaman getting hammered by the Lord of the End Times, guys. Getting absolutely hammered down. Oh my goodness. And Marauder Horsemen all over the place. That is a momentum shift. Beastmen are a very low leadership faction, so when they lose their lord, it's particularly bad. And the Bray Shaman holding, sitting at about 2,000 HP, and Centaur is going to be coming in to try and help, and even the throwing axes are being sent into combat here. Bray Shaman getting chewed up, and man, that is a tough situation for the Beastmen. They're going to be negative leadership on everything right now, and it looks like that Bray Shaman is going to get it. Down he goes. Lord of the End Times living up to his name as the Bray Shaman is going to be thrown from his chariot here. 200 HP, being shanked by a bunch of Forsaken. And there he goes. Lord of the End Times getting it done. Man, oh man, it looks like we might be going to a Game 5 in this World Championship. And it doesn't get better than that. We want Game 5. We want Game 5, generally speaking. I mean, it's been great. Yeah, so Archaon now just have to get the objectives back. But look at this. Mass routing on the Beastmen. Ungor's routing, all these guys routing. Forsaken, obviously here, going to get that objective. Sons of Goros coming back in, or Sentis with great weapons, but there's no chance. It's probably pretty over here. I agree with you, Reginald. I think that Warriors probably would have won either way, even if the Bray Shaman didn't die, but that certainly didn't help. It made the game even more, further apart in terms of the value. All right, so Sentis with great weapons coming in, but Hellstriders and Forsaken should be able to team up and take them down. He did not capture this outside objective. A little bit strange. Definitely want to get your clutches on that if you can. Archaon battling it out versus Pestigors, but the Pestigors are leaderless, and Archaon causes terror when he has this crown of domination, so he's going to be able to terror out a lot of these low leadership Beastmen units right there. Mass wavering, yeah. I mean, they're just farm animals, so of course when the lead bull starts running, the rest of them are going to not be happy about the situation either. Yes. So probably GG. I just think the Beastmen have nothing. They're down like 5,000 value, which is probably accurate at this point. And a big points lead, though, from Chosen. He did get up to 1,100 points, give or take, on his opponent there. Is he getting 2 per second? 1 per second, yes. And Herald of the Tempest and Enticity tying up the series. Now it is officially, we can say, for all the frickin' marbles. 2-2 grand finals of the World Championship. It doesn't get better than this, guys. Archaon, the Ever-Chosen, putting that game on his back. And the Hell Cannon did pretty good too. He had a Chimera in reserve as well. But yeah, classic Enticity build. And for Chosen, it was a good start. I think the early game went well for him, but the mid-game Enticity started to get better trades and was living his best life. GG, guys. Well played. So, yeah, the Bray Shaman, the magic wasn't as good this game. I felt like the magic was not as impactful as it had been previously. Some of the Centaurs did very good, some not so good. Yeah, man. What a game. What a game. All right, guys, so it begins, and there we go. So we got Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos. It is showtime. Yes, let the boy watch. Okay, let's do this here. Check the settings. Game 5 Coast, maybe. It could be. Is he going to bring out Vampire Coast to win the World Championship? Curious what Chosen's going to bring out too, man. This is what it's all about here. See you in 25 minutes after the army pick. See you then. Looking forward to it. Ragnarok Lair is our closer map. It's a really awesome map by Wacka Wacka. One of my favorites, actually. Yeah, Warriors of Chaos have to assert dominance over the Beastmen. It's only right. Chosen is somewhere. He's from somewhere in Eastern Europe. I don't know where. Yeah, I don't know where. Enticity wins. This is a. Oh, did Canada win some Olympic medals? How are the Winter Olympics looking? I would imagine that some Scandinavian country has the most medals, right? The being snow sports and all that. Winter Olympics medals. Oh shit, US actually isn't doing bad. So Norway is number 1. United States is number 2. Netherlands is number 3. Italy number 4, and then France is number 5. Okay. What about beyond that? France is number 5, Germany 6, Switzerland 7, Sweden 8, Austria 9th, Japan is 10th. Canada is 11th, China is 12th, and so on and so forth. Pretty cool. Yeah, Norway's putting in work, man. Hell yeah. Good for them. Good for them. Okay, so let's see what's up here. We're going to do this, and we're going to do that. We always do well in speed skating in Netherlands. All right. Of course, Norway is number 1. Their entire country is the Winter Olympics. Yeah. We have snow somewhere, yeah. All right. So grand finals. This is a very brawler map, very brawler map. Enticity style worked for him though, man. I was a little bit worried, but he made it work. He got that value and he grinded out that end game with Archeon. Archeon just was like, hey, good luck beating me in the end game with a Bray Shaman. And that's what happened. That is what happened indeed. Australia is, let me check. Australia is number 14, actually, on the Winter Olympics. It's not bad. Yeah, out of 29 competing countries, from what I can see. Number 14, so Australia has won a couple gold medals. Yeah? Let me see. So they won gold in, was it bobsledding? Oh, no, they won a gold medal in freestyle skiing and snowboarding, actually. Oh, it's cool. It's always fun to see that. I'm more of a Summer Olympics kind of guy. I love track and field, but watching the hockey is always really fun. I think that's one of the best parts about it. Yeah. Okay, guys. Waiting on the picks and bans. Genuinely curious what these bad boys are going to whip out here as their final hoorah. I'm going to send them both. I'm sending both of the champions that meme of the guy sweating from Airplane, It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, man. Yeah, good times, good times. I sent them both the sweating memes. Yeah. That's so good, man. Oh my God, the breakdancing from the Olympics. Yeah, with the was the lady Australian who did like the Thriller dance with like the dog paws. I remember that. That was wild. Oh my God, that was wild. Yeah, track athletes are probably peak human athleticism. Yeah, like that and like the strength sports, the classic. Wrestlers might be peak athletic performance too, like explosiveness, power, endurance. Raygun was the name. Yeah. Yeah, was she Australian? Yeah. The breakdancer lady. I remember that was pretty funny. Good times, man. It was like, it kind of reminds me of that. Like, I remember in the early 2000s, like, I remember watching Olympics in like the late, like maybe like 2006, 2008. And there was some, you have to remember, like, some countries, of course, are quite a bit smaller and don't have the same pool to pull from, right? So, like, I remember seeing, like, some countries that would enter into track and field and, like, I had raced against people in high school who would have beaten those individuals. But, again, it's just the size of the countries, right? But, yeah, I would imagine, the point is that I would imagine that there's not, like, a ton of depth in terms of, like, the competitive breakdancing. Or maybe there is in every country. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, YouTube autoplay feature is pushing viewers to live streams nowadays. Yeah, that's exactly why I think, yeah. I would say probably like, realistically maybe 3 to 3,500 people here, plus then the the YouTube sleepers are here too. Yeah. Well, welcome guys. It's nice to meet you guys. Oh, so you're saying the Australian lady was in charge of who got to go to represent Australia and she sent herself? Is that actually true, or is that like some conspiracy theory? Yeah. So no way. Is that real? She stole the place of a little girl that was a million times better. Are you serious? Yeah. Yeah, you say that Norway is tiny and number one at the Winter Olympics. New Zealand is tiny and they're number one at rugby. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Wow. So there was like more to it. There was like the breakdancing world was like riddled with corruption and nepotism. Okay. That's pretty wild. I would never have expected such a depth of drama in competitive breakdancing, but here we are. Yeah. No, so that's definitely not true. The normal numbers are a bit higher than that, but yeah, I some shady business. Who knows? Who knows? Wow, the corruption. Yeah, the corruption is here. Okay, so Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos, Grand Finals. Her husband was in charge of selection. Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny, dude. That would be like if there was like some scandal in like badminton or something, like just something like that. Yeah. She also self-published a social paper on breakdancing culture. Wow. Yeah, interesting. Okay, well, today I learned. There also has been a massive scandal in curling. Yeah, so can somebody summarize the Olympic scandal in curling? It was like, what was going on with that? Did somebody, I think I saw a picture of the Canadian athlete like touching the thing, and he wasn't, what was the deal with that? Canada touched the stone. The pickleball is the next big scandal. So you gave it a nudge, and you're obviously not allowed to touch it, right? Interesting. Our state champion in the 100-meter dash in Texas last year ran a 9.92, which would have been, wow, it's really good. That's incredible, yeah. That's a great 100. So you're saying 95% of teams do that, but Canada was called on it? But did they actually get punished, or... So Canada cheated about it and then complained that they shouldn't be checking for cheating because it's not fair? What? There's got to be more to it than that. Yeah, I got to look into this now. I'm actually genuinely curious. What's the matchup going to be? So here are the factions for the last potential game. We have Vampire Counts, Grand Cathay, and Vampire Coast. And then we have Slaanesh, Kislev, and Khorne for Chosen. So Enticity could actually be playing Grand Cathay on this map. That'd be really wild to win the World Championship with Cathay. I think he has to ban out... Oh, but he has Vampire Counts too. Vampire Counts are really strong. They probably are really favored against Kislev, and against Khorne, I would say probably is good for Counts nowadays too. Yeah, it looks like Ent drafted pretty well there, I would say. I saw the dog running on the racetracks during the long distance skating, yeah. The dog's name was Nazgul. I did see that clip. Yeah. That's wild, man. The curling drama, the Olympic breakdancing drama, it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. Yes. Khorne trash for Counts. Other two are fine, though. Got it. Understood. Yeah. Max would know. Our resident Vampire Count main. Hey, Max, quick question for you, man. In every single game today, did your Vampire Counts get banned in every series? I suspect they did. Canada also got DQ'd from the ski slalom when another country's competitor hit the gate. It's been really messy. Damn, dude. Damn. I was talking with my wife about like dogs we might someday in the future get, and I was like, I always thought it'd be really fun to have like one of those a black pug, like a little pug that was named Nazgul. Because I don't know if you guys have ever heard a pug shriek or like bark, but they totally have some Nazgul energy when they shriek. It's hilarious. Yeah, we would rescue a little pug somewhere, maybe. I will name your next dog Camul the Easterling. Oh, man. So wow, okay. Oh man, I did see something really gnarly in the Olympics though. It was there was a Polish Olympian speed skater who got a ice skating blade to the face. So she fell down, got knocked down by the person to the side or in front of her, and the person's blade went up and like sliced her in the face. Really, luckily missed her eye. It got like her cheek and her brow above her eye. I was like, damn, dude. That's like a lot of people's biggest fear about ice skating is getting a blade like to the, you know, those ice skates are sharp, man. I agree with you, Whiskey. I do feel bad for pugs, but we would definitely just rescue one that needed rescuing. Yeah. Yeah. It was a Polish speed skater lady. She got knocked over and then got chopped in the face. Yeah. Pugs are the worst. I love pugs, yeah. They are inbred aberrations, but they still need rescuing, you know? They still need rescuing. Yeah, we rescued our grungy little Chihuahua Terrier mix. She's just an absolute goblin. Just the oh my God, Grand Cathay and Kislev in the championship finals. Yeah, man. Look at this. We got Grand Cathay being picked in the grand finals and Nurgle as well. What a day of games. Yeah. Good times, man. Good times. Yeah, I played hockey when I was young. I played ice hockey and roller hockey. I always preferred roller hockey because falling on ice is incredibly painful. And on top of that, I always was afraid the blades were going to get me. So I definitely preferred playing roller hockey, but ice hockey was incredibly fun too. But yeah, it always kind of scared me a little bit when I was a kid. I remember that. Pick up Grease for realizing we were talking about the dog. Yes, we were talking about a dog. Yeah. Cathay Kislev, guys. Grand finals. We don't have the Cathay Tigermen yet. We don't have those, but Cathay is honestly fine against Kislev. I think they have really good artillery. Cannons are amazing here. You know, Celestial Dragon Guard are pretty good. They can fight against infantry, and I suspect Enticity is going to play his Forbidden Moonbird build, maybe, where he goes like double Moonbird with like, you know, a Frost Dragon or something. I have no idea. Cathay and Nurgle go to tournament. I agree. Frost in chat saying, I loved ice hockey. I was a menace that just leaped into others to knock them down. Yeah, because you're like a big guy. So, yeah, you're like a bruiser. You would just like roll over people with like your 200 pound mass and just, yeah. Why are we talking about the Cathay roster when Ent is going to roll with mass? 16 Peasant Horsemen. Yeah, it's true. He could. Do we think the Red Duke could be a character pack? Maybe. I could see Mousillon getting its own faction someday. I could. Yeah, I absolutely could. You knew a hockey guy in school who almost lost a finger to an ice skate? Yeah. It's hardcore, man. The football players in their off-season really tested my agility on the ice, says Violent Plum. Yeah, I bet. I bet it did. 271 pounds of raw hatred. Dude, I didn't know you were that massive. Jeez Louise. 271 is huge, dude. You're like a proper heavyweight. Damn, dude. I thought I was a chungus right now, but, well, not that that's a chungus size. You're probably fit, but I'm like 190 right now, but I'm just a little overweight. it's not like a fit 190, that's for sure. Yeah. No way Ent goes full cab. On this map, full cab isn't as good. It's a pretty damn small map. Arachnarok Lair is actually one of the smallest maps. I'm not going to say anything to the players, by the way, about readying up. I'm just going to let them take their sweet time because this is such a high stakes, high pressure situation. So I'm just going to let them roll with it. Turn your chungus. It's true. I am. You caught me. I annihilated an entire sourdough roll last night. I was like a barbarian dipping like a foot-long sourdough roll in my soup. Yeah, Cathay, man. He knows what he's doing with it. He knows what he's doing. He does indeed. Is Nagash going to be vampire counts? He's going to be his own faction, I bet. I think Nagash is going to be his own faction that pulls from all the other undead factions. Yeah, hey, there's nothing wrong with that, Jay Phoenix. Long distance running, it's hardcore. I suck at distance running, man. I'm not good at it. I am not good at it. I'm actually Greasus. All right, look, let's not exaggerate, all right? Like, things are getting blown out of proportion here a little bit. I'm not Greasus. I used to be somewhat fit. I'm not like horrific now. Just a little chubby. All right, just a little bit. You guys are getting out of control here. Yeah. They chose. Oh, you're saying that both players chose their. Yeah, Enticity chose the Chinese faction, and then Chosen chose the Slavic faction. I don't know what Enticity's ancestry is. I think he mentioned at some point he has some Chinese ancestry. I can't remember exactly, but yeah, it is funny. They both chose the cultures they're kind of like closest to in the game. Yeah, that's really cool. You ate an entire cheesecake last night, and you deserved it. You know, treat yourself is what I say. Treat yourself. He said he's I think I remember him saying he's Vietnamese and Chinese or something. I don't remember. Turn the. I will get. I think we'll have a face cam eventually. I'll get back to it. Yeah. At some point, not this day, but in the next like 2 or 3 months. Yeah, we'll do it. I'll show you guys that I'm not a Chungus. I promise. Yeah. Okay. So it's probably going to be is it going to be a drum build? Would he play a drum build against Kislev? If Kislev goes Streltsy heavy, he would get wrecked. Or like Little Grom. Chinese and Vietnamese is what it is? Okay. Got it. Treat yourself to some insulin, yeah. I've definitely been watching it lately. I stopped eating a lot of desserts. Because it's the Great British Bake Off's fault. I've been watching it, and then I watch them bake pastries, and I'm like, I want to go bake something now. It's bad. Hey, Puling, thank you for resubscribing. Should hire Frost girlfriend as the dietitian made him drop 30 kilograms in 3 months. Damn, that's hardcore. So Puling, if it gets worse, I will consider it, because right now I'm not that bad. It's like, and I'm very happy because food is like one of my favorite experiences, like flavors, and I will absolutely keep that in mind. Wait, so the ogre faction in Lustria, Chungus isn't named after Turin? No, it's probably just somebody, Creative Assembly thought the Chungus meme was funny, so they did that. No, yeah. Sweet potato pies. I love sweet potatoes. Yeah, I'll make those sometimes. Really good. Very, very good. I'm gonna look like the floating guy in the Dune movies? You mean the Baron Harkonnen dude? You think I'm gonna be the Baron Harkonnen? I don't know. The Baron, some big Baron energy, just like bathing in a pool of oil. That scene always made me laugh when he just like emerges from the oil bath. Yeah. Pull-up bar changed everything for me. Yeah. I used to not have a problem with weight, like any weight at all. But then when I got my autoimmune disease, my hands, I can't really grip a lot of weight because my damn wrist tendons are all messed up. So, yeah, just kind of screwed there. I can't really lift weights anymore too much. I can jog and do cardio stuff, but I've always hated that. I like sprinting. Sprinting's fun, but when you get closer to 40, sprinting is a bit of a different beast. The Harkonnens. Brings me back to some Dune Spice Wars. Yes. I don't know. I think they stopped supporting Dune. You could still play it, but I'm pretty sure they don't develop it anymore. Yeah. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's have some fun. It is go time. So Enticity coming in with a Celestial. Dude, is Enticity playing a normal build? What planet is this? He is playing a normal build. All right. He's got halberds and he's got archers. What the hell? Did somebody abduct him from his PC? Is it a doppelganger? Is it his evil twin? I don't know what's going on. All right. Here we go. It's far more of a Kugath. How dare you, Rogue AI? How dare you call me Kugath, bro? How dare you? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break down the build, shall we? Let's see what's cooking and analyze all the goodness. We've been very, very blessed today to not have any lag issues. God, I shouldn't have said that. But regardless, here we are. For the Army of the Kraken King, it's going to be a halberd front line, a decent frontliner. They do have good AP and decent armor, so they can fight Kislev Line infantry with Harmony especially. He's got Jade Warrior crossbows, which are a very good range trading unit. And then he does also have the Graces of Kuai Yin, the Celestial Dragon crossbows. In the back, we do have a Metal Caster with Final Transmutation, and it is going to be a Celestial General here. So he's going to be up on the Lion. Celestial Sweep, Lord of Grand Cathay, Fearsome Roar. What's not to love? All right, guys, and on the other side of the battlefield, it is going to be Chosen. Chosen coming in with an Akshina build, so triple Akshinas. They don't have armor piercing like they used to, but they can still creep up on Cathay and do some nice ambushing. We have Dervishes, and the rest of the battle lines are going to be Armored Kossars with a Druzhina. Whoa, a Druzhina pick. Haven't seen one of these guys in ages. Anti-large missile attacks. All right, it's kind of interesting. Feels like a very, very risky pick to me, but we will see how it goes. I know, they both have balanced armies. It's very strange. Enticity doesn't have a single cav unit to his name right now. I think he was trying to catch his opponent off guard a little bit. He's just like, I am not going to bring what you think. He's doing the dreaded subverting of expectations. Extremely dreaded. All right. So moving up are the Jade Warrior Halberds. We have a couple of these bad boys going. And the Celestial General going to be circling here while cannons shooting at the Graces of Kuai Yin. An excellent choice. So what Enticity needs to do is get these guys behind and have them work over here and just protect that objective, basically, while the rest of the army works in open field. Ooh, he's moving Little Grom really far up. I don't know about this, guys. I don't know about this. Little Grom being at this range means that Cathay can close the distance really quickly. Now, we do see an ambush coming out from the Akshinas. Chosen able to get a good ambush right there. Shooting into the Jade Warriors, yes. But now Little Grom is going to be feasting pretty freaking hard. Oh, that's going to be a point-blank shot there. Thankfully for Enticity, not that direct of a hit. So Halberd's coming up. The slow push from Enticity. He's playing very much a slow pushing playstyle. But I guess Little Grom moving up, it can shoot down here now. So it's a little bit harder to hide from the Little Grom. We do see the Graces of Kuai Yin going to be camping in the tree line. And I would imagine shooting here relatively soon. So there they go. Getting a nice volley here. And the Druzhina is going to be retreating. Now Ice Witch is coming out. And it is going to be rocking Blizzard, which is very good against Cathay. But Cathay calling out a Grand Cannon of their own. Both players can play artillery, and this is a classic Cathay game. Cathay usually wins the artillery trades, that is for sure. Little Grom does not want to be dueling cannons, and Cathay's cannons are going to be shooting now, and Chosen is going to be retreating that cannon away at the moment. He is going to be doing it. The Jade Warrior Halberd's hanging on here. Celestial General taking some damage, and remember, there's no way to heal this Celestial General, so he's got to be very, very careful. Looks like he's thinking about diving in here, which he would be potentially getting focused by a bunch of the Akshinas. We have the Jade Warrior crossbows versus Akshina ambushers. Cannons shooting into Little Grom, it would appear, yes. The dreaded Little Grom micro shooting. Absolutely brilliant. So Homie is just juking back and forth, dodging a lot of the shots, while Grand Cathay does solidify itself on objective number 3 here, parking some halberds down there. It's going to be very tricky. So Ent is playing a very patient game, slow pushing. Final Transmutation going down on the Druzhina. Interesting choice. Yeah, I mean, it's working him towards being sniped later on. But now the Legions of Grand Cathay march forward. The Halberds are doing it. The Jade Warrior crossbows are out trading the Akshinas. The armor advantage is big. And Mark of Yin being used by the Celestial Dragon Guard archers. Pretty excellent. Pretty excellent. Dragon crossbows, excuse me. Yes, Dragon Guard, close enough. So the Druzhina does get forced back, and Kislev is looking to be on the back foot a little bit now, as Cathay is really planting its feet down and doing well. Jade Lancer is going to come out and intercept the Kossovite Dervishes, and is he going to notice this? Oof, he's going to get it. No, he gets away at the last second. Good micro there by Chosen. So the middle objective is here, and people forget that Enticity used to be, I would say not a main of Cathay, but in the early days of Warhammer Competitive, he was one of very few people who played Cathay in tournaments when they were bad, and he has really, really good positional play, and his background is kind of like this anyways, this kind of a build, before he got, mobility maxing. Crossbows taking down one Akshina ambusher, and it looks like the Chinese Karl Franz is going to be landing right here, attacking Little Grom. And yeah, right now Cathay looking to be in a good position. Jade Lancers versus Winged Lancers. A nice little pit fight right here, but Cathay has Halberd support, so it's going to favor them for sure. Now Blizzard going down here. Nice Blizzard there by Chosen. That's how you get back in the game, man. Nailing that 1,200 gold archer unit and another 700 gold, 600 gold unit right there. That was freaking beautiful. Cathay's archer line getting obliterated by that magic. And now Chosen is going to be putting his foot down on this objective and trying to steal that. And we're going to see if he does. That was really, really good. Now, in the meantime, up in the sky, we do see the Celestial General circling Little Grom. Little Grom eating a lot of cannon shots. Armored Kossars versus Halberds. They're going to be duking it out while Dervish is thinking about diving back here. And we do have what appears to be one cannon actually getting hammered. It looks like the Little Grom was able to scoot and shoot and take down one of the Grand Cannons, but another Grand Cannon is called in. And Little Grom shouldn't be long for this world. Although, look at this, guys. Anticity's Lord is getting shot by the Druzhina. So the anti-large shots from the Druzhina in tandem with the Armored Kossars, putting a ton of damage down on the Celestial General. He is actually down to about 1,600 HP here. Absolutely freaking brutal. So a game that was looking very rough for Kislev for a moment is suddenly one that is, you know, even again, if not a little bit favored for them. So the Kossars are coming up. The Druzhina sniper poking at that big flying lord. On the low ground, Enticity does manage to get some halberds down here. So he is going to be able to solidify that point. So the Jade Warrior Halberd's going to push off these dervishes and probably lose to the Armored Kossars, but they will hold it for some time. The Celestial General dealing with some of the diving cav, and in the middle point, it does look like Kislev is getting the momentum back. That huge vortex, and also getting the big shooting on the Lord back here. The Druzhina getting about 500 value, so that's not bad at all. You know, getting some decent work on that Celestial General and getting her done. All right, guys. Cav charge coming out for the Griffin Legion as the Armored Kossars do form ranks. Kislevite Armored Kossars putting some big hurt down on the unshielded halberds. And Chosen is starting to run away with this game a little bit. In the backfield, the cannons, they do have a lot of time to pull this game back. I mean, if they can finish off that Little Grom. Dude, the micro of Little Grom, by the way, he's been dodging cannonballs with Little Grom. So incredibly sweaty. So freaking sweaty. So Jade Warrior Halberds are here. Yes, yes. And we do see elsewhere on the battlefield, the Jade Warrior Halberds are duking it out here. And are they going to get rolled up? Things in the Woods coming in. Now, yes, Halberds are good against them, but if Armored Kossars are occupying their attention, the Things in the Woods could probably still rip them apart, especially if you get a cav flank around the back of these bad boys. All right, so looking elsewhere, what do we see? It looks like Anticity's Wizard also did get taken down, and on the backside, there are going to be some Haggard Dervishes going for the cannon shutdown. One cannon is broken and running. The other cannon is so low, but dude, he has been juking. Okay, let me explain. He's been dodging with the Little Grom. It did get hit there, but then he shoots. So he dodges and then he shoots, and then he dodges and he shoots. It is so incredibly sweaty. But finally, the Little Grom does get broken. But is it going to be too late for Enticity to come back? He looks pretty routed. His halberds got shot to pieces. The Akshin has put some good firepower down on them, and it does look like Chosen, is he going to be our new world champion? He very much could be here in this situation, guys. Grand Cannon shooting downtown here across the board does knock down the Little Grom. But overall, man, it is looking very tough. It looks like the Kislevites going to be emerging victorious here unless Enticity can pull off a miracle. His Lord is gone. The Celestial Dragon guy, not gone, but, you know, going to be very, very weak from here on out. We have big pressure coming in. Dervish is going to get on top of the cannon. Enticity does call in a Hail Gunner, Iron Hail Gunner, which could obviously be run down, but it looks like they're just going to run away there. So he does juke away. He sees that coming. The Iron Hail Gunners doing their thing, but triple cap right now, about 900 points right now, guys. Little Grom, we can check its value for you. The Little Grom has gotten about 1,300 value. So yeah, it killed a cannon and a half, basically, which has been very, very effective so far here. All right, so the Akshina Ambushers putting Hurt down, and that's going to be a tap out. GG, well played. Homie stayed up till 6 a.m. playing, and it certainly paid off. He's going to be winning close to $500 in cash prizes, and he is now our new world champion. Well played, The Chosen, and congratulations to the VM clan. Very, very big win for those bad boys, man. All right. I wouldn't have thought the Druzhina would do well, but what an off-meta strange pick. Little Grom was very microed very effectively. Most people would have lost it and then just gotten cannonballed all day. But the build worked very, very nicely. But the Blizzard, I think, is what cracks that game open, guys. It cracked it open. Insane value right there. Absolutely insane. It just took down the Celestial Dragon Guard archers and like 2 other units. It collapsed the entire flank, you know. Collapse the entire flank. So well played to Chosen, and the Kislevites are going to be getting the job done. So Chosen really had to work for that. 3-2 series against Charx, and then a 3-2 series versus Enticity, man. That is freaking brutal and a half. Absolutely brutal. But he got there, man. He got there. So I would imagine everybody in the tournament is very tired. So we are going to bid you adieu. Thank you for joining the Total War Warhammer Season 12 Finals for Total Tavern, the World Championship. As one last gesture, if you guys enjoyed this Total War Competitive, all of you guys on YouTube, if you could please drop a like on the stream, it helps out quite a bit, helps keep the old engine engaged. And for all of you on Twitch, consider following if you liked what you saw. We are going to be covering a lot of RTS games, also maybe starting some Age of Empire weekly tournaments in the near future as well. Chosen won that for Houseplant, so Enticity didn't catch him. Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. I had an absolute blast hanging out with you guys. I'm going to go hang out with my smoking hot wife. You guys take care of yourselves. And ladies and gentlemen, congrats to Chosen one last time for winning the big championship, all the marbles. And we will see you guys around on the other side. Take care of yourselves. And Urson bless this ravaged body. GG, well played, and adios to you, my friends. See you on the other side.